Chapter 34, Rage. It was evening. As the sun disappeared behind the mountains, darkness settled upon the land. Even so, considering that it was March, although it was dark outside, it was relatively early. It was only 8 p.m. so most people were still outside, enjoying a lovely Friday evening by hanging out with their friends or family. Although it was a remote city at the foot of the Japanese Alps, and despite the fact that it was off-season, the streets, the pubs, and the restaurants were lively, filled with locals and tourists alike. The cool air of the evening was like a blessing after the scorching and humid weather earlier in the day. The main boulevard of the city was packed with people. "Good evening and welcome," a young woman with her hair tied in a tight bun greeted the new customers and bowed politely. It was a family of 3. "Good evening. Thank you. We'd like a table for 4. At the hostess's confused look, the man smiled and said, "We're expecting one more person in 20 minutes or so." "Ah, I understand. My apologies. Please follow me." "Apple juice. Apple juice. Apple juice," a little girl was chanting while banging with her hands on the table. "Airy." At her mother's admonishing tone, the girl stopped making a ruckus, but she was still swinging her legs impatiently. Seeing as it was off-season, the owners of the restaurant had not been prepared for such an influx of tourists, so they were understaffed. More than 10 minutes passed since the family of 3 ordered their drinks, but the waiters had yet to come back to serve them. The little girl's inappropriate behavior made a few heads turn to their table, but upon seeing the adorable 8-year-old girl, their annoyance melted away from their faces like a miracle. But after locating the source of the noise, most people would find themselves inadvertently staring at the long and ruler-straight red hair of the girl's mother. Even in a society filled with people who had all sorts of exotic looks and unusual physical traits, Uzumaki Kushina's waist-long, crimson red hair could still make one sigh in awe. "Seems like it's not only the waiters who are late with our drinks, Naruto is running late too," Minato said. "That's strange. He should have arrived at the train station about 15 minutes ago. Maybe he can't find our restaurant? Let me send him a text message," Kushina said as she took out her phone. However, minutes passed without her receiving a reply. By now, the waiters had not only brought their drinks but also the food that they had ordered, but Naruto still had yet to arrive. "Is Naruto and I-san not coming anymore?" Little Eri asked after a while. "I'm going outside for a moment to call him," Minato said as he put his napkin down and left. "Good evening." "Good evening. Minato-san." "Yes, it is I. Sorry for calling you at this late hour." "It's no problem, I just got back from work." "Hero work kept you out for so long today?" "Yes, another pro hero lost his life tonight in Osaka. It was Fat Gum. You'll probably hear about it tomorrow on the news. This is the 4th pro hero who lost his life this month." "Fat Gum died?" Minato said in surprise. In spite of his looks, Fat Gum was a rather powerful hero, especially against the physical types. He was quite famous in his own right too, having a spot among the top 100 pro heroes in the country. "I know, right? Fat Gum wasn't some nameless weakling who got his hero license a few months ago. He was an experienced and strong hero. To think that he would be found dead, floating down the Naka River one day. Things are getting out of hand lately. It seems to me that after almost 2 years of vigilantes killing villains on sight, the villains are starting to fight back now, lashing out at the whole world. That's worrisome." The woman from the other end of the line let out a long sigh before saying, "Leaving aside my troubles, why did you call me? Is there anything I can help you with?" "Ah, right. We were supposed to meet with Naruto this evening, but almost 1 hour passed from the established time. Is he, by chance, with you? If he was headed towards my place, I would know that. But he didn't tell me anything. Besides, I'm not in Hiroshima now. Also, Naruto would never miss the chance to spend time with you. You know how much he misses his family dash." Suddenly, the streets, the buildings, and even the air itself seemed to vibrate as an ear-deafening explosion boomed. Many windows shattered, car alarms went off crazily from everywhere, and the crowd of people started screaming and running away in panic. "What's happening? What's going on?" Kushina asked when Minato returned to the now-empty restaurant after the crowd dispersed. Unlike the rest of the people who had scrambled away in terror, Kushina had activated her adamantine sealing chains, encasing herself and Eri within. "I don't know. It must be yet another villain attack. We should leave immediately. But Naruto and I-san is somewhere out there." "What if Eri began to say. Your brother is a big boy now. He is strong, he can protect himself. Now come. We have to disappear." Due to Kushina having been forced to reveal her quirk for the sake of protecting herself and their daughter from a potential attack, Minato was afraid of all for one of his many subordinates catching wind of them. With Minato holding Eri in a piggyback carry, the family of 3 started running towards the parking lot where they had left their car. As they drove away from the restaurant, half a dozen police cars and just as many ambulances passed by them, going towards the location where the loud explosions had come from. Two men wearing black suits were standing shoulder by shoulder inside a poorly lit office. Uzumaki Naruto has been secured. Unfortunately, Agent Mitarashi lost her life in action. Mitarashi Anko died? What a shame, came the voice of an old man from behind the desk. Leaning against the backrest of the leather chair, the old man was sitting with his back to the two men, looking at the scenery of the night city through the large windows of his office. Another thing that we have to report is that the number 58 hero, Fat Gum, was found dead this evening. This is the fourth death among pro heroes this month alone. We have reasons to suspect that the villains are no longer acting solo. We believe that there is an organization behind these attacks now. Turning around with his chair, the old man put his elbows on the desk as he rested his chin on his interlocked fingers. Finally. It has begun. This is good. This is great news. The two men exchanged a brief look of confusion at the words of their superior, but they didn't speak up. They didn't dare to even meet his eyes directly, much less directly question his words. Kakashi, Yamato. You did great today. You can expect a significant bonus this month. You are dismissed for now. Thank you, sir, the two replied before bowing and leaving the office. He's stirring awake. What the? Does he have a healing factor? We've pumped enough anesthetic to give a regular person eternal sleep, how is he waking up now? Opening his eyes, the painfully bright lights forced him to close them again. His hearing was muffled. His body was numb. A skull-splitting headache was making him nauseous. He felt as if he was underwater. Where am I? He asked. However, instead of answering his question, the people around him injected yet another dose of sedatives into his veins to knock him out again. Not receiving an answer, Naruto started pulling at the straps that were tying him down to the bed. However, he was too weak. He could barely move, let alone break out of the maiden-like device tying him down. Danzo-sama. Sir, it's good to see you, sir. Even in his currently muddled mind, Naruto recognized the name spoken by those people. Danzo, animal masked attackers, Enko, Bakugo? I think I even saw someone who looked like Yamato and Kakashi from my past life when they attacked me. What's with them? What's going on? What did they kidnap me for? Why am I here? While he was still trying to make sense of the situation he was in, an old voice came from the right side of his bed. You're probably wondering why have we captured you. To put your mind at ease, I will let you know that we are not villains. Could have fooled me, Naruto spat in anger. You won't be able to break your restraints. I advise you to stop struggling. In the first place, we have no intention of hurting you, the old man said calmly. Why did you attack me for no reason if you're not villains? Why did you kidnap me? And why are you putting these damned lights into my eyes for fuck's sake? The lights were so strong that he couldn't even open his eyes. Oh, but we do have a very good reason to keep you here, Uzumaki Naruto, Danzo said. Going by the sound of steps echoing the silence of the room, Naruto could guess that the old man started pacing back and forth while he was speaking. How is it possible for someone to be born with two quirks? Just what kind of quirk is your adamantine sealing chains? Why did it activate so much later than the quirks of all the other people? Your Fox Quirk, is it really only a Fox Quirk or is it something else? The vast majority of trained pro heroes spend decades risking their lives against villains, but the chance of them awakening their quirks is astronomically low. How did your quirk awaken? And how did it awaken more than once? At that moment, the sound of Danzo's footsteps stopped as he was once again sitting on a stool by Naruto's bed. All those mysteries, all belonging to one person. And the answer to all those questions lies in the palm of my hand now. Unveiling those mysteries will lead Japan into a new era. Forget about the villains running amok or all for one. If we find the method to safely awaken our operatives' quirks, Japan will rule the whole world. Cooperate with us, Uzumaki Naruto. It will be much easier for both sides. You're expecting me to become your comrade after the way you treated me? Are you out of your mind? When I'm getting out of this, I'll rip you and everyone else here to shreds. Greatly contrasting with the teenager thrashing wildly in his restraints, the old man's face was calm, emotionless. We don't have to be enemies. We don't have to fight against each other. After all, our purposes align. You want to become a pro hero and protect the weak. We want to eradicate all of those who endanger our society. We are the same. After saying those words, Danzo shook his head and sighed softly, showing a bit of emotion for the first time. I thought someone like you would be able to see the bigger picture. It seems I was wrong. How disappointing. You're giving us no choice but to take what we want by force. Turning his attention towards the medical staff present in the room, he said. His claws are coming out. He's too dangerous to be kept awake. It looks like his body has already built a tolerance for the sedatives you've been using on him. You have my permission to induce an artificial coma if you have to. We've waited for this chance for nearly 2 years. We can't leave anything up to luck. If anything goes wrong and he escapes, it will be your heads that will roll. Why yes, sir. A bad feeling came over Mirko when she heard the massive explosions coming from Minato's side of the call. Minato-san. Minato. Unfortunately, the call ended without her getting an answer. Darn it. She had not even had the chance to ask where exactly was Minato waiting for Naruto, so she didn't know their location. Mirko started pacing around her hotel room restlessly. Naruto would be devastated if anything happened to his family. Anxiously, she tried calling Minato back several times, and she tried calling Kushina as well, but they weren't picking up. After that, she also called Naruto, but he wasn't answering either. Oh, come on. She let out another curse as she let herself fall on the sofa. She wanted to go to their help, but she had no idea where they were. Only a few minutes after Minato's call, the Hero Network app suddenly bombarded her with half a dozen notifications at once. A massive explosion rocked Hiruya Town, Shizuoka Prefecture. 10 civilians were confirmed dead, and many more were injured. Flying-type and water-type pro-heroes needed in Hiruya Town, Shizuoka Prefecture. Eyewitnesses report Uzumaki Naruto was ambushed and captured by a large group of villains. Pro-heroes specializing in tracking are needed in Hiruya Town, Shizuoka Prefecture. The moment she read that news, Mirko jumped out of the window of her hotel room with no regard for the height of the hotel building she was in. Her long white hair fluttering wildly in the cool breeze coming from the sea, Mirko's body left behind a loud boom the moment her feet touched the rooftop of a nearby building. She jumped with so much strength that she broke the sound barrier, startling many people below. Despite having built a certain degree of resistance against the sedatives they had been using on him, Naruto felt his senses start dulling again after they injected a new serum into his neck. His desperate thrashing quickly came to a stop as his body turned slack. He felt his consciousness slipping away. The two medics and the assistant observing him grew alarmed as his heart rate unexpectedly spiked. What's going on? Why is his heart rate going up like that? Normally, after administering the drugs that would induce coma, the patient's heart rate would decrease so much that the medics would have to feed them special drugs to keep the heart functioning normally. But now, the teen boy's heart rate became inexplicably high and irregular. He's going to go into cardiac arrest at this rate, one of the doctors yelled in a panic. If they somehow killed Uzumaki Naruto, none of them would live to see the light of the next day. Seconds after the doctor's shout, Naruto's body went slack, his heart rate nothing but a flat line. Color drained from the medics' faces. One of them even fell to his hands and knees in despair. However, his head shot up abruptly when a low, deep growl came from the supposedly dead boy. What the hell dash? The maiden restraining him creaked loudly, and sizzling sounds came from the fabric of his clothes and the bed underneath him as a crimson liquid-like substance started spreading all over his skin. In mere moments, the boy was nowhere to be seen. A demon stood in his place, a dark crimson creature bellowing with rage. The fox demon's corrosive skin didn't melt off only his clothing and the bed. The maiden was being corroded too. With a final exertion of his large tails, the impossibly durable and several 100-kilogram heavy maiden snapped like an old and rusty chain. No. Please, no. I have a daughter at home, please dash. The medic's pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears. They were savaged and gored out mercilessly by the fox demon's claws. Oh my god. Holy shit. The two agents who had let out those shouts weren't even Christians, but the scene in front of their eyes left them shell-shocked. They had come to check up on the situation after hearing the roars, but they had not expected to see anything like that. The room where Uzumaki Naruto had been detained looked horrifying. The solid, metallic bed was broken, the heavy maiden was shattered to pieces and the two doctors and their assistant were dead, their corpses unrecognizable. Their remains and their blood were splattered all over the walls and pooling on the floor too. Code Red. Uzumaki Naruto has escaped and he's on the loose. I repeat, Code Red, Uzumaki dash. But the man's head was pulverized as a massive appendage smashed into it out of nowhere, decapitating him cleanly. Turning around, his colleague instinctively activated his quirk, covering his body in flames as a desperate last-moment attempt to protect himself, but the demon's claws split him in two from the waist effortlessly. With the medics pumping him full of drugs and putting him into an artificial coma, Naruto lost consciousness. Now, there was nothing left to hold back the bestial ferocity of his fox quirk. The five-tailed demon fox was on a rampage. Although it was night, the headquarters of the Root organization was still packed with people. There was almost no difference between the number of agents working during the day and those working at night because many villains preferred to act during the night, under the cover of darkness, and slip away from the pro-heroes' pursuit by making use of the seedy districts of the cities where the night life was bustling. Root's purpose was to eliminate all the individuals who posed a danger to the order and prosperity of Japanese society, regardless of whether they were villains, civilians, or even heroes. That being said, if the first bestial roars coming from the basement didn't tip them off that something wasn't right, the agent's walkie-talkie transmission being cut off and his following scream made it obvious that something had gone terribly wrong. With this bonus and a few more years I'll be able to retire, Kakashi thought as he changed from his battle gear into casual clothes. He was in a great mood. Root may have been an organization whose existence could not be revealed to the public, but the pay was well above that of regular pro-heroes, unless they were famous. That said, not all members of the Root had been coerced or manipulated into joining its ranks. Many of its agents did it for the money while others preferred to remain anonymous instead of becoming famous like most successful pro-heroes. Danzo-sama doesn't often give out bonuses, but when he does, they're well worth it, Kakashi thought as he grabbed his duffel bag and went to his car, a luxurious, black, Toyota sedan. Getting inside, he turned on the engine, but just as he was about to leave the parking lot, ear-deafening alarms started blaring from the Root HQ. He let his head fall heavily on the steering wheel in exasperation. For a moment, he even considered just pretending that he had not heard it and go home. But it was just a fleeting thought. He couldn't do that when there were cameras everywhere. That kind of behavior would get him fired for sure or even worse. Slamming the door shut with more force than necessary, Kakashi broke into a light run towards the building. However, the reception area was deserted, and, instead, all the agents were crammed at the entrance of the stairway that led to the basement and in front of the elevator. What's going on? Who triggered the alarm? Kakashi asked one of the operatives. The Root agent's first reaction had been to shoot back a snarky answer, but upon seeing who was the one asked the question, he swallowed his anger and said in a polite tone, as if he was speaking to a superior. It's Uzumaki Naruto. He's on a rampage. But he was knocked out, and the doctors pumped him full with drugs. The doctors are dead. They dash. A thunderous demonic roar suddenly made most people kneel on the floor and cover their ears in pain, and Kakashi was forced to do the same. Some of the weaker agents even lost consciousness, foaming at the mouth and with blood coming from their ruptured eardrums. Human screams and sounds of gunfire came from the basement too. Then, a massive explosion boomed, an explosion that rocked the entire building from its foundation. The windows were shattered by the shockwaves, the walls cracked and the power was cut too, plunging everyone into darkness. For a moment, it was silence. Then, the footsteps of a four-legged being were heard. The sound made by his clawed limbs scratching the marble floor as he walked was eerily loud in the deathly silence that had been instilled. As the four-legged beast started climbing up the stairs, the Root agents' terror grew with every step it took. Sweat fell down their foreheads like rain and their hands were shaking as they aimed their rifles at the stairwell. A pair of crimson-red eyes appeared in the dark. They were the cruel, slit eyes of a savage beast. Then, another roar petrified everyone with fear. But there were two people whose mentality withstood the demon's killing intent. A lightning sword grew from Kakashi's hand as he jumped at the four-tailed crimson beast. At the same time, from the other side of the room, Yamato yelled. Special move, silent strangle vines. Yamato's arm transformed into 4 wooden tendrils and they were even faster than Kakashi, reaching the demonic beast first. However, the two Root agents had grossly overestimated their strength. A deafening boom made everyone's ears ring as the berserk Naruto broke the sound barrier. In the next moment, Yamato stared wide-eyed as the demon's claws tore through Kakashi's body like a hot knife through butter. An experienced and powerful senior member of the Root was killed before he even realized it, his body ripped into pieces. A cruel grin stretched the fox demon's face as he turned his head at Yamato. As the creature got on all fours again, Yamato knew instinctively that he only had 2 or 3 seconds left to live. And just as the beast launched itself at him, wood spikes suddenly broke out from all over his body, like a porcupine. It was one of his ultimate moves, a special technique that combined defense and offense. However, the demon's claws tore through his solid wooden spikes as if they were rotten twigs. Fire. Kill him. With the violent deaths of Kakashi and Yamato, the rest of the agents finally snapped out of their shock. But it was all for naught. Like a fox among chickens, he was unstoppable. Their bullets couldn't pierce the demon's crimson skin, their fire quirk attacks couldn't burn him, and their physical attacks didn't even faze him. He was like a juggernaut. His claws were so sharp that they could slice through their rifles and through their bones as if they were all made of paper, and his 5 large tails were so heavy and powerful they would pulverize anyone unfortunate to get hit by them. In only 2 minutes, over 20 highly trained Root operatives met a violent death. That wasn't a fight. It was a massacre. Dozens of pro-heroes and just as many police cars and vans packed with special assault team forces arrived at the route headquarters only 15 minutes after the alarm was triggered. Goodness gracious! None of the pro-heroes, policemen, and special assault team agents that had been sent there were greenhorns, but even so, they had never seen such carnage in their entire lives. It was like a scene out of a horror movie. Not few were the ones who felt the bile rising to their throat before bending over and throwing up uncontrollably. Even pro-hero gang Orca, who had the upper body of a killer whale, was visibly distraught. But while everyone was momentarily frozen in shock at the gory sight in front of them, a short girl with long white hair and a pair of rabbit ears rushed past them like the wind. She was completely fearless. She was too fast for the other to notice, but a tense look was on her face, and her jaws were clenched from her anger. Her blood was boiling in her veins. "I swear to God, if they did anything to him, I'm going to end them. HPSC or not, I'll kill them all." Uncaring of the pooling blood splashing on her legs and back, staining her white hero suit, Mirko ran at full speed through the first floor of the building looking for any sign of Naruto. He has to be here somewhere. He was definitely attacked and captured by the Black Ops of HPSC. According to the police reports that she had read, the eyewitnesses said that Uzumaki Naruto had been attacked by people wearing white animal masks. With her speed, it didn't take Mirko long to search the whole building, from the basement to the last floor. Furthermore, with her taking the lead, the other heroes and armed police forces snapped out of their shock and followed her inside too. But there was no sign of Naruto. Not one person was left alive in the building. All the route agents present in the building that evening had been killed violently, to the last person. Chapter 35, An Old Friend. Hurried footsteps were heard as an old man ran as fast as his frail and aged legs could carry him. His laborious breathing was so loud that one would think he was only moments away from dropping down from exhaustion. However, to his relief, he soon reached the end of the tunnel. Taking one last fearful glance behind him, the old man placed his hand on the panel next to a blast door to have his fingerprints scanned. Come on, come on. The scanning process only took 3 seconds, but he was so terrified that even such a short time felt like an eternity. As the blast doors parted, the old man literally threw himself inside and slammed his fist on the closing button like a hammer. It was only when the half-meter-thick blast doors were sealed shut that he finally allowed himself a sigh of relief. The adrenaline dump was so severe that he lost feeling in his knees and fell on the floor like a puppet whose strings had been cut. When he finally got a hold of himself, he stood up on trembling legs and wobbled to the desk located at the back of the room. Opening one of the drawers, he took out a bottle of hard liquor and a rocks glass. His hands were shaking so badly that he spilled the drink all over the desk while trying to pour it into the glass. As the strong liquid flowed down his throat and warmed his chest and stomach, his hands stopped shaking, and his facial expression became calmer as well. What in the world was that? He massacred them all? He shivered involuntarily as a chill traveled down his spine at the reminder of how that demon tore apart everything in its way. His loyal agents, his well-trained operatives, and even the new prospects that he had recently recruited, everyone who had been present at the Route HQ that night was slaughtered. He could still vividly recall the way the demon had burst into his office, leaving a trail of mangled and mutilated corpses in its wake. If it hadn't been for the 2 powerful bodyguards that he had brainwashed to protect him at all times, if it hadn't been for them throwing themselves at the killer and buying him a few seconds while he escaped through a secret passage, he would not have made it out. At the reminder that he had almost lost his life, Danzo poured himself another glass and downed it in one go. Nonetheless, he was safe now. Currently, he was inside a secret bunker designed to withstand even a nuclear explosion. There was no way for the demon to barge inside. Hardly anyone even knew of this bunker's existence. He was sure Ichiro's malt and grain, brewed over 200 years ago, in the early 2000s if I'm not mistaken. They don't even make it anymore. You could buy a house in the suburbs for the price of a bottle. Such fine tastes you have, Danzo-sama. The sudden voice made Danzo jump so hard out of his seat that he lost balance and fell on his back with a painful thud. Who are you? How did you get in here? He yelled as he quickly stood up from the floor. A rather thin and tall man stepped out of the shadows, letting the light coming from the desk lamp reveal his features. Spiky blonde hair, blue eyes, and a handsome and kind-looking face. But, in spite of his harmless appearance, Danzo wasn't comforted in the least. The way the man was twirling a kunai on his finger did nothing to reduce his anxiety either. You? How does someone like you know of this place? Danzo asked, his right hand secretly opening one of his desk's drawers. Someone like me? A mere accountant isn't supposed to know about such a tightly guarded secret of HPSC, right? Just as Danzo's fingers wrapped around the grip of the handgun he had stashed in his desk, a whistling sound was heard, and, a moment later, a scream erupted from his chest as the blonde man hurled his kunai at him, stabbing him in the shoulder. My son loves to use these kinds of knives. I didn't really see the point of using such small blades at first, but they're quite handy once you get used to them, he said in the same amiable voice as if he hadn't just stabbed another person in the shoulder only a second ago. What is your objective? What are you trying to gain from this? Danzo asked through gritted teeth, trying his hardest not to scream from the agonizing pain coming off from his shoulder. My objective? That would be to kill you. As for how I got in here, you don't need to know that. As the man started walking around the desk to get to him, Danzo suddenly jumped back and, fighting through the excruciating pain coming from moving his stab-through right shoulder, he raised his arm and fired his gun at him. However, the blonde man suddenly vanished. An instant later, he appeared behind Danzo and kicked the back of his knees, making him fall to the floor on all fours. Danzo desperately tried to stand up as quickly as possible, but a brutal soccer kick to the face threw him 2 meters away, making him roll on the floor like a barrel. Wasn't your quirk eidetic memory? Since when can you teleport? Danzo couldn't help asking, in spite of the blood and pieces of broken teeth coming from his mouth. Eidetic memory as a quirk? No, I'm just that smart, Minato said with a laugh. What, are you trying to find out whether I'm worth using your brainwashing on me? Minato said with a laugh when he saw Danzo's right eye turning crimson red. The reason why even the senior operatives of Root didn't dare look Danzo in the eyes and were afraid of him was due to his quirk. He could only use his quirk once every 6 months, but that drawback made sense when considering just how powerful its effect was. It gave him the ability to brainwash people for life. It wasn't all powerful because those with strong will and character could fight it off, but the vast majority of people could be brainwashed and mind-controlled without them even noticing it. I just felt you trying to use your dirty little ability. Your quirk doesn't work on me, does it? Minato said nonchalantly as he came closer to the downed old man and crouched to be at his eye level. Why are you doing this? You're a former agent of Root, aren't you? Why are you turning against me now? I was never your agent, old man. I worked in the field under Sarutobi-sama's leadership, not yours. When he retired, I became just a regular accountant. As for why I'm doing this, are you really asking me this question? The smile vanished from his face as he unsheathed the short sword strapped to his back. It was a tanto. The perfect tool for assassinations. I told you not to mess with my family, haven't I? Sarutobi-sama also told you not to touch Uzumaki Naruto, didn't he? But I guess that the words of a mere accountant and that of an old and retired operative didn't hold any weight to you. Don't do this, please. For the first time since he was born, Danzo was pleading for his life. But Minato's face was indifferent as he slowly started to press the blade of his tanto into Danzo's neck. That calmness contrasting with his ruthless actions terrified the old man to the bones. Please, I swear not to touch your family again. No. Please. Don't! Danzo screamed as he tried to stop the blade from slicing his neck by grabbing it with both hands. His begging was all in vain, however, as Minato kept pressing the blade down, cutting off his fingers and then his throat too. Even as the blood bursting out of Danzo's throat and mouth splashed all over his face, Minato watched unblinkingly how life trickled out of the old man's eyes. And he didn't stop his actions until the blade of his tanto cut through his neck completely, decapitating him. But after decapitating Danzo with his sword, Minato let out a sigh, and the look of a remorseless killer disappeared from his face. Going back to Danzo's desk, he grabbed the bottle of whiskey and took a big chug directly out of the bottle before letting himself fall on the comfortable leather chair. I said I'd leave behind me the life of an assassin when I married Kushina. Meeting Kushina changed his life. He hadn't had a real purpose in life or anything to strive for until he met her. He hadn't had a life outside of Root. Despite his relatively short time spent working as a field operative, he still held the record for the biggest number of missions completed among all agents due to his teleportation quirk. The vivacious and beautiful redhead had given his life color. His life as a Root agent and his highly paid job as a government-financed assassin, he discarded them all for the sake of marrying Kushina and creating a family with her. Kushina and Naruto were more important to him than his own life. And recently, he started seeing Eri as his own daughter too. After spending more than a decade in marital bliss, Minato couldn't imagine going back to the life of an assassin. However, if it's for them, I'll do anything. He didn't mind getting his hands bloody again if it was for the sake of keeping his family safe. Putting the bottle of whiskey down and standing up, Minato crinkled his nose at the disturbing scenery in the bunker. Time to clean my tracks, he mumbled as he took out half a dozen packages of explosives and placed them all over the room. Lighting up their fuse, Minato waited and watched until the last moment, teleporting away only a split second before they exploded. Wake up! Wake up, you stupid brat! A voice rang distantly in his head. In his muddled state of mind, he could momentarily not put a face to it. "Wake up, Naruto." As the voice rang louder and clearer, Naruto stirred awake. "Where am I?" he asked groggily as he sat up and looked around him. He was lying on the grassy ground of a river bank, under a bridge. "Shit, why am I naked?" He panicked and tried to cover his privates with his hands and tails. Luckily, as he took another look at his surroundings, he realized that it was night and that he was all alone. Nobody could see him there. "Last thing I can recall is, God, some secret organization kidnapped me and strapped me down to a table." Little by little, his memories came back to him. However, after being drugged into an induced coma, he couldn't remember anything else. He had no recollection whatsoever of how he had managed to escape or how he had arrived at his current location. Sleeping Princess finally woke up? When he heard that deep, growl-like voice, Naruto froze. He was stunned. "Oi, say something. Kurama." Naruto asked, his voice trembling. "Yes, it is I." Hearing the raw emotion in Naruto's voice as he called out his name, Kurama too was touched, becoming silent. How is it possible?" Naruto asked. He was having a hard time keeping his voice even. "I thought you dash. I didn't know you were alive. I've been with you since the very moment you were born. Your fox-like appearance and abilities are because of me." For a while, neither one of them spoke, too overwhelmed to say anything. "What took you so long?" Naruto asked, this time in a light-hearted, joking tone. "It's because you were too damn weak." Kurama shot back at him. "Even now, despite that you attained a fifth tail, I still can't leave your body." Outside of his control, Naruto started laughing. At the same time, tears also started flowing from his eyes. "Shit, why am I crying now?" Naruto asked as he wiped his face with the back of his hand, but, try as he might, he couldn't stop his tears. Kurama remained silent for some time, giving him a moment to recollect himself. If anything, Kurama himself was feeling rather emotional due to Naruto's behavior. Although they had made peace with each other and fought together against the rabbit goddess in the final moments of their past lives, the two of them had never really had the chance to cultivate a true friendship between them. It had been more like a "the enemy of my enemy is my friend" type of relationship, a camaraderie born out of necessity. However, it looked like Naruto hadn't seen him only as a helper in the war. Not only that the boy had not forgotten about him in his new life, but he had even chosen Kurama as his pro-hero name as a way of honoring him. The fox was well aware of that because he had been with Naruto the entire time. "Looks like you saved my ass again, Kurama." Just like before. Although he had no memory of how he had escaped from the facility where he had been imprisoned, it didn't take a genius to understand what had transpired now that he realized that Kurama's consciousness lived inside of him. "A small warning, I made quite the mess over there," Kurama said. "I killed everyone, every last one of them. We may have escaped death for the moment, but I wouldn't count our chickens just yet. We live in a different world now and such massacres aren't common here." It also looked like they were an organization affiliated with the government of this country. Things might get hairy soon. "Is there anyone you can trust with your life to support you in this time of need?" "Rumi," Naruto said instantly. "You trust her that much?" Kurama asked. Although he knew most of the things that happened in Naruto's life, he couldn't read his mind and feelings like an open book. "She saved my life more than once. I trust her with every fiber of my being." Seeing as they were in Tokyo, Hiroshima City was over 800 kilometers away. However, due to being butt naked after the demonic transformation melted off his clothes, Naruto couldn't show his face in public. Furthermore, worried about the authorities' reaction to what he had done, even if he had been decent, Naruto wouldn't have dared to use public transportation for the sake of traveling. His only option was to go there on foot. Activating the demonic transformation of his Fox Quirk again, Naruto controlled the crimson skin to cover his entire body except for the face. This way, not only that he solved the problem of being naked, but he also gave himself an enormous boost to his physical abilities. Considering the fact that Tokyo was filled with CCTV cameras at every step, Naruto didn't even attempt to sneak around with his new appearance. It was futile. Therefore, he opted instead to just bet it all on his inhuman speed to get out of the large metropolis as quickly as possible. Once he was in the countryside, it would not be difficult for him to disappear. As he started running down the large streets of Tokyo, he appeared as nothing but a blur to the passing-by pedestrians and cars alike. If he had not been afraid of creating a large disturbance and attracting unwanted attention from the patrolling heroes, Naruto reckoned he would have been able to go past the sound barrier. Is this what Rumi feels when she goes supersonic? He hadn't left any sonic booms just yet, but he could already feel as if his perception of time slowed down to a crawl. The faster he was running, the more the surrounding world slowed in his eyes. Everything looked like a slow-motion video clip. Soon, he got out of Tokyo. Relieved at the fact that it didn't look as if he was being followed, Naruto slowed down his sprint to a more manageable speed to preserve his stamina. After his quirk awakened for the 4th time, growing out his 5th tail, his body's reserves of energy weren't in a good state. I can't help wondering, how did we all come into this world? Naruto said inwardly. Me, you, my parents, Kiba, Sasuke, Sakura, Gaara, Kakashi, Danzo, Enko and so on and so forth. How did we all reincarnate into this world? Kurama took his time before replying. We lost the war. The rabbit goddess was too powerful. She snatched me out of your body and you got trapped by the god tree. You were all ensnared by the infinite Tsukuyomi. That's the last thing I remember. Do you mean Naruto began, only for Kyuubi to cut him off? That we're trapped in an illusion? That this whole reality, this entire world is just one big lie? I did consider that for a moment, but I don't think that's the case. Naruto let out a breath that he didn't know he was holding. He loved his current life way too much. He would forever be unable to make peace with the thought that it was fake. What makes you so sure this is all real? He asked, desperately wishing for more proof to confirm the fact that it wasn't all a dream. The infinite Tsukuyomi was supposed to give everyone a perfect life, their version of paradise. I don't know about you, but my idea of a perfect life is far from being stuck inside your body for 17, nearly 18 years. Besides, look at how much hardship you've suffered over the past 3 years. You've been on the brink of death so many times and your parents are now living as fugitives with fake identities. In a perfect world, none of that would have happened to you. You're right, yes, you're right, Naruto said more to reassure himself rather than Kurama. Thank you. Truly. For everything. As difficult as his life has been recently, Naruto would never want it to be just a dream. Things weren't perfect, and there were many problems but, in spite of all the suffering, his current life was still infinitely better than his previous one. His mother and his father were alive, and they loved him like the light of their eyes. Not only that but he had also gained an adorable little sister in Hare and he was also deeply in love with the most amazing woman he had ever seen in both his past and present life. A beautiful and strong woman who cared about him just as much as he did for her. Last but not least, even Kurama was alive too. Is there any way for you to come out of my body? To gain your freedom? Naruto suddenly asked. I don't know, Kurama replied. I'm thinking that maybe if my quirk awakens a few more times, you might be able to. He trailed off. I don't know what will happen once you get 9 tails. It's just as much of a mystery for me as it is for you. But I can materialize outside of your body now as long as I'm still connected to you. Wait, really? Then why haven't you come out? Naruto said, and suddenly stopped in his tracks, stirring large clouds of dust around him. Do you want to faint? With how drained your body is after your quirk's awakening, you'll definitely lose consciousness. Wait until you get some rest and recover your stamina. But I want to see you now, he whined. Don't be an idiot, Kurama rebuked him. Don't forget your circumstances. Kurama's harsh words shut him up right away. Mirko's apartment was just as he remembered it. Although he hadn't been there as often as he would have liked over the past year, he was still familiar enough with the place for Mirko to have given him a key to the door, not that it helped him now, he had to enter the apartment through an open window. Furthermore, the guest room had actually been converted into his personal bedroom, and he also had a few changes of clothes stored there. Having taken a shower to clean himself up and now dressed in a pair of gray sweatpants and a blue t-shirt, Naruto was rummaging through Mirko's fridge, searching for food. Although the rabbit girl wasn't a strict vegetarian per se, her diet consisted mostly of vegetables. Meanwhile, Naruto crinkled his nose just at the thought of having to eat vegetables. In the end, he took out a carton of eggs and started cooking for himself some fried eggs. It was a simple but nutritious food. Taking his plate with fried eggs and a bottle of yogurt in the living room, he sat down and turned on the TV, switching the channels until he found a random action movie. As irresponsible as it may have been, he chose not to worry about his situation just yet. After what he had gone through that day, all he wanted now was to relax and rest. He would worry tomorrow about the storm that was bound to come his way. I wonder, are you the only bijou who reincarnated in this world? Naruto suddenly asked, having tuned out the movies as he fell into his thoughts. Gaara, Shikaku's Jinchuriki is actually my classmate. Is Shikaku living inside of him too? But Kyuubi didn't give him an answer. Hey, Kurama. Still not receiving a reply, he stopped calling him out. Is he perhaps asleep? Looking at the clock on the wall and checking the time, he realized that it was nearly 4 a.m. I might as well get some sleep too. I'm exhausted, and tomorrow is going to be a shitty day. The moment he acknowledged just how tired he was, it was as if his body had lost all its strength, and tiredness suddenly caught up to him. It was 6 a.m. Although it was still dark outside, the first signs of the morning were starting to be seen on the horizon. Finally coming home after spending nearly 18 hours on the streets, Mirko just closed the door of her apartment and let herself fall on the floor, resting her back against the entrance door. "Where are you, Naruto?" She and the rest of the heroes had searched for him everywhere, but they hadn't found any signs of him. The police said that the CCTV spotted a red, five-tailed creature running down the streets out of Tokyo, but they had no way of tracking it after it left the city. She was deeply worried for him. It wasn't his safety that she was worried about, but the fact that he wasn't himself. What happened at that branch of HPSC is terrible, but I have no doubts that HPSC itself will try to cover it up. Once the police accessed the cameras of the Root HQ to ascertain what had happened, it became clear to all that they had kidnapped Uzumaki Naruto and imprisoned him in their facility before his quirk's feral nature turned him into a berserk monster. Besides, over 10 civilians lost their lives when they attacked Naruto in Hiruya town. If the media gets wind that the HPSC was beyond the assassins who kidnapped Naruto, set the town aflame, and killed so many innocents, the people won't be quiet. The HPSC leaders would certainly lose not just their jobs but their lives too. The government wouldn't dare to let their crimes go unpunished lest they lost the faith of the Japanese people. That being said, while Naruto's quirk lashing out and murdering his captors was somewhat excusable and could be deemed as self-defense, things were going to be completely different if he were to murder innocent civilians in his enraged state of mind after escaping from Tokyo. She took a deep breath and let out a long sigh. But, as she did that, a familiar scent assaulted her sense of smell. She jumped off the floor as if there were springs under her feet. Running deeper inside her apartment, she came to a stop when she arrived in the living room. And there he was, the object of her worries and affection alike. Naruto Uzumaki was curled up on the sofa with his tails wrapped around his body to keep himself warm. He was deep asleep. "Naruto." His fluffy fox ears flinched at the sound of her calling his name, but he didn't wake up. He was too exhausted. Mirko smiled at the sight of it. "Here I am getting wrinkles from how much I've been worrying about you, and look at you, sleeping with no care in the world," she thought, but she wasn't really angry. She was relieved and happy. It was as if a stone was lifted off her chest. "Naruto? Baby? Wake up. Go get some sleep in your own bed." She came to him and shook his shoulder lightly. He couldn't continue staying asleep after all that. "No. Don't wanna." Before she could protest, he grabbed her by the arm and pulled her down to him. She let out a squawk of surprise at his sudden actions, but she didn't fight it and let him pull her to him. "You big baby," she laughed softly when he wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her close to him. But Naruto didn't say anything in retort. He just hugged her affectionately as he spooned her, taking comfort in the warmth of her body. She was sweaty and dirty from such a long day spent running around, but he couldn't bring himself to care at that moment. Burying his face into her long white hair, Naruto fell asleep once again in less than a minute. Feeling his breathing becoming even, Mirko turned around in his arms and draped one of her legs over his waist as she pressed her chest to his. In spite of how tired she was too, she didn't fall asleep right away. Cupping his face with her right hand, she lost track of time as she admired his handsome face and caressed his whiskered cheek. But after a while, hypnosis claimed her and she fell asleep in his arms too. Chapter 36, Usajiyama Yua. The sound of oil sizzling in the frying pan stirred Naruto awake from his slumber. As the smell of fried sausages reached his nose, his stomach let out a loud growl. His bones and muscles groaned in protest as he got up from the sofa. Letting out a big yawn, he lifted his hands above his head and stretched his back and tails. Following the enticing smell, Naruto headed straight to the kitchen. Outside of his control, a smile appeared on his face at the sight of his girlfriend. With her long white hair tied up in a messy bun and an apron wrapped around her waist, the rabbit girl was in the midst of cooking breakfast. Normally, most Japanese people prefer to have lighter meals for breakfast, such as soup, rice, salads, or fish. But, knowing her boyfriend's tastes, Mirko cooked different dishes for him. "Good morning, Rumi-chan," he said as he hugged her from behind and kissed her on the cheek. She turned around in his embrace and put her arms around his neck, hugging him tightly. "I'm so glad you're okay," she said while hugging him. "When I heard you were kidnapped, I didn't know where even to begin looking for you. And when I saw the massacre in the headquarters of HPSC's Black Ops, I feared the worst." "It was a close one," Naruto said, not daring to make jokes at that moment. "One of their agents poisoned me while I was being crowded by girls on the train, and when I got down, I was attacked by a large group of people with quirks. The next thing I knew, I woke up in an underground chamber, immobilized by a maiden and strapped down to a table." When her sensitive nose picked up the fact that the sausages in the frying pan needed to be taken out, Mirko reluctantly let go of him and turned her attention to the stove. Letting her finish cooking in peace, Naruto went ahead and set up the table. A few moments later, the two were seated across from each other, eating. "So, what happened after you regained consciousness?" How did you escape? What happened? Come on, spill the beans already. He chuckled a bit at her impatience. When I woke up, their leader, an old man called Danzo, showed up and told me some crap about Japan conquering the world. He tried to convert me to his cause. Apparently, they've been looking for a chance to capture me for years. It was all for the sake of finding out how I awakened my quirk 2 times in a row. When I refused, he ordered the doctors to put me into an artificial coma. After saying that, he grabbed a sausage with his chopsticks and ate it all in no more than 2 bites before also grabbing a few omelette rolls and throwing them into his mouth. He was wolfing down the food as if he had been starving for weeks. They shot themselves in the foot when they did that, because after they drugged me, there was nothing left to hold back the feral nature of my quirk. That doesn't make sense. I mean, you were unconscious, weren't you? I thought the feral nature of your quirk was just some animalistic instincts, she said. That's what I used to think too, until last night. All of a sudden, Mirko's chair dragged against the floor and made a loud screeching noise as she abruptly jumped back, startled, instinctively adopting a fighting stance. Her senses are something different, you were right. A deep voice came from under the table, making Mirko's eyes widen in surprise when she got a glimpse of the creature that had tried to sneak up on her. It was a crimson-red creature with a head resembling that of a long-eared fox and 2 limbs that looked like clawed, humanoid arms. Lastly, its lower body ended in a long appendage that was connected to Naruto's belly. Turns out my quirk's feral nature was more than just some murderous impulses. It was a whole different consciousness. Rumi, this is Kurama. Kurama, this is Rumi, he said, introducing them one to another. Mirko looked at the fox-like being with an intrigued expression on her face. Interesting. She got so deep into Kyuubi's personal space that the fox found himself subconsciously backing away from her. After 17 years spent inside Naruto's body in this new world, Kyuubi had resigned himself with the idea that he was no longer a nigh unstoppable force of nature like in the past, but that didn't mean he was used to people being so unafraid of him or them getting so close to him. Don't touch me, woman. I'll kill you. Kyuubi snapped at her and slapped her hand away when she tried touching him to feel the texture of his skin. But his death threats had the opposite effect. The rabbit girl almost swooned. Oh my god, isn't he adorable? She gushed. But when she tried to get her hands on him again, Kyuubi unexpectedly shrank back even more, burrowing back into Naruto's body again. As for the blonde, he had been grinning the entire time at the sight of Kurama's uncomfortable expression. The fox practically hiding back into his body to get away from Mirko made him burst into laughter. He'll warm up to you. Eventually, he said when he saw how deflated she appeared to be. The two of them spent the rest of the breakfast time making light conversation and joking around. Once they were done eating and went to the living room, Naruto knew that he could no longer put off discussing the aftermath of his kidnapping. I'm surprised the mass media hasn't made a report about it yet. With these many deaths, I thought it would be all over the news today, Naruto said. I think that the HPSC is blocking the information and pressuring the mass media into not reporting last night's incident. Remember how I told you that the HPSC aren't as good as the general public thinks they are? Rumors of HPSC having a secret Black Ops branch have been flying around for many years, and this pretty much confirms it. The organization that kidnapped you last night has to be linked to HPSC in some way or another. Otherwise, they wouldn't go to such lengths to hide the truth of the matter. Nevertheless, while the mass media had yet to make the incident public, it would be impossible for the HPSC to be able to bury the matter quietly after dozens of pro-heroes and police special forces had seen the scene of the massacre with their own eyes. But even with HPSC stopping it from going public, honestly, things aren't looking great, Mirko said and showed him various conversations happening between pro-heroes on the forums of the Hero Network app. I don't think you'll get away with just a slap on the wrist this time, Naruto. A regular teenager would have revolted at what she said and started complaining out loud that he was the victim and that it was self-defense. But he understood his situation clearly. I might never be able to become a pro-hero after this. Mirko nodded her head, a grave expression on her face. Not even 10 hours have passed since the incident, but photos of the death and destruction you left behind are already being uploaded on the internet. The HPSC can't do anything to stop that. You know by now that a pro-hero's success depends not only on their strength but on their popularity as well. More often than not, their popularity is even more important than their actual strength and accomplishments. I can't predict how the public will react to what you did. Although he had been in the right to do whatever was necessary to escape after the HPSC's Black Ops kidnapped him, his actions had been too extreme. If he had only killed a few of his captors in order to escape, the matter would have been settled right away. But what he did was different. It was one thing to kill a handful of people in self-defense and a totally different thing to brutally massacre everyone in the building. More than 30 people lost their lives at his hands that night. They were torn and disfigured beyond recognition. That couldn't be counted as self-defense. It was a rage-fueled revenge. Sorry. Kyuubi's voice unexpectedly rang in his mind. I can't hold it against you. If it wasn't for you taking control, I might have died or worse. Later, in the evening, it had been a hectic day for Naruto. Spending several hours being interrogated by pro-heroes and the police alike left him drained. It also took a lot of energy and patience out of him to calm his parents and convince them that he was unharmed. And, on top of all that, the reporters had been hounding him the entire day as well. While the HPSC was trying to keep the incident under wraps for fear of the population finding out about their dark and dirty secrets, the fact that Naruto had been kidnapped couldn't be hidden given that there were dozens of eyewitnesses. The journalists were dying to find out the identity of the ones who had attacked him and how he had managed to escape. It was too big a scoop for them to ignore it. Now, he was on the rooftop of the skyscraper where Mirko lived, in Hiroshima. Seeing as it was still March, despite being only 6 p.m., the sky was dyed in various shades of red, yellow, and orange as the sun began to set. Sitting at the edge of the rooftop with his feet dangling out and his tail swaying softly in the wind, Naruto was watching Hiroshima's skyline in silence, taking comfort in hearing the distant buzz of the city below, and the beauty of the sea and the sky at the sunset. His fox ears twitched, and he turned his head to the source of the noise. It was Mirko. Wearing a pair of cropped and ripped blue jeans, white sneakers, and a baggy red hoodie, the rabbit girl just returned from the supermarket carrying a white plastic bag in her hand. Heya! Despite his mental tiredness and the gloom he was feeling at that moment as he contemplated the uncertainty of the future, Rumi's cheerful greeting made his serious face break into a smile. She came and took a seat next to him, letting her legs dangle out of the rooftop just like him. Putting the white bag down on the floor of the rooftop, she took out 2 cans and handed one to Naruto before opening hers. Beer? Really? Oh, come on, it's not like you haven't drank before. I don't feel like drinking now. Don't be a baby, have a drink with your Aniki, she said with a grin and ruffled his hair roughly before taking a big chug out of her can. Ah, this hits the spot. The way he pushed her hand away in annoyance made her laugh. Drunkard. Better be a drunkard than a party pooper like you. Party? What party? I don't see anyone partying here. Well, we could have a party if you weren't so busy mopping here on the rooftop like an angsty teenager. I'm not mopping. She giggled at how he raised his voice. Stop it, Rumi, I'm not in the mood now, he said with a sigh when she kept trying to push the can of beer into his hands. Here I am, trying to get out of the funk, and there you are, pushing me away, she said crestfallen. You're not good at pouting. It won't work on me, he said, inwardly amused by her act. Strange, Eri-chan told me pouting is super effective on you. Outside of his will, he snorted in amusement. Well, if that doesn't work, maybe this will. As she said those words, she took another gulp of beer and then, catching him completely by surprise, she grabbed him by the collar of his sweatshirt and covered his lips in an open-mouthed kiss. He couldn't even think about protesting as she fed him the beer mouth to mouth. He was frozen in a stupor. Breaking the kiss, she laughed in delight at the dumbfounded look on his face. I think I broke him, she thought out loud and leaned in again, kissing and licking the trail of beer that had trickled from the corner of his lips and down his chin during their previous kiss. He shivered as her lips trailed down from his chin to his neck and collarbone. But she didn't go any further. Instead, she went up again, and this time, Naruto fully reciprocated her kiss, pressing a hand on the small of her back and caressing her face with his thumb. Can't believe you actually force-fed me beer mouth to mouth, he said when they finally stopped making out and he regained some of his mental faculties. I didn't hear you complaining then, she laughed. Are you kidding me? It was disgusting. Liar. Your face was as red as an apple. The cans of beer were completely forgotten now as Naruto and Rumi started bickering as they cuddled together on the rooftop. In the first place, it was never about getting drunk, it was all about taking his mind off his depressing thoughts. Do you hear me, mister? You should count your lucky stars to have a girlfriend like me. Definitely. Where else would I find a girl who'd ignore her boyfriend for months at a time? Hey, that's so not fair of you. We've both agreed to have limited contact until you became of age. You think it was easy for me? I didn't agree to any of that, he retorted. You decided it one-sidedly? I made your mum a promise, and I intend to keep it. Yada yada ouch. What the hell, what's with the biting, weren't you vegetarian? He yelped when she sank her teeth into his shoulder. Newsflash, rabbits can bite too. Oh really? Guess what, foxes bite too, he said and chomped on the tender skin of her neck, making her cry out. Soon, their bickering turned into a rough wrestling session. Shoving each other and rolling around on the rooftop's floor, the two of them were locked in a fierce struggle for several minutes. Whereas before Rumi always ended up on top of him and pinned him down with her superior strength, This time around, to her great surprise, it was Naruto who gained the upper hand. After his third awakening, his physical strength had increased yet again. His physique wasn't any weaker than hers anymore. Now, he was in full mount on top of her, panting heavily as he straddled her thighs and pinned her hands above her head. "I win. I beat you this time," he said in triumph. "So what? Expecting a kiss now, are we?" But just as he was about to lean down and claim his prize, a camera's flash made both him and Rumi freeze like statues. In the next moment, he jumped up from her as if burnt, and Mirko also bounced up to her feet instantly as well. "Oh ho ho! Please don't mind me, do continue what you were about to do. Mother? Why are you here?" Mirko said in disbelief. "That's your mother?" Naruto was also startled. But as he took another glance at the unwelcome visitor, he felt stupid for even asking that question. The newcomer looked so much like Mirko that she could easily pass for her elder sister. "You never said anything about your mother coming over?" "That's because I didn't know either. She was supposed to be in the United States." "Mother? What's the meaning of this?" Mirko's mother put a hand on her large chest and said dramatically. "Ah, why do you wound me so? After how I traveled from the other end of the planet just to see my daughter, that's how she treats me." Momentarily, Naruto couldn't take his eyes off Mirko's mother. Not for the first time that day, he was speechless. She's way too young. The glamorous woman in front of him didn't look a day over 35. Rumi herself looks a few years younger than she is, but if I didn't know any better, I'd think she and her mother were sisters. Standing at 165 centimeters tall, the 10 centimeters tall high heels included, Mirko's mother was a short woman, just like her daughter. But other than that, their styles were completely different. While Rumi loved casual, sporty, and streetwear outfits, her mother looked like she came out of the cover of a fashion magazine with her knee-high beige boots, her long, double-breasted tan coat, and the tasteful thigh-length white sweater dress underneath. Her stylish, wavy bob hairstyle only served to enhance her already glamorous appearance. Her heels made a loud clacking noise as she walked towards Mirko and took her in a big hug, embracing her lovingly. "I missed you so much, dear." "I missed you too, mother," Mirko said, but it was clear to Naruto that her heart wasn't into it. Letting go of her daughter, she turned to him with a look of deep interest and curiosity. "And who is this handsome young man? Your boyfriend, I presume?" "Naruto, this is my mother, Usajiyama Ua." "Mother, this is Uzumaki Naruto, my boyfriend." "Nice to meet you, Usajiyama-san," Naruto said and bowed, trying to be polite. No, we'll have none of that," she said in English, confusing Naruto, before switching back to Japanese. "Call me Ua. Or even better, you can call me mother, just like Rumi-chan does." "I couldn't do something like that, Rumi and I aren't dash." "Is it not possible?" she said pleadingly as she leaned closer into his personal space. Naruto took a step back, flustered at her forwardness, and threw Mirko a pleading look that practically begged for help. "Fufu, you're adorable," Ua said as she cupped his chin gently with her fingers. Naruto, on his part, had no idea how he was supposed to act around her. On one hand, he could tell that Rumi's relationship with her mother wasn't stellar. For example, in the nearly 2 years they've known each other, she barely told him anything about her. But on the other hand, he didn't want to be rude and give off a bad first impression either because, sooner or later, she was going to be his mother-in-law. He had no doubts about that. After all, he couldn't imagine spending his life with someone other than Rumi. After everything they'd been through until then, and after 2 years of relationship, he could say with conviction that he truly loved her. "Mother, that's enough," Mirko almost shouted, unable to bear with her behavior anymore, and got between her and Naruto. "You're making him uncomfortable." Unlike her daughter's agitated demeanor, Ua remained jovial. "Let's get back inside. I have so many things I want to talk about with you. And I've come bearing gifts too." The older woman looked like she was having the time of her life as she walked ahead of Naruto and Rumi, leading the way back to the apartment. "I can't believe you finally got a boyfriend too, Rumi-chan. Mommy is so proud of you." "Mother," Mirko complained, asking her to stop. "But I'm serious. You've always been such a brutish tomboy dash, as if you'd have any way of knowing that. You weren't even there to see it?" For a moment, Mrs. Usajiyama became silent. Naruto could tell even without the abilities of his quirk that she was hurt by her daughter's words. Nevertheless, after that short pause, Ua continued as if she had not even heard her daughter's words. "I thought you'd never find someone you liked. You're 28 now, most women your age are married and have kids already. You have no idea how relieved I am to see that you've found a guy who isn't scared of you." Naruto knew he shouldn't laugh, but the situation was oddly amusing to him. He had never seen Rumi appear that uncomfortable while speaking to someone. "Mother, stop it, seriously. Naruto, honey, Rumi might be rough around the edges, but she's got a good heart. Deep down, she's a very loving and affectionate girl, trust me. So don't give up on her, okay? Don't worry, Okasama, he said, all the while grinning teasingly at Rumi, who had steam coming out of her ears by now at how Naruto decided to play her mother's game. I'd never give up on her. We've been together for almost 2 years now, I love her. 2 years. 2 years, she said in disbelief before stopping and turning towards her daughter with her hands on her waist. She was fuming. Rumi, you've been in a relationship for 2 years and I only found out about it just now? Naruto, you're so dead, Mirko said through gritted teeth. While the Usajiyama mother and daughter were having an argument and Naruto watched the unfolding scene in thinly veiled amusement, the situation was completely different in a particular organization located on the other side of the country, in Tokyo. A somber mood reigned in the headquarters of the Hero Public Safety Commission. Despite the late hour, it was almost 7 o'clock in the evening, the upper echelons of the organization were all still at work, gathered together in the conference room, and locked in a heated debate. It's impossible to hide this matter from the public. We may be holding the mass media back for now, but too many people were at the scene yesterday. Rumors and photos of the incident have already started circulating on the internet. So what do you suggest? What do you think the public will think if they learn about the existence and purpose of Root? This is a PR nightmare. No, it's a catastrophe. HPSC would be shut down within the week. We need a scapegoat. Shimura Danzo is the perfect target, the president of the HPSC, a middle-aged woman with shoulder-length blonde hair and a stoic face said. I don't think that will be enough. Danzo was found dead in a secret bunker. It's too late to give a verdict, but the results of the forensics investigation point towards it being a case of suicide. That just works out in our favor. He's dead, so he can't defend himself against our claims, and his manner of death would also be interpreted as him deciding to kill himself rather than being imprisoned for life in Tartarus. Then, what about Uzumaki Naruto? After that question popped up, all 6 people in the conference room became silent for a moment. He's killed too many people this time. He should face the consequences of his deeds. It's not that easy to prosecute him, someone retorted. First of all, he was the victim in this scenario. We can't spin the story around because many people witnessed our agent's attack on him in Hiruya town. Furthermore, the dozens of policemen and pro-heroes who came to Root HQ have also watched the security camera footage showing how they brought him inside the base and strapped him down to a table. Secondly, any decent defense attorney would claim that his deeds were a result of his quirk going berserk, which, in turn, would bring the blame back to us again. Lastly, he is still underage. He may have been the victim, but he's too dangerous to be left to roam free. He killed over 30 highly trained Root operatives, for God's sake. Even someone like All Might wouldn't have an easy time pulling off something like that. If we tried to prosecute him and, in his anger, he became a villain, what would we do then? When the president asked that question, the 2 men who were in favor of making Naruto pay for his deeds immediately shut up. All for One is already a painful thorn in our side. And then, let's also not forget the civil war that's only moments away from exploding because of the metahuman liberation movement spearheaded by Destro. Hawks informed us that many villains had joined his cause and that they are only moments away from triggering the war. This isn't the time for us to act based on our grudges and demand people to be punished when we could make use of them instead. As the 5 men remained silent, the president continued. Make no mistake, a war is coming. It's unavoidable. It's too late to stop it now. Rather than making an enemy out of Uzumaki Naruto, it is much better to have him as an ally. Don't look at him as just a student or a little kid anymore. After the way he destroyed Root, he proved that he could be a crucial war asset. His power alone is no different than that of the top 5 heroes. And he's still only 18. Imagine how powerful he'll become in a few years if he keeps improving at the same rate. Speaking of the top 5 heroes, my sources tell me that Uzumaki Naruto and the rabbit hero are romantically involved, someone else added. I thought those were just gossip and tabloids, another one replied. No, it's very much real. I had people from PSIA monitor the online activity of Uzumaki Naruto and his family over the past 2 years. We've recorded all their phone and video calls, text messages, and their in-person interactions too. Their relationship is as strong as any other. That being said, having Uzumaki Naruto at our side automatically means having the rabbit hero with us too. You could say that they are a package deal. 1. Then we should make sure that the boy knows just how big the favor we did for him was. He needs to know how much we are supporting him for him to feel indebted to us. While the president and 4 others expressed their agreement with the conclusion they reached, the last one among them said, "That's all well and good, but what do we do about our current problems? How do we cover up Danzo's fuck-up? How do we hide the existence of Root and its acts? None of them could find an easy answer to that question. The HPSC's higher echelons spent another 2 hours in the conference room, racking their brains for a solution to their conundrum. Chapter 37, Invitation. Previous chapter. Naruto, honey, Rumi might be rough around the edges, but she's got a good heart. Deep down, she's a very loving and affectionate girl, trust me. So don't give up on her, okay? Don't worry, Okasama, he said, all the while grinning teasingly at Rumi, who had steam coming out of her ears by now at how Naruto decided to play her mother's game. I'd never give up on her. We've been together for almost 2 years now, I love her. 2 years. 2 years, she said in disbelief before stopping and turning towards her daughter with her hands on her waist. She was fuming. Rumi, you've been in a relationship for 2 years and I only found out about it just now? Naruto, you're so dead, Mirko said through gritted teeth. See? That's exactly why you have such a hard time finding someone. You're scaring all men away with that violent behavior. Mrs. Usajiyama said. Better like me than seeing 5 men at the same time like you. Rumi shouted back at her. And besides, Naruto isn't scared of me. Are you sure? Those threats of bodily harm and those manly muscles of yours. I'm wondering sometimes if I gave birth to a man wearing a girl's skin. Rumi suddenly grabbed her mother by the arm from behind and stopped her in her tracks before turning her to face her rather roughly. What have you come to Japan for? Rumi, I'm your mother Mrs. Usajiyama said in a warning tone, but her daughter's bruising grip on her arm didn't lessen. You weren't my mother when I needed you. You left me to rot in an orphanage. You don't get to throw it in my face that you're my mother. Even though he was initially amused by their interaction, Naruto lost his mirth when he saw how their conversation devolved. It wasn't possible for me to raise you because I was only a teenager when I gave you birth. But I never stopped caring about you. Leaving you in the care of an orphanage was far better than stubbornly keeping you with me when I couldn't provide for you or even for myself. As much as you may despise me or hate me, I am your mother, and you are my daughter. At her mother's words, Rumi let go of her and walked ahead past her, not even looking back. The walls rattled as Mirko slammed the entrance door of her apartment after her. Hey, you going somewhere? He asked when he entered Rumi's room and saw her taking some clothes out of her closet. Turning to look at him briefly, she let out a sigh. I need to get some air and cool down. Neither spoke for a while. I've got to change. Do you mind? Ah, okay, he said, turning his back to her. Get out of the room, pervert. Her exasperated voice made him snicker. Fine. I'll go get changed too. She scrunched her little nose at his words. I'd rather be by myself tonight. Besides, I can't leave her alone in my apartment. A knock was heard on the door, and Rumi felt her ire rising again when she saw her mother entering without even waiting for an answer after knocking. Is everyone in the US like you, with no manners? Rumi said sharply. Funny hearing you talk about manners after you left your guest all alone without even offering them a glass of water, her mother shot back in the same manner. An uninvited guest who suddenly intruded on my home at this late hour in the evening. A guest who came just to mess around and make my life difficult. Rumi, Naruto interjected, trying to stop her before she said something too hurtful. No, you don't know how she is. She's always flippant about everything. She never takes anything seriously. She sleeps around with whoever catches her eye, not caring if they're married or not, and blames it all on the nature of her quirk. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if she even tried to get her hands on you. The rabbit girl blew up. You're the one who takes everything too seriously, her mother said, shrugging her shoulders. And why should I fight against my nature? Why are you fighting against your instincts? Look at yourself, you're almost 30 and you've never been with a man. You've become a leftover. Who is going to marry you and give you children at this age? Watching the two women argue, Naruto felt as if he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. On one hand, after remembering his past life and how it felt to be an orphan, Naruto would never talk to his parents the way Mirko was doing now. He didn't agree with the kind of attitude she was showing her mother. But on the other hand, he was biased to take her side because she was his girlfriend. I'm going to marry her, he said, taking the chance to intervene between the two of them before their argument escalated into something worse. I'm going to marry her, and we'll definitely have kids too. We'll make a whole football team. Shut the hell up, dumbass. Rumi half yelled at him, her face burning red because of what he said. Ain't no way I'll give you 10 kids, are you crazy? In spite of herself, Usajiyama Yua found herself giggling at their interaction, forgetting for a moment that she and her daughter were in the middle of an argument. Naruto also snickered at her outburst and came closer to her, taking her in his arms. Her embarrassed countenance was so cute that he couldn't stop smiling. He loved it when he got the upper hand against her in their verbal spats and saw her getting flustered. Seeing the shit-eating grin on his face, Rumi pushed him away from her and turned with her back to him. Both of you get out of my room. I'm going to change my clothes. How about we all go for a walk and have a calm conversation? How about we behave like adults, not like children? Naruto said. Hearing the youngest among the three of them say those words, both Rumi and Yua were left at a loss for words. Half an hour later, Naruto and the mother and daughter duo found themselves in a rather remote pub, not far from Hiroshima's central district. Seeing as it was Saturday night, the pub was packed with many people, but the atmosphere wasn't too rowdy. Most people in the pub weren't loud partygoers, and the chill funk music playing in the background contributed to the relaxing mood as well. It looked like the perfect location to just hang out with friends, have a beer, and relax on a weekend evening. Not a bad place. Do you two come here often? Yua asked as she sipped on her pina colada. As Rumi busied herself with taking a big gulp out of her carrot and vodka cocktail, Naruto replied. Not that often. I'm technically not allowed to drink by the law, he said and raised his bottle of Pepsi a bit to show her that he didn't have alcohol. But Rumi loves this place and likes it when I'm with her to keep her out of trouble. Oh? Mrs. Usajiyama said, her face becoming alight with interest. What did she do? Tell me, tell me. Naruto's teasing smirk turned into a wince of pain as Rumi kicked him in the shin under the table. Not a word if you value your life, she growled at him. He snickered, but he wisely decided not to expose Rumi's drinking habits to her mother. You really are close to each other, aren't you? Yua said, looking at them with her chin resting on the back of her palms. Say, how about you two came to live with me in America? Naruto and Rumi looked at each other, speechless. Where did that come from? He said, still surprised by her offer. That's why I came to Japan unannounced, Yua revealed the purpose of her visit. At first, I was only planning on taking Rumi with me. I mean, I've read the tabloids about you and my daughter, but I didn't put much stock in them because I knew how unreliable they were. But after seeing you two in person, I can tell how close you are to each other, so I'm extending an invitation to you too. Will you two come with me to the States? Do you realize what you're asking me? What you're asking us? Mirko said once she got over her surprise. Naruto has a family here, he can't just leave them all behind. As for me, it took me nearly 10 years to get to where I'm at now. I'm the number 3 hero in Japan now. Do you know how much effort, how many sleepless nights, and how many injuries I've had until I got to this point? How could I possibly throw all that away, leave my home country, and go to live on the other side of the world with you? Mrs. Usajiyama took another sip from her cocktail before adopting a serious look on her face. How much do you know about the metahuman movement in Japan? She unexpectedly asked. Naruto started listening with rapt attention. Didn't you live in the USA? How do you even know about that? Mirko asked. Why are you acting so surprised? I've always kept my eyes open for news and information related to you and Japan. I was born here too, you know, she said, offended. As Mirko didn't have a rebuttal to that, Yua continued. This shadow war that's been going on for the past 2 years will end soon. Shadow war? What do you mean? Naruto asked. All these killings that have been happening over the past 2 years, do you think that the villains just randomly decided to go on a hero murdering spree? Or do you think that the large number of villains that died until now all lost their lives at the hands of vigilantes? I'll tell you now, these aren't random events. It's not a coincidence. The League of Villains and the Hero Public Safety Commission had been waging a secret war against each other this entire time. But this shadow war is about to end. The real war is about to start soon. It could be days, or it could be weeks, but a war between the League of Villains and the government is imminent. How do you know all these things? Mirko asked, her red eyes narrowing at her mother. Even I wasn't privy to this piece of information, and I'm one of the top 3 pro heroes in the country. You aren't even a pro hero or anything like that. Weren't you just a civilian? Or have you been lying to me this entire time? Always ready to jump to the worst conclusions, do you hate your mother that much? Usagayama Yua asked in a hurt voice. When Rumi didn't have an answer for that, Yua dropped her act and said, one of my former lovers has a high-ranking position in the HPSC. He always keeps me up to date with the latest developments in Japan. Is there anyone you haven't slept with? God! Rumi shouted in frustration and banged her fist on the table, startling the people sitting at the tables close to them. Luckily, the music playing in the background was loud enough to muffle her shout, preventing it from traveling too far. Rumi, behave yourself. You're making a scene, Yua said, a displeased look on her face. If men throw themselves at my feet, why shouldn't I use them? Why should I turn down a night of pleasure and their unwavering loyalty afterwards? The more he learned about Usajiyama Yua, the more Naruto understood why Rumi disliked her so much. The two women were the complete opposite of each other. I don't understand, why are you being like this? Why fight against your instincts? Am I hurting anyone? No. Everyone I've ever been with knew exactly what type of relationship to expect from me. You and I, we are part rabbit. Whether you like it or not, it's in our nature to seek companionship. I'm nothing like you. Mirko spat. But she kept her voice low this time, not wanting to make a scene again. Really now? Have you ever wondered why you're always so impulsive and quick to resort to violence? You've ever asked yourself why are you such a battle junkie when I, your mother, doesn't like violence at all? You don't have to tell me because I know the answer and I know that you know it too. It's because you're fighting against your nature. You're always stressed out and tense from suppressing your needs. It's a miracle to me that you're still somewhat sane after all these years. Rumi grabbed her glass with both hands and gulped down the carrot and vodka cocktail in one breath to avoid saying anything. Let's go home, Naruto, Rumi said, standing up to leave. Why do you have to be so rude, Jesus? Yua said in chagrin. At least give me a clear answer before you leave. I'm not leaving Japan, Mirko said curtly. Seeing his girlfriend angrily stomping on her way out of the pub, Naruto also stood up from the table. But Mrs. Usajiyama stopped him from leaving by grabbing him by the arm. Will you please take care of Rumi for me? She doesn't need anyone's protection. She's the third strongest hero in the country, he said. That's not what I meant. I meant to take care of her as her boyfriend. We aren't doing that sort of thing yet, he muttered, his face gradually turning red. Fufu, how cute. You're so innocent. If you weren't my daughter's boyfriend, I might have snatched you up for myself. Naruto quickly freed his arm from her grasp and took a step back. I'm just teasing you, Yua giggled at him as she rested her chin on her hand. But I'm serious about the other thing. Please take care of Rumi. I may not have been the best mother for her when she was younger, but I care deeply about her. She took out a visit card from her purse and placed it on the table before sliding it towards him. Take this. I was not joking about my invitation to the USA. Rumi didn't let me finish, but this wasn't some spur-of-the-moment decision on my part. Not only that I've already prepared a flat for her to live in, but there is even a well-paid vacant job waiting for her as the bodyguard of a CEO. I truly want her to come with me. So please keep that in mind. If the situation ever becomes too grave in Japan, the doors of my home will always be open for the two of you. What took you so long? Mirko asked grumpily when Naruto finally came out of the pub a few minutes later. Sorry, your mom wanted to have a few more words with me. Grabbing her hand, the two headed back home at a walking pace instead of making use of their super speed. I'm sorry you had to see that, she said after a while of walking in silence. It's why I never talk much about her. My mother, arg, I can't stand her. Naruto remained quiet, just letting her vent her frustrations. In her tirade, Mirko ended up calling her mother all sorts of unflattering things, from selfish and hedonistic to whore and much worse. What I hate the most is that she's blaming it all on her rabbit quirk. It's the fault of her rabbit quirk that she got pregnant at 15. It's the fault of her rabbit quirk that she can't spend a night without a man in her bed. It's the fault of her rabbit quirk that dozens of men forwent their wedding vows and cheated on their partners. She blames it all on her instincts, as if she's some sort of animal who can't control herself. Bullshit. We aren't animals. We're humans. Look at me, when have I ever appeared in the newspapers due to a scandal? How many kids have I made and thrown away in the orphanage? How many times did I sleep around? It was the first time Naruto had ever seen his girlfriend rant about anything like that. In the first place, Rumi wasn't the type of girl to talk so openly about her feelings. If she was frustrated, she'd go out and find a villain to beat up. If there were no villains out in the streets, she'd hit the gym and lift a few tons. That's how she relieved her stress and frustrations. As that thought came to his mind, Naruto stopped and said, "Hey, let's go to the gym." "What?" she asked in confusion, momentarily stopping her rant. "What came over you now?" "I feel like wanting to lift some weights and test my body's new limits. My quirk awakened yesterday, so I haven't had the chance to really feel the changes in my body." As Mirko didn't seem to be too enthused by the idea, he took her hand in his and pleaded. "Come on, it will be fun. Remember how I submitted you on the rooftop earlier today? I've gotten as strong as you are. No, I bet I can deadlift more than you now." She let out a sigh but didn't put up too much of a fight. She wasn't clueless about what he was trying to do. "Okay, I'll play along. Let's go get our gym equipment first. Race you to my apartment? You're on," Naruto said with a grin. "No sonic speed. It's too late in the evening now." "Deal." Rumi set the ground rules. "Deal? Okay, on my mark." Naruto and Rumi got in position to sprint and grinned at each other as she started the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. If Mirko chose to start sprinting on the street and navigate through the cars with her super speed, Naruto ran up the walls of a building and then took it to the rooftop, shinobi jumping from one tower to another. In a race of pure speed, with no obstacles, Rumi would undoubtedly win. But with her having to avoid the cars and make sure she didn't cause any accidents, she couldn't showcase the full potential of her rabbit quirk speed. Regardless, it was still faster for her to run on the flat ground instead of hopping around from one building to another. That being said, given his past life experience with Shinobi's tree-jumping style of travel, Naruto was in his element. His ability to accurately gauge the distance between rooftops and measure the amount of force he had to put in his jumps to land perfectly on the next building was nothing short of remarkable. The windows of a large warehouse-like building trembled as a loud noise was heard from inside. It was a fitness gym. There were many fitness gyms in the center of the city, close to Mirko's home, but most of them weren't open at that hour, and many of the remaining ones weren't equipped with the necessary weights and machines to provide a fitting environment for exceedingly powerful individuals. Therefore, their only option was to go into the industrial area at the outskirts of the city, to a place where a former warehouse building had been transformed into a 24/7 fitness gym. Much to their delight, they were the only people present in the gym at that moment. Not only that it was almost midnight by then, but people with formidable physical strength weren't that common either. As the two of them competed against each other in weightlifting, Rumi temporarily forgot all about her mother. 1,300, she screamed. The floor quaked as she let go of the heavy barbell in her hands. Huh. Take that. But then, a feeling of dizziness came over her, and she took a wrong step while walking away from the barbell. Careful! Naruto shouted and quickly caught her before she could stumble and fall to the ground. Becoming lightheaded while straining oneself too hard to lift a heavy weight wasn't uncommon. Some people could even end up fainting if they pushed their bodies too much beyond their limits. Good grief! You've gone overboard again. Seriously, I often wonder who the kid among the two of us is, said Naruto as he led her to sit on a bench. Rumi didn't take it to heart and laughed happily instead. I can only afford to go overboard because you're with me. I wouldn't do it otherwise. Besides, I had to show you that I'm still the boss. I'm still stronger than you. And I've just beat my personal record. Even if you didn't try to push past your record, I'm still nowhere near your level, he said with a shake of his head. That's wrong. I couldn't lift as much weight as you do when I was your age. I actually don't know anyone who can lift 800 kilos at the age of 17. I'm almost 18. And 800 kilos is still half a ton away from your record. Do you hear yourself? Come here you, little freak, I'll whoop your ass if I hear you say that again. He chuckled and, completely unafraid of her threats, he sat down on the bench next to her. He understood what she was talking about. 2 years ago I was struggling to deadlift 300-400 kilos. My physical strength has more than doubled. What had driven Mirko to attempt breaking her record wasn't the actual weight that he could lift, but the pace of his progress. Seeing the speed at which you're improving, I have to pump up those numbers too. Otherwise, at this rate, you're going to leave me in the dust 2 or 3 years from now. I wouldn't settle for any less. My partner has to be at least as powerful as I am, he said in a tone that was supposed to imitate her voice. He was making fun of what Mirko had told him years ago about her standards when it came to dating. Oh, shut it, you, she said, lightly pushing him away. Even if my quirk awakens 4 more times, I don't think I'll ever beat you at deadlifting. Your rabbit quirk is all about having strong legs. You'll always have a genetic advantage over me when it comes to deadlifting. All I'm hearing is excuses, she sing-sang. Unfortunately, all good things come to an end eventually, and so did their workout session as well. Carry me? Rumi said, raising her arms at him like a baby. My legs are being funny right now. True to her words, her long and muscular legs were trembling. She couldn't walk properly. That's so like you that I can't even say I'm surprised. He didn't know whether to cry or to laugh. Pretty please? No. You stink. And my legs are beaten up too, I've also deadlifted together with you. Rude. You stink even worse than I do, but I don't point it out like you do, she retorted in annoyance. You don't hear me asking you to carry me, he said with a shrug, going ahead. But Rumi suddenly jumped on his back and wrapped her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck like a monkey. Carry me. Let go of me, you monkey. No. I'll throw myself on my back, he threatened. Don't you dare dash, she began, only to let out a squawk of pain and surprise as Naruto really followed up on his threat and threw himself on his back, slamming Mirko against the floor, with him on top of her. You little shit, you'll pay dearly for this. As Mirko's arms started tightening around his neck, he finally remembered that Mirko was a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. Rumi-chan? Rumi? Hey, wait. Stop. I'll carry you, he cried out as he fought off her right wrist in a panicky attempt to stop her from choking him to sleep. Good boy, she cooed at him as she loosened her grip on his neck and planted a wet smooch on his cheek. He groaned as he stood up on his feet with Mirko still attached to him like a backpack. I'm so going to get back at you for this. I love you too, she said with a giggle and lightly sank her teeth into the tip of his fox ear. Are those long ears of yours just for show? When did I say anything about loving you? You wouldn't put up with any of this if you didn't love me, she said with a confident grin, and before he could protest, she grabbed his chin and turned his head to the side before covering his mouth with her lips. Unlike the rough way she initiated it, their kiss was gentle and deep as Rumi caressed his cheek with her hand. Thank you for today, she said when they broke the kiss and pecked him one more time before putting her chin on his shoulder and pressing her cheek against his. You're always here when I need you. Unlike a certain someone who ignores her boyfriend for weeks at a time. You're never going to let that rest, are you? She said in annoyance. Never. They laughed together. No, seriously, thank you, she whispered and tightened her arms and legs around him just a tad tighter. Leaving the gym with Mirko on his back and 2 gym bags hanging off his neck, Naruto painted an amusing image as he walked back home. He could have arrived at Mirko's flat in a matter of minutes if he had made use of his super speed, but, despite his complaints about carrying the rabbit girl on his back, he rather enjoyed doing that. Scratch that, in normal circumstances, when he wasn't dead tired, he loved it. The feel of her soft breast squishing against his back and the intimate way in which she wrapped her legs and arms around him submerged him in bliss. Furthermore, after such a long time spent in a relationship with her, his sensitive nose was starting to get accustomed to her smell of sweat, and, strangely enough, he even found it somewhat pleasant if he were to be honest with himself. Am I turning into a pervert? He heard the saying that people's feelings of infatuation go away after a year or two many times, but that didn't seem to be the case with him. He didn't know about Rumi's inner feelings in regards to him, but he was falling deeper in love with her every day. Even things that he would normally hate if they were from other people, like the smell of sweat or how loud she was, he didn't mind them when it came to her. He was suddenly forced to squint his eyes when Mirko took out her phone and snapped a quick photo of the two of them with the camera's flash on. Yar yar. But that was all he said. He let Rumi snap as many photos of them as he wanted. Objectively, he was aware of the fact that he was acting like a love-struck fool and that the rabbit girl had him wrapped around her little finger, but he couldn't bring himself to care about it. Not one bit. Chapter 38, Vanguard vs. Kurama. It was Monday. A large group of journalists were crowded at the entrance of UA High, nearly triggering the UA barrier with how closely packed to the entrance they were as they waited for Uzumaki Naruto to arrive. They had been at it for nearly an hour before the subject of their interest finally came into view. The sight of him being escorted by 2 white-haired, dark-skinned rabbit girls had them salivating like a pack of hungry, wild dogs. It was a scoop. The 2 of you didn't have to come with me all the way here, Naruto muttered, having a hard time keeping a straight face when he saw the crowd of reporters surrounding him from all sides. Considering his current circumstances, Naruto would have rather avoided the reporters and passed by them in a blur of speed instead of giving them a chance to harass him and ask him risky questions. However, an HPSC representative came to Mirko's home yesterday and suggested they pull off this play to divert people's interest from the incident on Friday night. While he assured them that the HPSC didn't intend to pursue the matter and that they were not trying to hold Naruto responsible for how his quirk went berserk, the representative said that them keeping things under wraps might not be enough. Although the government could and was in control of the mass media, they had no control whatsoever over the masses of people on social media. Therefore, it was Naruto, Rumi, and Yua's job to distract the social media denizens. Don't say that. I've only spent 2 days with him. I want to make use of every little second to get to know him better, Usajiyama Yua said and took him in her arms. The high-heeled shoes she was wearing made her tall enough to allow a short woman like her to pull Naruto's head down and press it into her voluptuous chest. Knock it off, mother. Rumi nearly shouted, a hint of red appearing on her cheeks. They had come to an agreement to put on a show for the reporters, but that was taking it too far. Rumi yanked Naruto out of Yua's arms and put herself between the 2 of them, all the while glaring daggers at her mother. Arara, Yua giggled with a hand on her cheek. You're so cute when you're acting jealous, Rumi-chan. Camera flashes went off wildly at that scene. Usajiyama Yua, in particular, became the center of attention right away. Not only were the media people finally getting a glimpse of Mirko's mother, but her appearance was eye-catching as well. Her outfit wasn't even that revealing or shocking, but she was so effortlessly classy and comely that most of them couldn't take their eyes off her. The nude heels, the tight, washed blue jeans, the white tank top exposing a generous amount of cleavage, and the oversized cream-colored cardigan would make most women look great, not just her, but there was something about Yua's short, wavy white hair and her seductive red eyes that made most people have trouble looking away from her. Usajiyama Yua was magnetic. The contrast between the mother and the daughter couldn't be any bigger. If Usajiyama Yua looked like a classy and sexy celebrity MILF, her daughter was the sporty, fit, and endearing tomboy who easily got possessive of her boyfriend. Between the gorgeous mother and daughter rabbit duo and their wildly contrasting styles and personalities, Naruto was completely forgotten by the reporters. The HPSC's representative's suggestion had been spot on. They started firing questions at Mirko's mother one after another, forgetting their initial desire to find out more about Uzumaki Naruto's kidnapping 3 days ago. Classes are about to start, I have to go now, Naruto said. You be careful, okay? Mrs. Usajiyama said, hugging him again. Naruto, to his credit, didn't flush at her antics. Okay, that's enough. Let go of him now, Mirko said, trying, and failing, to hide her irritation. No, not yet, her mother said with a whine. I won't be able to see him again in person for a long time. Turning her attention back to Naruto, she said, video call me often. Both you and Rumi. And don't forget, my offer always stands. I want you both with me. Then, she leaned closer to him and kissed him on the cheek. I told you, we're not leaving. And seriously, too much PDA, mother. Oh, lighten up, you. He's going to be my son-in-law soon. What's wrong with me showing my affection for him in public? By now, Rumi's face was boiling with a mixture of both anger and embarrassment. Her mother had just announced in front of the reporters, for the whole country to know, that she and Naruto were going to get married. Even 10 minutes after Naruto said his goodbyes and entered UA High's premises, the journalists were still crowded around Mirko and her mother, harassing them with all sorts of questions. Usajiyama Yua, referring to Uzumaki Naruto as her soon-to-be son-in-law, had fueled their fire like nothing else. Granted, Mirko could have ditched them in a moment and taken her mother away with her if she had wanted, but she didn't. It was for the sake of giving them enough material to gossip about, enough that the following tabloids would completely bury the matter concerning Naruto's kidnapping and the root's destruction, at least for a while. As he stepped foot into his classroom, Naruto was suddenly crowded by his classmates who proceeded to bombard him with questions. Naruto? You're okay? Mate, I heard you were attacked by a huge number of villains. Kaminari said as a form of greeting. Yeah, I was. A girl poisoned me with her quirk while I was on the train, on my way to meet up with my family. I was barely conscious when I got off the train and they ganged up on me. How did you get out? Are you okay? Tsuyu asked in concern. I didn't. The last thing I remember was that they immobilized me with a maiden and strapped me down to a table before they injected some drugs into my veins. I lost consciousness after that. Holy shit, Kirishima said, not having expected to hear that. Sounds like something out of a horror movie. Tell me about it, Naruto agreed. So how did you escape? Yaoyorozu asked. Rumor goes that shady group of people weren't actually villains but a secret branch of the government. They had to have been well trained and heavily armed. I told you, I don't remember, Naruto said and scratched the back of his head. But my quirk awakened again that night. Mirko seems to think that the feral nature of my quirk took over after they knocked me out. Everyone started counting his fox tails when he said that. True to his words, there were 5 of them now. I'm so glad that you're okay. What you went through sounds so scary, I don't know what I would have done in your place, Sakura said. Yeah, you gave us a real scare, Kyoka also said. Good to have you back, Uzumaki, even Todoroki said and patted him on the shoulder. But while the whole class was clamoring around him and expressing their relief and happiness at seeing Naruto back, healthy, and in one piece, a particular student seemed a bit off, not sharing the same feelings of joy as the rest of his classmates, not to the same extent. Wearing a black armband around his bicep, Midoriya Izuku appeared to be rather quiet and subdued. A few hours later, it was a sunny and warm afternoon in March. With the regular classes out of the way, Class 2A was scheduled to gather at the training grounds. Ground Gamma. It was an industrial site serving as a training ground for the students of UA High. The large number of factory buildings and countless pipes running around made it a bona fide labyrinth. It was the perfect environment to train the future hero's decision-making ability, detection skills, tactics, and combat ability. Over the past 16 months, All Might's appearances in public have become scarce. It looked like he had all but resigned from fighting crime as a pro hero. Nowadays, he was fully focused on grooming the next generation of heroes. All Might pouring all his efforts into teaching his students wasn't without results. Most of the students in the 1A class, now 2A, had made a name for themselves during their internships with the hero agencies. Seeing as the school year is nearing its end, I would like to test your progress and gauge your level of strength, All Might said. Dressed in his Golden Age suit, he was just as tall, muscular, and imposing as always. Only a select few people knew that it was getting increasingly difficult for him to keep that appearance. Most students became excited at his words. Now, quiet down and let me finish, All Might laughed and said. You won't be fighting against me or another teacher this time. You'll be pitted against each other by drawing lots. I got Mashareo. It's tough but doable, I think. Who you got? Mina asked. I got Kirishima, Achiko replied. Big oof. His quirk is a really bad match for you. What about you, Jiro? I got Todoroki. I'm toasted, the girl in question said crestfallen. While the girls were talking amongst themselves, the boys were doing the same too. I'm against Yaoyorozu. Oh, man, why couldn't it be someone else? Kaminari complained. Not only was she a girl that he was attracted to and didn't want to hurt, but she could shut down his quirk relatively easily too by creating objects that insulated against his electricity. Wait till you hear I'm against Tokoyami, Shiro said with a sigh. The bird hero was considered one of the strongest in their class. I got Achiko. I should probably just forfeit, Kirishima said with an awkward laugh. Why? I mean, she's such a sweet girl, how can you ask me to punch her? And there's nothing she can do to hurt me. I don't know about that, Naruto piped in. She can make you float with a touch. Imagine if she makes you fly 100 meters in the air and then lets you fall. Or better yet, she flies after you and uses her grappling hook to smash you down with even more force. Kirishima suddenly became green in the face, making the others snigger at him. Shit, you're right. I better take her seriously. Do you guys want to hear who is my opponent? Aoyama suddenly butted in. Completely ignoring Aoyama, Gaara asked Naruto, what about you? Who are you up against? I got Florida Man, Naruto said, showing him his lot. Screw you, Naruto, came Izuku's annoyed voice from the other side of the group. The girls and the boys alike burst into laughter at his reaction. Ever since Izuku went viral when he defeated Habit Headgear by slamming a metallic rod into his nuts and screaming Florida Smash, the internet took to calling him Florida Man. Although he chose the hero name Ultraman at first and then officially changed it to Vanguard, Izuku couldn't leave the undesirable nickname behind. Especially those who knew him, they never let it die. They often called him Florida Man. He hated it. Alright, class, let's get started. First match, Vanguard vs Kurama. Hearing their pro-hero names called, Izuku and Naruto stepped out in front of the group. The rules are the same as always, no deadly attacks and no weaponry that could cause permanent injury. All Might began to speak. Please keep in mind that this is a spar, not a fight with your life on the line. If I see anyone taking it too far, I will step in and we'll have a serious discussion later on. As all students expressed their agreement, All Might nodded pleased and said one last thing. Every match lasts 5 minutes. That's all from me. Wait, sensei, only 5 minutes? Izuku asked. The point of these fights isn't to declare a winner, but for me to see the actual level you are at. I want to see how each and every one of you deals with adversity and what you do to overcome your disadvantages. Clapping his hands once, All Might added. Now, if there isn't anything left, all who aren't fighting go to the observation deck. The two of you can start once I give you the signal. Kick his ass, Izuku. Kyoka cheered him on. You got this, Naruto. Sakura and Mina cheered for Naruto. Once All Might and the rest of the class walked out of earshot and left them in the middle of the Gamma training ground, Naruto said. We haven't fought in a long time. Yeah. Ever since their little argument at the training camp the previous year, when Naruto turned down Izuku's offer to take the test of courage and have fun with the rest of the class, the two of them had slowly but steadily drifted apart. 2. I might have never made it here if it wasn't for him. Izuku would forever be grateful to Naruto and never forget how much he had helped him. However, ever since Naruto was attacked by All for One and his family was forced to become fugitives and go into hiding, he had changed. From that day on, he became obsessed with training and getting stronger. He became distant, not only with Izuku but with the rest of the class as well, due to the difference between his mentality and theirs. While they were still teenagers at heart and wanted to enjoy their youth, Naruto didn't feel the same. The memories of his past life, coupled with the hardships his family was going through in his current life made it impossible for him to be as passive as them. But unlike Naruto, Izuku took the path of moderation. He did continue training his one-for-all quirk under All Might's tutelage, but he didn't neglect his relationship with his classmates and friends. You better put on a good fight. Your girlfriend is watching you, Naruto said with a grin. Not long after the start of the second school year, Izuku and Kyokujiro became a couple. He had had a crush on the punk girl ever since he saw her last year, when she and a group of classmates stalked Naruto after school to see what he was doing. 3. Would be a shame if your two pinky girlfriends were to watch you lose against me, Izuku retorted. Mina and Sakura? Naruto chuckled. You should know that Mirko is the only one for me. I actually don't. We haven't talked much lately. At that moment, a flare was launched in the air, signaling the start of their match. Before we start, can I ask you something? Izuku said. Shoot. Did you dash? Izuku paused in hesitation. Did you kill Bakugo? I didn't even know he died, Naruto said honestly. As he looked at the black armband wrapped around Izuku's arm, it finally dawned on him that the green-haired boy was in mourning. Are you being serious now? Izuku asked in a stiff voice. He was part of the group who attacked you in Hare town. I know that, I just didn't know he died. He wasn't the only one who died. Our former classmate, Kiba, died together with him too. Their families held the funeral for the two of them yesterday, Izuku said. A few seconds passed with neither saying anything. You got nothing to say? Izuku said. What do you want me to say? Naruto asked indifferently. Am I supposed to start crying or what? That unbothered attitude of his angered the green-haired boy. You're the one who killed them. I heard from All Might what happened. Your quirk went out of control, and you caused a massacre. You murdered so many people, and you're not even sorry? What kind of hero are you? What kind of hero kills so many people? Naruto looked at him silently. Say something. Izuku shouted. What do you want me to say? Naruto asked again, exasperated. Who the hell are you to even demand anything from me? Or did it go to your head that you're All Might's successor? Do you think you have any power over me or other people? He was starting to get annoyed. This isn't about me. It's about you. I don't know what's going on with you, or why have you become like this. You were the person I looked up to the most after All Might. For the longest time, you were my goal. I admired you. I wanted to surpass you. I wanted to be like you, Izuku shouted. 1 second you're calling me a murderer, the next second you're serenading me, make up your mind, dude, Naruto said. Do you truly feel no remorse? Bakugo's family was devastated by the news. Kiba's family is in shambles too. I can still hear their agony-filled cries at the funeral. Naruto was spared from giving him an answer when All Might's voice rang from a loudspeaker. Midoriya, Uzumaki, I gave the signal to start a while ago. What are you doing? While All Might and the rest could watch all their actions on the large screens installed in the observation dock, they couldn't hear what they were talking about. They only saw that Izuku appeared to be screaming at Naruto, who was looking at him calmly, with his hands in his pockets. If you're ready and willing to kill someone, you better be ready to die for it too, Naruto said coldly, ignoring All Might's warning. You're telling me off because of that piece of shit, all the while completely ignoring the number of civilians Bakugo killed when he and his groupies attacked me. 10 people died and many more were left with severe burns after he set several apartment blocks on fire. You want me to feel sorry that that psycho died? 4. We are heroes, not executioners. Izuku shouted at him. I wasn't even conscious when everything happened. But even if my quirk didn't go berserk and I was fully aware and in control of my actions, I wouldn't have changed a thing. I don't regret anything. Now either fight me or forfeit. I don't want to hear your comic book hero ideals again. Keep that idealistic crap to yourself. Naruto's mockery set the already angry boy off. His buff and muscular body was engulfed by what looked like green arcs of electricity as he yelled. One for all, full cowling, 70%. If you don't want to listen to words, I'll just have to make you listen by force, Izuku shouted, and the concrete under his feet cracked as he launched himself at Naruto. Detroit Smash. It wasn't the kind of attack that could be dodged just by moving one's head. The devastating force coming with the punch damaged many of the buildings in its path and broke the long system of steel pipes. Unfortunately for Izuku, the only thing he hit was an afterimage. The blonde's speed made him appear like a blur to the human eye. But Izuku's speed and reaction time, while amped by one for all, weren't any less than his. Izuku turned around at the exact moment when Naruto appeared at his back like a phantom and kicked back with his whole strength. St. Louis Smash. But Naruto slid on the ground under the vortex of wind that Izuku's kick stirred and smashed his foot into the only leg Izuku was using to stand. Losing his balance, Izuku fell face-first on the street, but he quickly rolled away when Naruto was about to slam his elbow into the back of his head. Chills went down Izuku's spine when he saw Naruto's elbow breaking open the street where his head would have been. But it was still far from enough to intimidate him. He launched himself back at Naruto like a rocket and screamed while cocking his fist back. Texas Smash. The gale of wind this attack stirred was nothing like the previous Detroit Smash. It took the unprepared Naruto and hurled him up in the air like a typhoon. The powerful vortex of air lifted up a large amount of debris and broken pipes too, causing a deadly windrowing effect. If it had been any other student, All Might would have already stepped in by that point and stopped the fight, because windrowing was what actually caused the largest amount of death and destruction during a tornado in real life. Texas Smash was too powerful to be used against normal human beings. However, he knew that Naruto could take it. He had let the match continue because he wanted to see someone of Izuku's age pushing his pupil to the limits. Having a rival like Naruto was good for the sake of improvement. And true to All Might's thoughts, when the tornado created by Izuku's Texas Smash finally died down, Naruto appeared in the midst of all that destruction, surrounded from all sides by a dome of golden chains and golden light. He was completely unscathed, not even a single piece of debris in the hair on his head or on his tails. An extremely loud explosion startled All Might and the rest of the students watching from the observation dock as Naruto suddenly broke the sound barrier when he threw himself at Izuku. Even while he was 70% amped by his one-for-all quirk, Izuku could barely react in time and cover his head with his hands. He hadn't expected that kind of insane speed from him. Although he managed to guard his head in time, Naruto's kick was so powerful that it sent him flying altogether, making a human imprint as he crashed into a factory's outer wall. "Is that all you can do?" the blonde asked as Izuku picked himself up. "Shut up!" Izuku shouted, jumping high up in the air and raising his right foot up for an axe kick. Manchester Smash. His attack, while devastating for the landscape, once again didn't hit its intended target. "Those telegraphed attacks of yours will never work on me," Naruto said as he appeared at Izuku's right side, from behind, and smashed his punch into his unguarded gut, right into the liver. That punch would have shattered an armored concrete wall as if it were drywall. Landing flush on Izuku's liver, the boy doubled down like a puppet whose strings had been cut, paralyzed by pain. "How many times have I told you this before? Unless there is a vast difference in the physical stats between two combatants, timing beats speed, precision beats power, and skill beats strength. That is one of the first things I taught you back when I was training you. Have you forgotten everything you learned from me?" Izuku couldn't reply as he held onto his side with both hands, coughing in agony. One could hardly understand how terrible the pain from body shots was until they experienced it themselves. Most of their classmates couldn't believe Izuku collapsed like that from a single hit. "And what's with the shouting? You're just announcing to your enemy what kind of attack you're going to do, letting them know what to do to avoid them. That's all cool and awesome if you're so far above everyone, like All Might is, and the enemy can't even react to you. But you aren't as strong as All Might." "Shut up, jerk," Izuku managed to say, all the while panting. Forcing himself back to his feet, the green arcs of light covered his body once more as he entered his full cowl state again. Learning his mistake from before, Izuku didn't scream the name of his moves, and he didn't throw any attacks that required a long wind-up time because he understood that with how fast and skilled in martial arts Naruto was, he would just be asking for a beating. Regardless of whether he threw his iconic smash attacks or not, Izuku was still amped by 70% by his one-for-all quirk. Any attacks he threw while he was in his full cowl mode were deadly enough to destroy walls with a tap. Taking on a taekwondo stance, Izuku threw a lightning-fast high kick. When Naruto dodged it and pulled back, Izuku advanced by turning and throwing a roundhouse kick, stirring a powerful wind. Pressing on with a second kick, and one that took such a long time to set up, a roundhouse kick, had been a mistake because Naruto closed the distance before Izuku could complete the second attack, grabbed him with both hands and slammed him down, cracking the ground with his body. But even after he got slammed down, Izuku threw an upkick, preventing Naruto from continuing his onslaught, and quickly jumped back to his feet. Holding back the urge to scream the name of his attack, Izuku cocked his punch back and threw a blow with the entire strength of his full cowl 70%. The close distance between the two of them and the suddenness of the attack made Naruto unable to dodge the gale of violent wind his punch came along with it. However, right as he got sent flying and Izuku jumped after him to chain a combo of smash attacks, a golden chain sneaked around Izuku's outstretched right wrist and pulled him after the blonde. Retracting his chain, Naruto pulled Izuku until they were face to face and slammed two of his heavy fox tails into his head, blowing him back into the ground like a cannonball. Stabbing his three other chains into the walls of the nearby buildings, Naruto stopped his body in midair, preventing the painful crash that would have followed after being flung away by Izuku's attack. He didn't only stop himself from crashing, but he even used the chains like a slingshot to throw himself at Izuku, who was just barely standing back up to his feet now. Naruto descended upon him like a vulture. It would have been easy for him to wrap his adamantine sealing chains around him at that moment and cancel Izuku's quirk, thus capturing him. But he didn't do that. Instead, he got into hand-to-hand combat again. And this time, he didn't pull his punches. Izuku just barely managed to block the first cross, and he even parried a kick that would have hit him in the liver again. But he didn't even see the jab that nailed him in the nose after that. It was a short, quick jab, but that seemingly simple jab was like a piston, it had almost cut his lights out. Seeing Naruto raise his leg seemingly aiming for his liver again, Izuku braced himself and lowered his right hand to intercept it. But the body kick had been a feint. Naruto's body kick turned into a question mark kick that nailed Izuku in the jaw with such power that Izuku felt the strength leave his legs. He couldn't even fall down in peace before two of Naruto's tails followed with another attack, hitting him in the head even harder than the kick. He was knocked out cold. Although the two of them had exchanged so many attacks, their speed was so high that not even 3 minutes passed since they threw the first attack until the point where Izuku was knocked out. It wasn't only All Might who was speechless, the rest of the students were shocked as well. In the first place, they had not expected Izuku to go all out in a mere spar against Naruto and use full-powered smash attacks. But the one-sided beating that Naruto put on him was just as unexpected. They hadn't seen that coming from him. After all, although Naruto had grown distant with most of them, they were still under the impression that he and Izuku were close. Chapter 39, and so it begins. They knew what was coming. After all, that's the very reason why they made a show out of escorting Naruto on his way to school. They had expected it, but, as Rumi and Yua scrolled through crosschat, they were still left speechless at the posts and comments that they were seeing. Yua, in particular, was the most surprised between the two of them. While she wasn't exactly unknown in the USA, people on the internet had never acted towards her like they were doing it now. Are males in Japan thirstier than the ones in the States? She couldn't help asking herself. But then she shook her head. No, it's not that. It's because of Rumi. For Americans, Usajiyama Yua was a very attractive woman, but that was the end of it. There was no shortage of hot and beautiful women with exotic looks on the internet, and she wasn't famous enough for everyone to know her name either. Then, what was different in Japan? It was because of one simple reason: she was Mirko's mother. The fact that the mother of the number 3 pro hero in the country was such a babe, made the Japanese men, and not only, go crazy over her. Rumi-chan, look at this, Yua said with a giggle and started reading the comment someone left under a post made by a news channel. Lord have mercy, . That comment triggered a chain of reactions. 1 Crispy Nut, MILF. MIFL, MILF. Rinjinalamitz, does Mrs. Usajiyama need a dog? I can bark. 07 Sukun. Woof. Woof. Said Numagam, swipe to the 5th pick for ass. Thank me later. Shinji 82, God, Buddha, and Allah. Thank you. I'm grateful to be alive. Random post 100, I want to lick her ass until my tongue bleeds. Newman, whoever could pull me out of her would be crowned King Arthur. Jamalx 007, niggas would have to shake the fabric of time and space to remove my tongue from her asshole. Riku Serrano, Dawn bad today, aren't we? LMA. Some Tinwang, I'd drag my dick through sandpaper just to hit that. Kuramoto, I'd let her kick me in the face just for the slight chance of smelling her feet. Top G2104, oh god. Fellas help me. I'm getting jungle fever. Smartsk, Top G2104 she's not black retard, she's a dark-skinned Asian. Wholesome Chungus, filthy swine, all of you. You know not how to appreciate a beautiful woman like her. I'd love her and respect her. And I'd give her so many children. I can totally fix her. Praying emoji. Christian boy, amen, brother, I'd fix her and make a proper housewife out of her. I'd put those big fat mommy milkers to good use. Chedzilla, Wholesome Chungus, Christian boy, I lolled when you said I can fix her. Relax, Bob the Builder, she got 12 other dudes in the US who are trying to fix her too, y'all look like a construction crew out there. XXZumiXX, I wouldn't try to fix her. I'm all about supporting her. I can make her so much worse. Chedzilla, XXZumiXX LMAOO. Kazama 1, XXZumiXX Chad meme pig. Jiraiya at home, XXZumiXX I've said it before and I'll say it again. I wouldn't mind being halfway on the train for her gihi. Goislopibj, Jiraiya at home father I have no problem bumping uglies with someone if she let me drill for oil in her holes. Thugnasty, I'd drag my dick through broken glass just for the chance to suck the dick of the last man who fucked her. Kazama 1, pause. Goislopibj, Jiraiya at home. Chedzilla, you know it's bad when even Jiraiya at home himself is left speechless. LMA. Hinamori, you guys are sick in the head. Seek help. Yorthik senpai, Hinamori STFU bitch. Go be a woman somewhere else. Hinamori, Yorthik senpai Jesus, what an incel. Go out and touch some grass, sweaty neckbeard. I'll just put you on ignore. Yorthik senpai, ignore me all you want, it doesn't change the fact that I'd suck the poop out of her colon. I am Scoop. God, the amount of shit I'd let Mirko's mom do to me. Wanna peg me? Bet. Piss on me? Gladly. 12 Imanari, STG, when I saw Usajiyama Yua on TV, it took me all my energy not to lick the screen. Bonk Bonk 69, I want her to crush me with her thighs. Najima C4, I want Mirko's mom to ruin my fucking life. I want her to control everything I do and put a damn GPS on me. I'll stay on my knees for you, mommy. Mayakosen, these guys are wilding. LMAO. Where are the mods? Hanabi Reina. No footboy, they must have given up. Even the mods can't do a thing when so many are afflicted with this infernal lust. Naruto himself was not left untouched by the storm. His cross-chat account was spammed with DMs. A few of them were from thirsty fangirls, but most of them were from jealous guys. Others even went as far as to make him exorbitant money offers for the sake of arranging for them a meeting with Mirko's mother. He decided to completely ignore social media for a few days and fully focus on his training instead. It was better for his mental health. Days turned into weeks, and the end of March came, bringing Naruto's second school year at UA High to a close. It was the spring holiday now. While the public at large was distracted by the tabloids that the mass media was pumping out under the orders coming from the Hero Public Safety Commission, many of the pro-heroes in Japan weren't so easily hoodwinked. You know Fat Gum? Who doesn't? One of the nicest people I've ever met. I heard the damn villains ganged up on him and killed him. Not so sure about that. Rumor goes it wasn't the villains. Who else would it be if not them? Does the name Root ring any bells? You mean to say that the HPSC had him killed? But why would they do that? Not sure about the details, but there had always been rumors about HPSC being shady, but most pro-heroes had never paid any mind to it. But it was different this time because too many people had stepped foot into the headquarters of Root on the night of the disaster. Too many of them had realized that Root was, in fact, not just a rumor, that it was real, and that they had kidnapped Uzumaki Naruto. It was impossible for HPSC to clean up their tracks and erase the existence of Root now, and it was just as impossible to change anyone's perception of Root and paint them in a good light because of how many innocent civilians were killed when the squad of Black Ops agents attacked Uzumaki Naruto in Hiruya Town. Over 10 innocent people died in the crossfire and many more were injured. It was the first week of April, during the spring holiday, before the start of Naruto's third year at UA High. For once, Naruto wasn't training that day. Instead, he was doing the one thing he loved to do the most in this world, spending time with his family. Naruto. Kushina cried out as she got out of the car and swept him into a tight hug, lifting him off his feet. She may have looked like a petite woman but, as a former martial artist, she was far from being physically weak. Mom, he also said, embracing her just as tightly. They had not seen each other in quite some time, and when they had finally been about to meet, Root ambushed Naruto and kidnapped him. His parents had been worried sick about him, especially Kushina. Naruto and Ai-san. Eri also cried out and hugged his legs. Mother and daughter were both crying as they embraced him. Minato felt his own eyes become wet too as he watched his family reuniting. I've been so worried about you, Kushina said after breaking the hug. She cupped his face with both hands, caressing his whiskered cheeks gently. Sorry, I made you anxious, he said, noticing the dark bags under her eyes and her paler-than-normal complexion. He realized that even though he had called his parents from Mirko's phone once he escaped from captivity, his mother had not been able to rest properly until then. I knew what I signed up for when I encouraged you to become a hero, she said, her eyes filled with unshed tears. Minato also came out of the car and grabbed Naruto's hand in a strong handshake. He wasn't exactly the type to show too much emotion in public, but Naruto wasn't satisfied with just that and hugged his father too, just like his mother. Good to see you safe, son, Minato said while patting the back of his head. Mirko watched the touching scene of a family being reunited with a mixture of happiness and envy in her eyes. She could tell just how much they cared for each other. She wished that she and her mother had had that kind of relationship. But she didn't have time to wallow in self-pity because she found herself in Kushina's embrace too once she let go of her son. Thanks for taking care of him, Rumi-chan. I didn't do much this time, she said, smiling as she returned her hug. No, you were there for him when I couldn't. I couldn't be any happier that my son fell for someone like you. Rumi felt her cheeks heating up a bit at her sincere praise, but she didn't refute her words this time. She allowed herself to enjoy the older woman's embrace and affectionate words. Now, the family of 5, Rumi included, was having lunch at the outdoor terrace of a family restaurant in a small town with a great view of Mount Fuji in the distance. While the 3 adults were having a nice chat, little Eri was all over her big brother. Nisan, I lost 2 teeth this month. Tooth Fairy gave me 2,000 yen, she said with a wide, toothless smile, showing her 2 missing incisors. She looked so adorable that Naruto couldn't hold the urge to pinch her cheeks lovingly. The Tooth Fairy wasn't a Japanese tradition, but it seemed like Minato and Kushina were doting on their adopted daughter so much that they found all sorts of reasons and pretexts to give her gifts and spoil her. And I'm going to school next week. I'll be a first year. I can't wait. Most children in Japan start primary school at the age of 7, but, due to Eri's circumstances, she was going to start 1 year later. Nonetheless, the little girl wasn't anxious about it. She was brimming with excitement. And just like that, Eri bombarded him with all sorts of stories about her daily life. Even after all this time, although she never told anyone about it, Naruto was still her favorite person in the entire family. She had never forgotten the fact that he had saved her from a life of pain and misery and that he had even convinced his parents to take her in. Her current blissful life was possible only because he took pity on her. She may have been young, but, deep inside, the suffering she had gone through had forced her to mature beyond her years. Naruto's place in her heart was unshakable. As for Minato and Kushina, they couldn't stop smiling as they watched their children's interactions. Hare had been a huge blessing to their family, helping with alleviating, at least partially, the loneliness caused by their son's absence from their lives. With how cute and obedient she was, it's no wonder they fell for her charms like that. But Hare lost the monopoly over her big brother's attention when their mother started reading out loud the titles on the first page of a magazine. Usajiyama Rumi and Uzumaki Naruto about to get married? Find more about Mirko's gorgeous mother, Usajiyama Yua, on page 6. The number 3 hero snags the most popular up-and-coming hero, Uzumaki Naruto. A 10-year age gap? Love knows no boundaries. Uzumaki Naruto, a bachelor no more? What's the meaning of this? Putting down the magazine on the table, Kushina glared at Naruto with her hands on her waist and an I want answers look on her face. I can explain. Rumi started saying, trying to come to his rescue, but Naruto answered his mother right away, boldly. It's as the newspaper says. I'm going to marry Rumi as soon as I'm 18. I don't even know why are you acting surprised about it. I was expecting that, but don't you think it's unfair for me to hear it from a newspaper first instead of hearing it from your mouth? Rumi-chan will marry Nisan? Hare asked wide-eyed. What, you jealous? Rumi laughed teasingly and pinched her nose. I don't know what to feel about you marrying at such a young age, Minato said, bearing a thoughtful look on his face. I don't want to delay it. Rumi isn't getting any younger, Yukao. What was that for? He yelped when the rabbit girl poked him in the ribs for the dig he made at her age. You still have so much to learn, son of mine, Minato said in mock disappointment, laughing at his misfortune. Did you at least propose to her properly? Kushina asked. Rumi let out a long, suffering sigh. That had to have been the least romantic proposal a man could have done. What? Kushina raised her voice in outrage, making quite a few heads turn to their table and forcing Minato to apologize for their rudeness in her stead. He basically declared to my mother that he'll marry me and make a football team's worth of kids. When Rumi said those words, Minato choked on his soda as he burst into laughter. Kushina looked as if she didn't want to believe her ears. She had not raised her son to behave like that. Good job leaving out the whole context when I said that, Naruto said in annoyance. Her mom kept telling Rumi that she's old and nobody would love her because she's too much of a tomboy. And I couldn't stand that. I told her right then and there that I love her daughter and that I'm going to marry her. Rumi giggled and, throwing her arm around his neck, she pulled her to him, planting a wet and loud kiss on his cheek. His annoyance melted like a miracle and he grinned happily at her display of affection. Ah, young love, Minato and Kushina said at the same time. Glancing at each other, they started chuckling. But there are still a few months until we can marry. Before that, I want to tell you what Rumi's mother offered us. How do you feel about moving to the United States? Naruto said seriously this time, not joking around anymore. That came out of nowhere, Kushina said surprised. My mother has connections with the upper echelons of the Hero Public Safety Commission, Mirko said with a hint of distaste in her voice. The information she let us know is classified. Even I didn't know about it until she revealed it to us. And, mind you, I'm the number 3 hero in the country? What information? Minato asked, a focused look in his eyes. The villains and the HPSC had been engaged in a sort of shadow war for nearly 2 years now. The casualties on both sides are far more than the mass media let everyone know. Mom's contact in the HPSC is sure that the real war will start very soon. A war like Japan hasn't seen since the apparition of quirks. And that's why she traveled from the US to Japan. She wants to take us with her. This is so sudden, I don't know what to say, Kushina muttered, wringing her hands. The offer did sound very tempting in their current circumstances because they were already fugitives, hiding from criminals. On top of that, a war was about to break out, putting her entire family at an even bigger risk. But on the other hand, moving to another country with an entirely different language and culture wasn't an easy thing to do. How would they work there? Where would they live? How would their daughter adapt when she didn't know a drop of English? I think it's a great idea, Minato unexpectedly said. Minato, we've been living off the grid for so long, dear. Aren't you tired of it? You deserve a better life, and so does Eri-chan. And now that the villains are going to start a civil war, what else is there left to think about? At his wife's unsure look, Minato continued. I want us to be together, like before. All of us. I miss Naruto. I miss the times when we'd spend our evenings together. Eating together, laughing together, being a family. Hearing Minato's passionate words, Mirko almost couldn't bring herself to tell him that she had refused her mother's proposal, that she was going to remain in Japan. But she couldn't hide something so important at that moment. I will continue living here, in Japan, she said quietly, interrupting their moment. I can't leave my country behind in these turbulent times. I want to protect the innocent. I want to do everything in my power to minimize the number of people that will get hurt as a result of this war. After all, I'm a hero. Is it really worth the risk? Minato asked her. Even someone as powerful as you might not come unscathed out of this. You have faced All for One before, so you should know how terrifying he is. Mirko grinned at his concerned voice. I live every day as if I'm not gonna see another one. That way, I'll have no regrets when I die. Of course, I won't purposely seek to get myself killed. But I'm not one to cower from danger. If everyone tries to escape, who will face the villains? Who will have the courage to protect the weak if even the number 3 hero runs away? Minato couldn't find anything to retort against that. Having been brought up as an assassin for Root, he lacked the same sense of responsibility and desire to protect the innocent that a proper hero like Mirko had. The only thing Minato cared about was his family. However, he wasn't as close-minded as to not understand her mentality. Naruto was about to open his mouth to say something when Kushina asked. Let me guess, you'll stay behind with her. You know me so well, he said, rubbing the back of his head. I can't leave Rumi all by herself. I want to be by her side and support her. With how reckless she is, she'll need someone to watch her back. Sensing that due to Naruto's desire to remain by his girlfriend's side, Kushina started leaning towards not wanting to leave the country either, Minato decided that there was no time like the present for him to come clean about his real ability. If he revealed to her that he was capable of teleportation, the fear of separation would no longer be a factor since distance would lose its meaning. Even if Naruto and Rumi were to continue living in Japan while the 3 of them lived in the US, they could meet and spend time with each other every day. Naruto, Rumi, can you take care of Eri-chan for a few minutes? Yes. Don't be surprised by what happens next. Your mother and I will be back shortly. I just need to explain something to her. Okay, Naruto said slowly, confused by his father's words. That confusion, however, turned into disbelief when Minato and Kushina suddenly disappeared from their chairs. He wasn't the only one startled by it. Rumi and Eri jumped up to their feet too, and even some of the guests in the restaurant who had been secretly peeking at them due to Mirko's and Naruto's eye-catching appearance were shocked by the couple's disappearance. Naruto took his ear mufflers out and focused on his sharp sense of hearing right away, all the while looking around in a state of panic. What's going on? Where have they disappeared to? He shouted. Get a hold of yourself. You're scaring Eri-chan too. Rumi scolded him while embracing the startled girl to her chest to give her a feeling of safety. My parents. They dash. Your father just told you that they will be back. Calm down and think rationally, she told him calmly. Her composed attitude worked like a charm to make him come back to his senses. Sorry, he muttered when he realized the truth in her words and sat back in his chair. But Mirko didn't continue nagging him. After all, it wasn't long ago that Naruto had been poisoned, attacked, and kidnapped from the middle of a town. She understood that he must have been left on edge after the incident. Learning about the civil war that was about to break out had not helped with decreasing his level of anxiety either. Seeing his parents inexplicably disappear like that had almost made him snap. I've got to say, though, your family is full of secrets, isn't it? What do you mean? Well, first, you and your mother had an unregistered quirk that nobody knew about. Then, there's Eri and her amazing quirk that very few are aware of. And now it looks like your father's quirk wasn't just a simple perfect memory recall quirk. As he remained silent, Mirko continued. If I'm not mistaken, your father has a super rare quirk, teleportation. 1 week later, a very wide and tall underground amphitheater was packed with a large number of people of all shapes and sizes. What is going on? Who is that guy with the strange mask? Why have they gathered us here? There were hundreds of them, all talking restlessly among themselves. The semi-darkness present in the amphitheater further amplified the feeling of uncertainty eating at everyone at that moment. Only the stage was illuminated brightly. A tall, long-nosed man wearing a striped black suit walked onto the stage and spoke up. Liberation warriors. I'm Redestro of the Metahuman Liberation Army. From this moment on, the Liberation Army recognizes All for One as the Grand Commander, the one who will usher Japan into a new era. An era of freedom and prosperity, with a society where people would no longer be judged by the quirks they were born with. An era where the heroes will no longer suppress those who were born different. An era of equality where everyone will be free to use their quirk as they wished. Despite his fervent words, the crowd of people below the stage didn't start cheering right away. Instead, a wave of murmurs came from them. All for One was real all this time? I thought it was just an urban legend. Is he the guy with the mask? When All for One took a step forward on the stage and glanced at the people below, they all became quiet, as one. AFO's intimidating aura was enough to cow them all, even though he was only one while there were hundreds of them. I know many of you have doubted I was real, thinking I was just an urban legend. But just like many of you, I had been forced to lay low for many years and hide myself because of one individual, All Might. All for One's deep and calm voice had everyone entranced as he spoke. From the day he rose to fame, he had been a thorn in my side. From the beginning until now, he was my archenemy. I despise him with every fiber of my being. The masses glorify him as the #1 hero, not knowing how many people he had crushed under his fist. One by one, my comrades perished at his hands. A father. A mother. A lover. A son. He took everything from me. But nobody cared about it. Nobody cared about my people. After all, we are villains. Instead, they praised him for it. All Might rose to his position and built his glory as the symbol of peace by stepping on a mountain made of my loved one's sacrifices. He could feel that his words were resonating with the crowd below. The moment this society brands you as a villain, your life is over. Nobody is willing to hire you anymore. Schools no longer accept your children. Even hospitals turn you away from their doors. Because you are a villain, you stop being human in their eyes. You are nothing but a dangerous animal that is better off locked up behind bars or put down for good. Clenching his fist and raising it in the air, All for One spoke louder. But I'm going to change all that. I'm going to create a new order. A new society. There will be no discrimination. A society where there will be no heroes and no villains. A world made just for us, for metahumans, to thrive. You may be wondering what makes me think I will succeed now after all the times I've failed. What gives me the confidence to win now? All Might has grown weak. And we have grown more powerful than ever before. For every defeat we suffered at the hands of the heroes, we survived and came back stronger and wiser. For every sacrifice of our friends and comrades, our desire for vengeance and justice became more fierce. All these years, I have bid my time and grown my forces. The fact that so many of you have gathered here today is proof of that. Now, the time has come for us to stop lurking in the shadows and step into the light. It is time for us to fight. So tell me now, will you continue to hide with your tail tucked between your legs? Or will you stand tall and join me as I create a new world order? Hundreds of people cried at once, making the entire building shake with their roars. All for One didn't interrupt their cheers. He was an expert when it came to dealing with people. He knew when to push and when to pull. He let them shout to their heart's content. Their cheers and shouts continued for a long time. He smiled widely under his industrial mask. Their rage and their thirst for vengeance were palpable. He could almost taste their anger and their ferocity, their desire for violence. But he would not let himself be influenced by their mood. Emotions and feelings are fleeting. In the heat of the moment, they might be ready and willing to do anything, but once they separated and everyone went to their homes, their rational thoughts would come knocking on their minds. Therefore, All for One knew that appealing to people's emotions was only half the journey. The other half was to appeal to their sense of reason as well. He had to give them a real cause and a just reason for them to be willing to stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Once the crowd finally ran out of steam and calmed down, he said, "There is one thing that you all need to keep in mind: do not be like the heroes. Do not let yourself be clouded by anger and prejudice. Do not turn your strength against the innocent. Do not become the very thing that you swore to destroy. Our targets are the heroes who wronged us, the Hero Public Safety Commission who had pitted the heroes against us, and the corrupt government that created this miserable society that we live in. We do not seek to merely destroy and kill. We will kill and destroy the cancer eating at our country and build it anew. This society that has rejected us, we will tear it down and create a new one. My people and I will purge this country of its sickness. Even if we were to stand alone against the entire world, we would not back down. And we will start with the so-called symbol of peace first. We will take his head off and mount it on the gates of his beloved school for him to watch from the afterlife as we raise UA high to the ground. Who among you will join us in our crusade? Who wants to share my burden and my glory? Who will help me create a new world?" The ground and the walls shuddered with the crowd's roars. Chapter 40, Besieged. I'm going to miss you so much, Kushina said as she took her son into a bear hug, squeezing him as hard as she could. "Come on, Mom, we'll see each other again on Friday. Dad will bring me to you." His cheeks were red with embarrassment at how his mother was coddling him in public when there were tens of people with their cameras out, filming their interaction. Currently, Usajiyama Rumi and the Uzumaki family were at the international airport in Osaka, and they were among the last people to make their way through the security check. Behind them, dozens of reporters and ordinary people alike were filming their interaction. For all intents and purposes, Mirko and Naruto were famous nationwide, and their relationship was an endless source of gossip too. Considering how eye-catching their appearance was, it was almost impossible for them to go unnoticed in public. He's right, dear. We'll see each other even more often than before. We'll be together every weekend from now on. Although Naruto had decided to stay behind and watch Mirko's back, there was no reason for Kushina to refuse to immigrate to the USA once Minato revealed the fact that he could teleport. After all, their current life in Japan was far from ideal. They were fugitives, living in hiding with secret identities. Furthermore, if Mirko's words were to be believed, a civil war was on the verge of breaking out too. I'll never forgive you for hiding that you had such a convenient ability, Kushina said, giving him the stink eye. If she had known Minato could teleport, they could have met Naruto a lot more often over the past 2 years. But Minato smiled, knowing that she didn't really mean it. After all, she had had a secret of her own too. They had both forgiven and accepted each other's past. There are only 30 minutes before our departure. We should get going. At his father's words, Naruto bent down and picked Eri up in his arms, hugging her one last time. The little girl looked as if she was barely holding back her tears. I don't want you to go, she said, her voice quivering. Although she was very young, she understood that it was for her own good to go with her parents to the United States. Nonetheless, in the end, she was still a child. The pain of separation overwhelmed her rational thought. I'll come see you every week. And we'll talk to each other through video calls, too. I'll have you teach me English. But I don't know English. You're a smart girl, I'm sure you'll learn it faster than anyone. You think so, she said shyly. You're much smarter than me. You'll become an expert at English. Then you'll be my teacher. How about it? Eri-sensei. The girl started giggling at his words. Promise we'll talk every day? She asked. Every day? He doesn't talk to me every day, and I'm his girlfriend. Rumi said. It's not my fault you're a workaholic who never gets home before midnight, Naruto retorted. You should talk to Rumi-san more often, Ni-san, Eri chided him. Ah, you too, Eri? I thought you were on my side, Naruto said, faking a look of hurt. Rumi suddenly snatched Eri from his arms, causing her to squeal and laugh. But that beautiful family moment came to an end when one of the airport workers called out the Uzumaki couple's names from the speakers, warning them that there were only 15 minutes before departure. Giving Naruto and Rumi each one last hug, Minato, Kushina, and Eri said their final goodbyes and rushed towards their gate. Their destination, Florida, Marco Island. Time passed, and the spring holiday came to an end. Now, he was in his third and last year at UA High. The first 4 days of the week passed like a blur. It was Friday. Although the first week of the school year was typically more relaxed, most students couldn't wait for the weekend. If the first part of the week passed in the blink of an eye, time seemed to have slowed down to a crawl that Friday morning. By the time the lunch break came, Naruto felt as if he had been at school for 10 hours already. Finally, the regular classes are over, he thought in relief while he was heading towards the cafeteria. A feeling of dissociation washed over him as he walked alone on the school corridors. Even though it was going to be his third year with his classmates, he felt like a stranger among them. His classmates had gotten really close to each other. Some of them, such as Izuku and Kyoka or Mina and Kirishima, had become a couple, while others forged close friendships. Even the initially aloof Todoroki Shudo could be seen smiling sometimes nowadays, and he appeared to have gotten rather close to Yaoyorozu Momo. Kaminari and Sakura too, he thought idly as he glanced at the blonde boy and the pink-haired girl, who were walking side by side and chatting animatedly with each other. If he had been the same person as the boy he used to be before the sludge incident nearly 3 years ago, he might have felt regretful at having become so distant from his classmates, but his current self couldn't bring himself to care. In his past life, he wanted to be surrounded by his friends and used to revel in their attention. But in his current life, Naruto didn't need other people's acknowledgement or their attention because he had a family, his parents, his little sister, his lover, Rumi, and more recently, his soon-to-be mother-in-law. His mind was always occupied with thoughts of them. I don't belong here. It wasn't the first time he had told himself that. Mentally, he was 2 times older than his classmates. Furthermore, he had no interest in school because, at this point, he had become so strong and proficient with his quirks that even the hero course classes were no longer of any use in helping him improve any further. What a waste of time, he muttered softly and let out a sigh. Then why don't you just quit? Kurama's voice came from his back. He was hidden underneath his shirt, not showing himself to the others. You know I can't do that. I can't become a pro hero without the diploma. Humans' customs in this world are so damn troublesome, said the fox in annoyance. If it were in our past lives, no one would care if you graduated from the academy or not, as long as you were strong. You're already the strongest in this entire school, even stronger than your teachers. People have a saying, when in Rome, do as Romans do. I live in a society. I have to follow the rules, as stupid as they may be. And I'm not sure, I don't know if I could beat All Might. You're being too modest. If anything, I think your friend has already surpassed his teacher. What do you say? Could you beat him now, after he unlocked his other quirks? Kurama asked. He was talking about Midoriya Izuku. After the beating that Naruto put on him nearly 3 weeks ago, something seemed to have changed in the boy. Not only that he appeared with fresh bruises on his face and arms every day, a proof of how hard he sparred with All Might in their private training sessions, but he even started to show new abilities. The one-sided loss at the hands of Naruto had been like a wake-up call for Izuku and made him realize how far he was lagging behind the blonde. Even if he got new abilities, the gap between our fighting experience is too vast. Also, his green whip is like my chains, but weaker, and he won't have time to use that buff-like quirk in a fight against me because I'm too fast. As for that float quirk of his, it's really good, but I can fly too with your help. So I'm not any worse than him anywhere. Oi, Naruto, pass me the coke, Kurama said in a whisper. No, it's mine. You drank my coke yesterday and even stole my cupcake. If you don't hand it over willingly, I'll take it myself, the fox growled. Quiet, you asshole, Naruto shushed him. He was trying to keep Kurama's existence a secret from the others. Aside from Mirko and his family, nobody knew about him. He hadn't used Kurama in any of the practical hero classes at school so far, and he hadn't used his demonic transformation either. As far as the outside world knew, his demonic transformation was only something that occurred when his quirk went berserk. Nobody, aside from Mirko and his family, knew that he could control it now. After everything he had been through, Naruto thought that it was wiser for him not to reveal the full extent of his ability to others. Kurama and his demonic transformation were going to be his trump cards, the aces in his sleeve that he would not reveal until a critical moment appeared. That being said, knowing the blonde's intentions, the fox often took advantage of him and blackmailed him to get his way. It was the same in the present as well. Naruto could do nothing but compromise. He grabbed the can of cola and took several big gulps, drinking almost half of it. Then, he took a quick glance around to make sure that nobody was paying attention to him before bringing the can down. Kurama's small arms extended under the table, and he grabbed the can with both hands before retreating under Naruto's shirt. If not for his 5 golden, large fox tails providing a decent cover, the Kurama's existence would have been revealed a long time ago. Soon, the lunch break came to an end, and the students of the 3A class all went to their lockers to change into their hero suits. Now, it was time for the hero course classes. The appearance of his hero suit didn't change much from the first year. His pants were still black with an orange lining, and his jacket was still black and had a large, fierce nine-tailed fox printed on its back. As for his ANBU-like mask, he had swapped it with a transparent mask that covered his lower face and functioned as a rebreather that protected him from harmful gases. The main thing that changed about his suit was the fabric that it was made of. Since his demon transformation always melted his clothes, Naruto chose to have his suit made of a Kevlar-like material that had a high degree of resistance against corrosive substances. Other than that, he still had his ear mufflers, 2 kunai pouches strapped to his thighs, and a utility belt with numerous pockets carrying smoke and flashbang grenades, and several rolls of ninja wire. If anyone asked any hero course student, regardless of year, which was their favorite class, 99% of them would answer straight away, the Foundational Hero Studies class, All Might's class. Not only was All Might still revered as the #1 hero in Japan, despite his recent inactivity in the field, but, after 2 years, he had become a competent teacher too. His popularity, his experience as a hero, and his newly acquired skills as a teacher made his class the most popular class in the entire school. Currently, All Might took the 3A class to the Gamma training ground again. The theme of today's class is pursuit. All Might smiled at seeing how his students burst into excited murmurs. As you have undoubtedly experienced during your internships already, oftentimes villains will resist arrest. Sometimes, they fight head-on against the heroes, while other times they take hostages or just run away. Today, we will be focusing on the scenario where the villains try to escape. The goal of today's exercise is not only to catch the villains but also to be mindful of your surroundings and cause as little property damage as possible. You will be graded at the end of the class based on 3 criteria: whether you managed or failed to capture the villain, the time you took to capture him, the amount of property damage you have caused to your surroundings. Now, I shall split you all into 2 groups. First dash. All Might's words were cut off as an ear-deafening alarm suddenly blared all across the UA High campus. The streets and buildings shook like during an earthquake as a huge metallic wall rose from the ground. Simply saying that it was enormous didn't do it justice. The wall was even taller than the main school building. Then, Principal Nizu's voice rang from the speakers installed all over the campus. UA High is under attack by the League of Villains. All students head towards the closest shelter and lock the doors behind you, just as you have practiced before. Third-year Hero course students who have obtained their provisional hero licenses are allowed to stay behind and defend the school against villains if they so desire. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. Hearing Nizu's words, Izuku and All Might were the first to rush out of the training ground. All Might headed towards the edge of the campus and jumped on top of the tall, metallic wall. Momentarily, he was stupefied at the sight below. Unlike his mentor, Izuku used his float quirk to fly up and get a bird's-eye view of the situation. My god. For large purple portals were opened on each side of the UA High, and villains were pouring out endlessly. There weren't only humans, dozens of monstrous humanoid creatures were mixed among them too, and more were coming out as well. Having followed All Might, Naruto also rushed to the top of the wall and glanced at the army of villains surrounding the fortress that their campus had become once Principal Nizu activated the new UA barrier. It's gotta be over 1,000 of them. There were so many of them that the woods outside the UA campus were starting to look crowded. Sensei, we have to do something about the guy who is controlling those portals. Don't be reckless, Uzumaki, All Might said seriously. Taking on over 1,000 villains and dozens of Nomu creatures wouldn't have been easy for him even if he was in his prime, much less now. Don't leave the safety of the UA barrier. No matter how many of them arrive, it's impossible for them to destroy these walls. The only way to bypass them is by flying. But flying isn't a common quirk, so we don't have to go outside. We'll wait for the flying types to attack and we'll defeat them from the safety of our walls. Time is on our side. The longer this battle drags on, the more pro heroes will arrive to our aid. Our purpose isn't to defeat all these villains but to buy enough time for Principal Nizu to evacuate all the students. Only a moment after All Might stopped speaking, the walls, the buildings, and the streets all started shaking once again. Naruto's mouth was half opened in incredulity when he looked back and saw how the entire UA High campus was divided into countless symmetrical squares, like a chessboard. Then, entire plots of land and the buildings on top of them started sinking into the ground. It was the new defense system designed by Principal Nizu for the sake of keeping his students safe in case of a villain attack. It was a colossal project that cost an unthinkable amount of money and took nearly 2 years to build. 1. Suddenly, a bestial cry rang in the distance. Then, the sky was filled with more than 50 flying creatures. Gray, green, yellow, and bluish skin colors, pterodactyl-like wings, and beak-like mouths filled with shark-like teeth. Nomu, All Might said and clenched his fists. Unfortunately, that wasn't all. All Might's hopes that they would only have to confront the flying-type enemies were dashed right then and there as a massive platform of ice rose in the air, above the huge metallic wall. A silver-haired young man wearing a thick, furred winter jacket controlled an enormous amount of ice, carrying hundreds of his comrades with him to pass over the wall. Just as the silver-haired villain was about to bring his pals over the metallic wall, his quirk unexpectedly stopped working and the large platform of ice under his feet crumbled like sand. The villains screamed in terror as they plummeted to their deaths. Nice job, Eraserhead. All Might shouted and gave him an excited thumbs up. Recognizing the danger he posed, the flying Nomu dove towards Eraserhead, who was on the rooftop of a dorm building. But the mindless creatures barely got within a 10-meter distance from him before someone shouted. Flash Fire Fist, Hell Spider. 5 threads of fire burst from Todoroki's fingertips and sliced through the incoming Nomu like a hot knife through butter. Midoriya, Izuku and Uzumaki Naruto were not the only 3A students who decided to stay behind and fight. The entire class did, even Sakura, who was only a medic. A huge metallic net appeared out of nowhere and trapped another half a dozen Nomu, courtesy of Momo, who created it, and Ochako, who removed its weight and threw it. Zero followed up with his tape quirk too, binding them completely. But the Nomu weren't finished yet. They didn't know the meaning of giving up. Using their fierce talons and fanged beaks, they started ripping the metallic net trapping them, string by string. Before they could free themselves, a calm voice was heard. Desert Coffin. A large amount of sand suddenly engulfed the trapped Nomu from all sides. It was Gaara. Keeping the same calm, unbothered attitude from before, he raised his right hand in the air and clenched it into a fist before saying, "Desert Burial?" His classmates involuntarily turned their heads away as an obscene amount of blood and gore burst out from Gaara's ultimate move. As the sand slowly returned to the large gourd strapped to his back, the others felt queasy at the sight of the brutally crushed remains of Nomu. The 3A class wasn't the only one who remained behind, the 3B class stayed too, together with their teachers as well. Between the two classes of gifted provisional heroes and their experienced and powerful teachers, the flying-type villains and the bioengineered Nomu didn't stand a chance, despite their superior numbers. Things looked promising so far. Most of the students had already run to the shelters, which were now in the process of traveling underground and evacuating. A powerful roar suddenly shook the skies, and then a titanic being rose from behind the huge metallic wall. Damn it! I shouldn't have listened to All Might. I knew things were only going to get worse. Naruto thought when he saw the tall man stepping out of the portal and quickly transforming into a giant over 30 meters tall. Gigantomachia. All Might recognized him. The giant in question let out another thunderous roar before he cocked his enormous fist back and smashed it into the UA barrier, creating a huge fist-shaped dent in it. Midoriya. Prepare your FA gene. All Might shouted before throwing himself off the wall at Machia, intent on stopping him from destroying their fortress walls. Detroit Smash, he screamed as he threw a punch with his entire strength at his gigantic chin. Gigantomachia groaned loudly in pain as he stumbled back from the force of the hit. But All Might didn't celebrate his small success. It barely hurt him. It wasn't the first time he had fought Gigantomachia. Whereas he had defeated him without much difficulty back in the day, the gigantic being wasn't an opponent that even the prime version of himself could take lightly. This isn't good, he thought as a drop of blood trailed from the corner of his mouth. He had given one for all to Izuku more than 3 years ago. Although he had stopped his hero work almost entirely and focused on mentoring Izuku, his powers continued to grow weaker. Someone as tough and durable as Gigantomachia was the worst matchup possible for him in his current situation when he couldn't fight a battle of attrition. Uzumaki. All Might cried out in worry when he saw the blonde unexpectedly jump off the UA barrier, straight in the middle of the army of villains below. Despite the fact that he had fallen from a height of over 30 meters, his body didn't even register the recoil from landing. When his feet touched the ground, time seemed to have come to a standstill for a second as the villains gawked at him in disbelief, never having expected a student to be crazy enough to throw himself in their midst like that. For golden chains burst from his lower back and the villains came back to their senses. "Kill him," they roared. But his chains were faster than their reaction time. The 4 golden chains whipped all around him like the Grim Reaper's scythe, killing people like cutting grass. "Don't get in my way," he said in a dangerous tone. A sonic boom startled the already frightened villains around him and made them back away in terror. By the time they gathered their wits, he was long gone. They were momentarily horrified as they looked at the aftermath. It took him only 1 second to kill over 30 of their comrades. Their bodies were all split in half from the waist or decapitated. Another deafening boom rang in the distance, and many villains gasped when they saw a green-haired boy kicking Gigantomachia so hard in the face that the giant was knocked down on his back, crushing nearly 10 unsuspecting people to death with the weight of his enormous body. "Do not give him any time to catch his breath," All Might said before jumping very high up in the air and screaming as he plunged towards Gigantomachia. Texas Smash. The shockwave of the punch colliding against the giant's sternum was so powerful that it flattened all trees within a 30-meter radius around them and sent all the nearby villains flying. But the giant's endurance was otherworldly. Before All Might could catch his breath from the powerful hit that he had thrown, Machia's large palm collided against his body, swatting him away like a fly, and smashing him violently into a residential building opposite the UA High, way outside the woods. All Might. Izuku yelled in fear for his mentor and flew as fast as he could towards him. But then his danger sense quirk flared, and Izuku just barely raised his left arm to guard his head before someone's foot smashed into his forearm. Bang! A deafening gong-like sound reverberated as Izuku crashed painfully into the UA barrier, his body actually sinking into the metallic wall, leaving a human imprint in it. Picking himself up with difficulty, Izuku felt chills go down his spine as he raised his head and looked at the 4 black Nomo creatures flying above him. On the other side of the battlefield, Naruto left a trail of death and destruction in his wake, turning any small fry villain who tried to bar his way into mincemeat with his adamant sealing chains. They came here in a group of over 1,000 to attack the school. They are ready and willing to even kill children. He had absolutely no intention of holding back. Ever since he regained the memories of his past life and after he and his family had suffered so much at the hands of the villains in his current life, Naruto lost any sort of goodwill or tolerance he might have had for the villains. He wasn't like the rest of the pro-heroes who looked at villains as if they were misguided people who might be able to change. Naruto was looking at villains as if they were rabid animals that had to be put down. He wasn't fighting to capture like he did at USJ against the riffraffs. Not anymore. Now, he was fighting to kill. Nevertheless, he wasn't going out of his way to kill everyone. He only killed those who tried to stop him. His purpose was to find the villain who was controlling those portals. Even after 2 years, he had yet to forget the villain who had facilitated the League of Villains' attack on the USJ. Speeding around the battlefield and killing villains by the dozens, Naruto found his target at last. It was a humanoid creature that seemed to be made of purple mist, a villain named Kurogiri. Another sonic boom exploded as Naruto threw himself at Kurogiri at the fastest speed he was capable of. Turning his nails into vicious claws, Naruto sliced at him, fully intent on ripping him to shreds. Kurogiri was simply incapable of reacting to that inhuman speed, but, at the very last moment, someone jumped in front of him, protecting him with his body. Naruto's clawed hand tore through the newcomer's flesh and bones, severing their right arm clean from their elbow, but, alas, Kurogiri managed to escape death by hair. "It hurts," the one whose arm he had torn off screamed. Naruto's eyes grew the size of saucers when he saw the stump of an arm start wriggling and suddenly become whole again, regenerating instantly. Looking up at their faces, he paused in his tracks momentarily. He recognized their face. Isn't this the League of Villains ringleader? The one who led the terror attack on USJ 2 years ago? It was, indeed, Shigaraki Tamura, not that Naruto knew his name. However, unlike the strange young man wearing bizarre hands attached to his body that Naruto remembered, Shigaraki was hard to recognize these days. Shigaraki Tamura's hair was still white, and his face was still pale, but the rest of his body was extremely muscular, and his skin was entirely black. He looked like a Nomu. I will kill you, destroy. Destroy everything. Shigaraki let out an unhinged scream. The ground under his feet exploded when he lunged at the blonde, a dark gray light flickering around his clawed hands. Chapter 41, Besieged, 2. Previous chapter. Shigaraki Tamura's hair was still white, and his face was still pale, but the rest of his body was extremely muscular, and his skin was entirely black. He looked like a Nomu. I will kill you, destroy. Destroy everything. Shigaraki let out an unhinged scream. The ground under his feet exploded when he lunged at the blonde, a dark gray light flickering around his clawed hands. Naruto's first thought was to block Shigaraki's wild slash with his tails, but his survival instinct kicked in at the last moment, and he quickly threw himself to the side. I can't let him touch me, he thought, a serious look appearing on his face as he watched how, after narrowly missing him, Shigaraki's palm touched a tree trunk, reducing it all to dust in a second. Shigaraki threw himself at Naruto again, but the blonde jumped to the side once more, and instead of engaging in a fight against him, he sped towards Kurogiri. Although he had almost died the first time Naruto rushed at him, Kurogiri was on his guard now since he was expecting the blonde to attack again. This time, he was prepared. When he saw the boy charging at him, he opened a portal between them. With how fast he's running, he won't be able to stop his momentum in time. Kurogiri thought, planning on teleporting Naruto into the middle of the Pacific Ocean. His plans crumbled alongside his portal when Naruto's adamantine sealing chain stabbed through the portal, nullifying it, and he resumed his charge. Not good. Kurogiri cussed and quickly opened another portal, this time for himself to escape. But he was one step too late. Only half of his body managed to get through the portal before a golden chain wrapped around his waist. The purple portal suddenly ceased existing, and Kurogiri burst into a cry of agonizing pain when, together with the portal's disappearance, half of his body was ripped out by the spatial phenomenon too. Just as Naruto willed his hand to turn into vicious claws, Shigaraki appeared at his back, howling like a revenant. But Naruto ignored him completely, choosing to finish Kurogiri off. As long as Kurogiri was alive, there was no end to the number of villains and Nomu that could be teleported there. Despite the fact that Naruto was wide open to his attack, Shigaraki didn't even get to touch his clothes. At the very last moment, a red fist smashed into his cheek out of nowhere. It was Kurama. His punch was so powerful that even Shigaraki's Nomu-like body couldn't withstand the impact. He was smashed back through over 30 trees before colliding against the concrete wall of a building outside the woods surrounding UA High. In the meantime, due to the adamantine sealing chain wrapped around his waist, Kurogiri could not adopt an ethereal state. Since he's wearing armor around his neck, that has to be the most vulnerable part of him. Bearing that thought in mind, Naruto stabbed his claws through the metallic brace around Kurogiri's neck, breaking it as if it were drywall. His claws pierced his throat, and he slashed upwards too, splitting his black fog-covered skull in half as well. He killed him right there, on the spot. He didn't have time to revel in his victory because, in the next moment, a huge appendage smashed into him, forcing him to raise 3 of his 5 tails as a shield to block it. He didn't suffer any damage from the hit, but the ground underneath his feet crumbled from the strength behind the enemy's attack. You are strong. The creature spoke with difficulty before letting out a cackle as it retracted its large arm and sized him up. The moment that the second Nomu arrived, the other villains ran away in all directions, as if the devil were on their heels. "A talking Nomu," Naruto said, narrowing his eyes at the creature, who was now grinning like a loon, exposing its large, inhuman teeth. "I am not like the rest. I am a high-end." Suddenly, 5 red rivets stabbed through the self-proclaimed high-end Nomu's chest before lifting it up and throwing it away violently. "Move aside, he's mine," Shigaraki growled. But the high-end's supposedly fatal injuries healed in the blink of an eye, and he landed on the opposite side of Shigaraki, behind Naruto. "I said, go away." "Nomu!" Shigaraki screamed. "You are a Nomu too," the high-end cackled. "You cannot beat him alone," the master said. "Work together." Unknowingly, the high-end Nomu revealed an important piece of information. Shigaraki is a Nomu now? That would explain the weird way he talks. And how he's not injured despite Kurama punching him into the next week, Naruto thought. Unexpectedly, a third black Nomu flew over and landed at Naruto's left side. It was a female-looking humanoid creature with a muscular body and large breasts, but her exposed brain and disfigured mouth prevented anyone from having any sort of strange thoughts about her. A deafening gong-like sound reverberated as Izuku crashed painfully into the UA barrier, his body actually sinking into the metallic wall, leaving a human imprint in it. Picking himself up with difficulty, Izuku felt chills go down his spine as he raised his head and looked at the 4 black Nomu creatures flying above him. "They're different from the other Nomu I've seen," Izuku thought as he stood up and used his float quirk to fly, to be on the same level as the Nomu. He looked at them, trying to discern what kind of quirks they had based on their appearance. But he wasn't given much thought to ponder before one of the high-end Nomu's hair-like head protrusion elongated and became spear-like, almost impaling him. His danger sense flared again, and Izuku had to use the black whip to pull himself away in midair in order to dodge when another Nomu's eyes glowed and fired 2 laser beams from his eyes. "This isn't good, they don't even give me time to fight back," he thought when the fat-looking Nomu enlarged his 2 arms to enormous proportions and punched at him. He managed to avoid the fat Nomu, but its double hammer fist punch smashed into the UA barrier instead, creating a large and deep depression in it. The 4th Nomu decided to attack at that moment too and launched at him with an elephant-like charge, his body increasing and bulking up monstrously with every step it took. Detroit Smash! Izuku yelled and met the elephant Nomu's charge head-on, punching explosively. However, it felt as if he had hit a block of rubber because not only did his 80% one-for-all punch not injure the Nomu but his own fist was bounced back, making him lose his balance. Right as the other 3 Nomu lunged at him, intending on finishing him off now that he had revealed an opening, a large cloud of smoke blanketed the entire area, making them unable to see anything. It was another one of Izuku's quirks, smokescreen. The boy thought he was momentarily safe, but that proved to be a mistake when the Nomu who had fired laser beams from his eyes did it again and nailed him in the thigh this time around, seemingly not affected by the smoke in the least. California Smash! Izuku heard a scream. Merely hearing the voice of his mentor filled him with hope and gave him renewed strength. Following All Might's shout, the laser Nomu was punched in the head from above and slammed into the ground below like a rocket. While he was still in midair, All Might's right arm bulged beyond its normal proportion as he put his entire strength into it, intent on finishing the laser Nomu off with one hit. United States of Dash? His words were cut off and his body bent like a bow as a gigantic fist caught him in full and slammed him violently into the UA barrier. It was Gigantomachia. Luckily, the enormous villain didn't follow up on his attack. Instead, he cocked his fist back and punched at the UA barrier, aiming for the same spot that he had struck the first time. The enormous fortress of metal shuddered and creaked as Gigantomachia smashed a second, a third, and a 4th fist into it. However, right before the giant could punch the wall for the 5th time, a landslide of sand appeared under his feet and swept them off the ground, making him lose his balance and fall on his back. "Great job, Garashonen," All Might said as he stood up and wiped the blood pouring out of his mouth with the back of his hand. "Sensei, are you okay?" the normally stoic boy asked in worry when he saw his teacher's battered and bloodied face. All Might wasn't given the chance to answer because the fat Nomu enlarged its arms again and punched in his direction. The Nomu was taken completely by surprise when, instead of punching back like he always did, All Might caught his enormous fist with both hands and didn't let go. Instead, he started rotating fast, increasing the speed until both he and the Nomu appeared like an indistinguishable blur. Oklahoma Smash! The fat Nomu's body smashed violently against the UA barrier, its blood and organs splattering all over the place. But All Might couldn't go for the finishing blow and had to run away because the Hare Nomu turned its hair-like appendage into sharp spears and started chasing him around. At that moment, Izuku burst from the cloud of smoke with such speed that a sonic boom was left in his wake. Fa Gene. One for all, foe 140%. Texas Smash. It was the strongest attack he had thrown in his entire life. The Fa Gene-empowered Texas Smash punch leveled the woods and smashed the Hare Nomu's head and body into a paste of gore and blood, obliterating it. At first, Izuku was ecstatic at having destroyed the Nomu in one punch, but when his eyes fell on the devastated scenery ahead of him, a look of horror appeared on his face. His Fa Gene Texas Smash didn't just kill the Nomu and flatten the land. Just from a quick glance around, it could be seen that roughly 30 or 40 villains had been turned into mincemeat as well. The realization that his great power had led to such a massacre made the boy instantly bend over and throw up, unable to stomach his revulsion. That moment of weakness was a grave mistake. When he started throwing up, the laser Nomu, who had gotten up from the ground by then and regenerated, aimed its open hand at him and slowly rotated it. Izuku's danger sense flared, but he was unable to react in time when the space started twisting around his right arm. He screamed in agony as the Nomu used its spatial distortion quirk to twist and break his right arm beyond recovery. Midori Yashonin. All Might shouted and cocked his fist back before throwing a wide-area attack, Nebraska Smash. A vortex of air burst from the power of his punch and swept up in the air the 3 remaining Nomu and many of the corpses of the villains below, creating a macabre tornado of death. He wanted to rush to Izuku and check up on him, but it looked like Gigantomachia got up to his feet at that moment too and was preparing to launch another attack. If he punches the UA barrier 1 or 2 more times, he'll break through, All Might thought in anxiety. Too many lives were at stake. With Gigantomachia's ability to tunnel through the ground, the evacuating students won't be safe from his pursuit. Don't worry, Sensei, we got this. Kirishima yelled. You can go all out against Nomu. Leave Gigantomachia to us, Todoroki said too, and, at that moment, he stomped his foot on the ground, creating a massive wall of ice. It was so large and thick that it even dwarfed the UA barrier and Gigantomachia too. All Might wanted to put his trust in them, but the sight of Gigantomachia smashing away Todoroki's ice as if it were brittle glass didn't fill him with confidence. Dark Shadow, Ragnarok. Tokoyami shouted, and the shadowy being coming from his gut grew to immense proportions despite the fact that it was still light outside. It smashed headfirst into Gigantomachia's chest, pushing him nearly 30 meters away from the UA barrier. Sorry, everyone. And thank you. I'll be counting on you, said All Might. He had no other choice but to trust them with this. After all, quite a few of the students from 3A were even stronger than some professional heroes and Izuku couldn't win against the high-end Nomu all by himself, not after one of his arms had been compromised. Saying those words, he rushed at Izuku, who was standing up on shaky legs. His face was wet with sweat from the unimaginable pain. It wasn't the first time he broke his hand, but it had never been twisted like a pretzel before. Don't worry, All Might, Izuku said through gritted teeth as he watched the Nomu stand up to their feet unharmed after the tornado generated by All Might's punch died down. I can still fight. I won't hold you back. All Might didn't bother trying to convince him otherwise. He was a pro hero, so he understood Izuku's resolve. They couldn't afford to give up now. They couldn't allow the villains to pass through until everyone evacuated. We just have to hold on until reinforcements arrive, All Might tried to encourage him, but Izuku shook his head and smiled bitterly. If we were to get any reinforcements, they would be here by now. I think this isn't the only place the villains attacked. Izuku's guess wasn't off the mark. The Meta Liberation Army had over 100,000 members before All for One took command of it. Their numbers were even larger now. With such immense manpower at his beck and call, AFO launched a series of coordinated attacks on all the medium and major hero agencies across the entirety of Japan. The reason why nobody was answering UA High's distress calls was that all the pro heroes were caught in a fight against numerically superior villains in their own home cities. 2 teams of villains were carefully selected in order to accomplish tasks that were significantly more difficult. The first team was sent to UA High to kill All Might and the rest of the pro heroes and fledgling heroes among the students before razing the whole school to the ground. As for the second team, it accompanied him to Tokyo. Unlike the bitter battle taking place at UA High, All for One and the elites accompanying him didn't struggle in the least. Their first destination was the National Diet Building. Once the villains killed all the security staff who tried to stop their advance, they surrounded the Parliament building from all sides, making it impossible for any of the politicians inside to escape. Turning towards his followers, All for One spoke. We are finally here, in front of this nest of vipers. Our status as pariahs, the injustice dealt to us, and this society that labels us as villains and negates our rights, all these are their doing. They are the ones who shaped our country into this dystopian present. Today is the start of a new era. We will eliminate this cancer from society and create a new world. Today we take over Japan. At the end of his little speech, the thousands of villains accompanying him burst into loud cheers and roars. All for one sat back and smiled as he watched from a distance how the villains stormed the National Diet Building. Wails and death cries filled the sky as the villains ruthlessly massacred everyone present in the building at that moment. AFO could have ended it all instantly and painlessly with the use of his air cannon quirk. He could have turned the building and everyone inside into mincemeat with one attack. But what was the fun in that? No, he was going to revel in their pain and suffering. Today, he was going to become the ruler of Japan, so he wanted to enjoy the full experience thoroughly. Merely 20 minutes later, not a living soul could be found inside the building except for AFO's army of villains. With the first objective of their visit to Tokyo accomplished, AFO took his place in front of the army and led the way to the Hero Public Safety Commission's headquarters. Once I cut the head of the snake, the rest will fall too. With the HPSC eliminated, the pro-heroes would be like a herd of sheep without a shepherd. They would become easy pickings for the wolves, they would be ripped to shreds. Back to UA. The 3B class and their teachers were fighting off the flying Nomu and the flying-type villains. The 3A class and some teachers were doing their best to hold back Gigantomachi, and All Might and Midoriya Izuku were fighting a bitter battle against the 3 high-end Nomu. Outside the UA campus, on the side opposite of where Izuku and All Might were fighting the Nomu, Naruto himself was locked in a high-speed battle against the Nomu Shigaraki and 2 other high-end Nomu. Although Shigaraki and Hood appeared to be at odds at first, once Hood reminded Shigaraki that their master wanted them to work together in order to kill Naruto, the two of them stopped arguing. Naruto didn't wait for them to attack him and made the first move. The ground under his feet crumbled as he suddenly broke the sound barrier, launching himself straight at Shigaraki. Despite his inhuman speed, Shigaraki reacted in time and raised both his hands to meet his charge, activating his decay. But Naruto slid on the ground, avoiding his lunging hands, and swept him off his feet with his fox tails. "Kurama! I'm counting on you!" Naruto shouted as he threw his adamantine sealing chains at the falling Shigaraki. Seeing as he was using his chains to attack, he would not be able to defend his unprotected back from Hood, who grew 5 immense arms and threw a heavy barrage at him. Shigaraki was just a second away from getting captured by the chains when a massive air explosion burst from his back and propelled him over 100 meters in the air. "Shit, he has AFO's quirk too," Naruto cursed under his breath when he recognized AFO's air cannon from when he was attacked 2 years ago at the training camp. At the same time, Kyuubi came out of his shirt and met Hood's barrage of attacks with his own claws, slicing through Nomu's limbs like a hot knife through butter. "Air cannon!" Shigaraki screamed, and Naruto turned into a blur as he used his great speed to escape the radius of the attack. His run came to an abrupt stop, and he raised 2 of his fox tails to block the female Nomo's attack, who appeared at his side like a ghost and kicked with her entire strength. His tails were powerful and tough enough to withstand her monstrous strength, but he wasn't prepared for her entire leg to suddenly inflate and blow up. The explosion sent him flying through the air, and several cuts appeared on his forearms and legs as the pieces of flesh that exploded from the female Nomu's leg turned into blade-like projectiles. His adamantine sealing chains quickly formed a sphere of light around him, just a split second before Hood smashed 10 gigantic fists into him. Hood lost control over all of his 10 artificial arms when they touched the golden sphere of light, and Naruto used that opening to cancel the protective dome of light and throw 8 kunai at him. "You missed." "Haha," came Hood's mocking laughter when not even one of the 8 kunai managed to hit him. His laughter stopped, and he tilted his head in confusion when his body was suddenly tied up by a metallic wire from head to toe. He couldn't understand when and how that happened. The Nomu had yet to get over his confusion when Naruto suddenly appeared in front of him with a burst of speed and smashed his foot into his chin. As Hood was flung up into the air, Naruto jumped after him and seemingly defied gravity as he slammed a series of brutal kicks into Nomu's gut, sending him flying even higher into the air. Despite the vicious hits, Hood was relatively unharmed thanks to his inhuman constitution. Nonetheless, he wouldn't allow the boy to get any hits on him anymore. His shoulder-mounted jet's quirk activated and propelled him further upwards, away from Naruto's kicking range. Then, his muscles bulged, and he let out a scream as he broke free of the metallic wire that had immobilized his body. However, taking his eyes off Naruto for even a split second had been the biggest mistake he could have made. The moment Hood lost sight of Naruto while straining to break out the metallic wire, the blonde launched his adamantine sealing chains at him. The high-end Nomu had just gotten out of his restraints when he was ensnared again, this time by 4 unbreakable golden chains. What is this?" Nomu said in a mixture of panic and confusion as his shoulder-mounted jet stopped functioning and started falling down to the ground. "Why, my quirks, not working?" Hood screamed, but Naruto didn't answer him. Instead, he tightened his chains on Nomu and stuck his body close to him before pulling hard to the side. The two of them started rotating at an incredible speed as they plunged towards the ground headfirst from a height of over 30 meters in the air. They looked as if they had transformed into a gigantic drill. It was Rock Lee's reverse lotus taijutsu move from Naruto's previous life. A massive crater appeared in the ground, and a thick cloud of dirt and dust filled the air, making it impossible for anything to be seen for a while. Anxious to see what had just happened, Shigaraki activated his air cannon and blew all the dust and dirt away. Both he and the female Nomu were stupefied at the sight in front of their eyes. The bottom of the crater was splattered with an obscene amount of blood and gore, all of it belonging to their fellow Nomu, Hood. With the adamantine sealing chain sealing away Hood's toughness and super regeneration, Naruto's reverse lotus had been devastating. Hood became unrecognizable, his entire body was ruptured and crushed into a paste of blood and fleshy remains. Naruto wiped the blood staining his face with the sleeve of his jacket before stepping out of the crater with a feral look in his now crimson-red, slit eyes. Who is next? His inhuman, demonic voice sent chills down Shigaraki's and female Nomu's spines. For the first time since they were created, the two Nomu felt fear. Chapter 42, A Titan's Fall. Naruto wiped the blood staining his face with the sleeve of his jacket before stepping out of the crater with a feral look in his now crimson-red, slit eyes. Who is next? His inhuman, demonic voice sent chills down Shigaraki's and female Nomu's spines. For the first time since they were created, the two Nomu felt fear. But then, anger took over fear, and Nomu Shigaraki let out a scream. Aiming his hands at Naruto, he fired two enormous blasts of pressurized air. An entire section of the woods was leveled, and a deafening sound like that of nails scratching against a blackboard was heard when they impacted the UA barrier. Alas, no matter how powerful an attack was, it amounted to nothing if it didn't hit its intended target. Naruto had easily avoided his telegraphed attack. Not only did he miss Naruto, but his air cannon ended up reaping the lives of another few dozen villains who were supposed to be on Shigaraki's side. At that point, most of the no-name villains started running away from the battlefield as if the devil was on their tail. They were not retarded, they realized that they were little more than cannon fodder in a battle between monsters like the Nomu, Gigantomachia, All Might, and Vanguard. Merely a split second after Shigaraki fired his air cannon quirk, a glint of gold light shone in the corner of his vision as four spear-tipped golden chains struck at his right side like vipers. Fuck, he stuttered out a curse, but, thankfully, right as the chains were about to impale him, the female Nomu threw a large tree trunk into the midsection of the chains, bending them and thus changing their trajectory at the very last moment, making them miss. Shigaraki didn't miss the opportunity that female Nomu created for him, and 8 red and black tendrils came out of his fingers, firing back at Naruto. It was one of All for One's favorite quirks, Rivet Stab. Naruto caught the rivet tendrils that he could with his bare hands, shattering them like glass, and used his 5 fox tails to block the ones that he couldn't catch. His fox tails weren't just for show. They were so tough and durable that the rivet tendrils couldn't even pierce through their inexplicably soft-looking fur. Female Nomu almost broke the sound barrier as she charged at Naruto and threw another kick with her entire strength. Due to his adamantine sealing chains being extended over a long distance and due to Shigaraki's rivet stab occupying his arms and tails, Naruto was unable to defend himself against her. But he wasn't alone. Female Nomu was surprised as a crimson-red fox-like creature came out of his shirt and caught her kick effortlessly. It was Kurama. Opening his maws wide, he sank his fangs into her leg, ripping it to shreds, or at least that had been the plan. Kurama didn't feel the sensation of his teeth tearing into flesh because female Nomu's body turned into a puddle of water and slithered out of his grasp with her liquefying quirk. Their battle came to an unexpected pause when a massive explosion burst from the other side of the battlefield like a volcano. It was so powerful that he could feel the heat even from such a huge distance away. While Naruto, Izuku, and All Might were fighting against the high-end Nomu, 3B class students had mostly finished their fights with the flying-type villains and Nomu and were in the process of evacuating. Meanwhile, some of the teachers came to aid the other zones of the battlefield. Although Gaara's sand landslide managed to sweep Gigantomachia a second time off his feet, the giant stood up again much faster than the first time and punched at Gaara with a roar. A gigantic wall of ice rose in front of Gaara, courtesy of Todoroki, but Machia's fist smashed through it effortlessly. Gaara also created a thick wall of sand, and right after him, Cementos also erected a large rampart. Fortunately, with the sand acting as a sort of cushioning layer, Cementos' concrete wall managed to withstand, just barely, the giant's punch, saving Gaara from certain death. "Dark Shadow," shouted Tokoyami as he took a page out of Gaara's book and tried to make Machia lose its footing by sweeping his leg. "This isn't working. We have to knock him out somehow," said Tokoyami when he saw that Makia didn't easily lose his balance. While the heavy hitters were holding back Gigantomachia, Present Mic's loud voice rang in everyone's ears. 3A class, listen to me carefully. We are going to retreat. Most of the students and non-combat teachers have already evacuated. The 3B class is evacuating now too. Other than the names I'm going to mention now, everyone else will follow me to the shelter. Uzumaki Naruto, Izuku Midoriya, Shoto Todoroki, Fumikage Tokoyami, Sabaku Gaara. The 5 of you can stay behind and continue fighting if you so desire. But everyone else has to retreat. Now. This is not up for debate. Present Mic screamed when he saw quite a few of them acting rebellious. Kirishima, Kaminari, and Mina were particularly dissatisfied with the situation, but Present Mic's scream made them swallow their complaints, and they followed everyone else as they ran to the shelter. Damn it. It's because we're too weak, Kirishima said angrily. It wasn't lost on them how Present Mic allowed only the strongest 5 students in the class to stay behind to hold Nomu and Gigantomachia back. They're treating us like dead weight. Shit. Kaminari also cussed. The worst thing was that they couldn't contradict Present Mic's words. They couldn't imagine how they would be able to fight against Gigantomachia. That villain was simply in another league altogether. As for the high-end Nomu outside the UA barrier, their eyes could barely even keep up with their movements. They knew that they would most likely get killed in seconds if they were to get involved in that fight. Alas, during such dire moments, Present Mic couldn't afford to care about their hurt feelings. It was his responsibility as their teacher and as a pro-hero to ensure their safety. With the flying-type Nomu and villains taken care of, Eraserhead ran as fast as he could towards the outer rim of UA High's campus and climbed the steel ladder leading to the top of the UA barrier. Aizawa was rarely envious of other people's quirks, but in such a critical moment, he couldn't help feeling frustrated with his lack of superhuman abilities. I need to get there as soon as possible. Unfortunately, his physical abilities weren't that much higher compared to a well-trained, quirkless person. Climbing up a ladder over 20 meters tall couldn't be done in a matter of seconds. Suddenly, a gunshot was heard, and he cried out in pain when a bullet passed through his hand, leaving a bloody hole in it. The suddenness of the pain made him lose his hold on the ladder, and he fell off from a height of nearly 7 meters. Despite the painful fall, he was fortunate enough not to get injured. He stood up as quickly as he could, just in time to see one of his colleagues step from behind a nearby building. Wearing a cowboy hat, a gas mask, a red cloak, and carrying 2 pistols in his hands, his identity was unmistakable. Snipe! What's the meaning of this? Shouted Eraserhead, all the while wrapping his bleeding hand with a piece of his clothing. Are you siding with the villains? Are you betraying us? When Snipe aimed his pistols at him instead of replying, Aizawa activated his erasure quirk. Under his disbelieving eyes, Snipe's body seemed to melt, and his clothes and skin fell off like a gelatinous goo, revealing the almost naked body of a blonde girl in her late teens. Oops, I was caught, said the girl with a large grin. Who are you? Where's the real Snipe? Hee hee. What do you mean? He's right in front of you, she said, giggling. So you killed him, huh? He's not dead. He lives through me. We are one and the same. Eraserhead frowned, not feeling in the mood to deal with an insane killer's mad rambling. Despite his injured hand, he charged at her, unafraid in the least. But, to his surprise, the girl didn't back off. Pulling a knife out of nowhere, she lunged at him too and slashed wildly at his neck. Aizawa crouched under the slash of her knife and then stood up fast, smashing his head into her chin. The girl stumbled back in pain, the strength of his headbutt making her see white for a moment. He didn't give her any time to recover and swung his fist at her, slamming his punch into her temple. Already dizzy from the headbutt, the girl was knocked out cold by his second strike. Aizawa looked at her for 2 more seconds before turning around and rushing back to the ladder. But he only managed to make 3 more steps before a sharp knife was stabbed into his back. The blonde girl hadn't been knocked out, she had been playing possum all along. Thanks to her ability to make her presence disappear, Eraserhead didn't suspect that she might still be conscious and turned his back to her, intent on going to All Might's help as soon as possible. Eraserhead only felt a sharp spike of pain as the girl removed her blade from his back and let him collapse to the ground like a sack of potatoes. I don't like you. I'd rather not drink your blood. But I'll make good use of your quirk, she said as she stuck her tongue out, licking the blood off her knife's blade. Eraserhead only managed to see the girl transforming into a perfect copy of himself before his eyes closed against his will and he fell unconscious. At the same time, outside the UA barrier, Cementos, Gaara, Todoroki, and Tokoyami were fighting a bitter battle against Gigantomachia. However, thanks to Cementos' arrival, the situation wasn't as desperate as before. Nevertheless, they were still struggling to stop him. He was like a juggernaut. I have an idea, but I don't know if it will work, said Todoroki as he created yet another gigantic wall of ice to stop Makia's attacks at Gaara. What is it? Asked Cementos as he raised an enormous fist out of concrete to punch Gigantomachia in the back of his head. Gaara. Do you have enough sand to cover his entire body? Asked Todoroki while using the fire half of his quirk to fly away, just barely avoiding Makia's large punch. Maybe. But it will take me some time to gather that much sand. What's on your mind, Shoto? Asked Tokoyami as he ordered Dark Shadow to coil around Makia's legs, immobilizing him for a few moments. Once Gaara covers him with his sand, I'll fire my prominence burn. You're going to turn his sand into glass, said Cementos in realization. Yes. Then, you, Cemento-sensei, will use your concrete to trap him from head to toe too. That should buy us enough time to go over to All Might and Midoriya's side and help them out against Nomu. Let's do it, said Gaara. I'll buy you as much time as I can, Tokoyami said before shouting the name of his special move, Dark Shadow, Full Nelson. Luckily, Kaminari and Kirishima weren't there to make fun of his special move's name again. But Tokoyami wasn't allowed the leisure to think of random thoughts for long because Dark Shadow warned him mere moments after catching Makia in a full Nelson hold. He's too strong. I can't keep him for long. An enormous amount of concrete came out of the ground and trapped Makia's legs, rising up his torso and almost encasing Dark Shadow within two. Tokoyami-kun. Pull back your Dark Shadow, shouted Cementos before willing his quirk to encase Makia's entire body in concrete. It didn't hold him for long before cracks appeared, and Gigantomachia broke free. Cementos panicked when the giant took a big step towards him and raised his enormous foot to stomp him to death. But Todoroki quickly covered the ground in slippery ice, and Makia lost his balance, falling for the third time that day. A roar of rage came from the giant as he started rising to his feet. It's done. I finally got enough sand, Gaara announced. He was sweaty and pale, exhausted from the effort he had made to turn the surrounding soil into sand with his quirk. Sand waterfall. The ground trembled as an enormous wave of sand erupted into the air and smashed into Gigantomachia like a tsunami. Clenching his right hand into a fist, Gaara shouted with the last of his strength. Sand binding prison. 10 enormous hands with beast-like claws came from the wave of sand and smashed together into Makia, burying him within. Having been waiting for the perfect moment, Todoroki's entire body was set ablaze, making him appear like a miniature sun. Proeminence burn. A blinding beam of fire burst from his body like a laser cannon, engulfing the enormous statue of sand in a sea of flames. Tokoyami's Dark Shadow grabbed the weakened Gaara in his arms, and they ran away, putting some distance between them and Todoroki's all-out attack, lest they be burned to death. The large amount of sand covering Makia started to melt, turning into glass under the heat of the flames that were comparable to the sun. Last, but not least, Cementos put his hands on the ground and poured his entire strength into one last move. A colossal amount of cement rose from the ground and covered the giant, creating an enormous pyramid almost 2 times taller than him, cooling the liquid glass and trapping Makia within. To put the figurative nail in the coffin, Todoroki strained himself to cast a variation of his heaven-piercing ice wall one more time, covering the large pyramid of concrete with a thick layer of ice. We did it, Todoroki said with a faint voice as he landed on the ground, panting in exertion. Take your time to recover, said Cementos. I'm going to All Might and Midoriya Izuku's side right away. But, at that very moment, Izuku's agonizing scream reached their ears. All Might? No. A few minutes earlier? All Might. The students and non-combat teachers have evacuated. All the flying-type villains have been defeated too. I'm here to support you. At the sound of that voice, All Might smiled as he turned to look at the top of the UA barrier. Great job, Eraserhead, he said in excitement, giving him a big smile and a thumbs up. Now that Aizawa, with his erasure quirk, was on their side, between him and Izuku, they were going to make quick work of the 3 remaining high-end Nomu. Aizawa-sensei. Focus on the Nomu with the helmet, he has a dangerous spatial distortion attack and a sort of heat vision quirk too. We have to kill him first. I will nuke him. Don't worry, I'm going to erase the quirks of all 3 of them, said Aizawa. I'll take on the fat and the elephant Nomus and keep them busy, All Might shouted and threw himself at the fat Nomu. Detroit Smash, he screamed. He was confident that without their shock absorption and super regeneration quirks, the Nomu wouldn't be able to withstand even 2 of his smash attacks. However, right as his fist was about to collide with Fat Nomu's head, All Might's muscular form disappeared and he transformed into a man as skinny as a skeleton. What the dash? Momentarily, his brain couldn't process the unexpected turn of events. He had been reaching the limits of his muscle form, true, but, according to his calculations, he should have still had at least 10 or 15 minutes left. It made no sense for his strength to disappear just like that. Unless, Aizawa used his erasure on me. But why? Why would he dash? All those thoughts passed through his mind in the span of a second. But he didn't have the time to come to a satisfactory conclusion to help him understand the situation because a huge mouth appeared in the belly of the fat Nomu and his large white teeth transformed into steel before he chomped on All Might's frail body. All Might! "No!" screamed Izuku in a hoarse voice. He tried to use his float and his super speed to rush at All Might, but he realized, to his horror, that his quirks weren't responding to his will either. Overcome with shock, Izuku was frozen in disbelief when it dawned on him what had just transpired. Aizawa-sensei betrayed us? How could Aizawa, of all people, side with the villains? Izuku had watched the footage from the USJ incident many times before. Eraserhead had fought bravely against dozens of villains and put his life on the line to protect his students. Why? How? How is this possible? It didn't make any sense. While Izuku was frozen in stupefaction and basically turned into a quirkless person, the laser Nomu's eyes glowed, and a beam of light shot at him. At the very last moment, a kunai with a ninja wire tied to its pommel ring wrapped around Izuku's healthy arm and yanked him to the side. The laser Nomu's laser beams missed the boy only by a breath, carving a deep pair of lines into the UA barrier. "Izuku, wake up!" shouted Naruto in hopes of bringing him back to his senses. After hearing Izuku's heart-wrenching cry, Naruto left Shigaraki Nomu and the female Hien Nomu behind and rushed to him, worried for his safety. The blonde wasn't unaffected by what he had witnessed either, but it was far from the first time he had seen someone die. He managed to keep his wits to himself and even save Izuku before the laser Nomu's heat beams could kill him. At that moment, the elephant Nomu threw his enormous trunk at them, and the fat Nomu also enlarged his two arms to a huge size before smashing them down on the two boys like a pair of gigantic hammers. Naruto's shout had made Izuku come back to his senses, but seeing the two Nomu's huge limbs coming at them, despair came over him. With Aizawa erasing their quirks, they were finished. "You shouldn't have come here," he tried to say, feeling regret at the fact that he had dragged Naruto to die together with him. But, as Izuku started wallowing in despair, 4 chains came out of Naruto's back and formed a dome of golden light around them. Izuku's tear-filled eyes widened in disbelief. "How? Aizawa-sensei's erasure doesn't work on my chains," explained Naruto, all the while not even flinching as the two Hien Nomu's attacks slammed into the dome of light created by his adamantine sealing chains. As they were speaking, Nomu Shigaraki and female Nomu arrived on their side of the battlefield too. But Naruto didn't even spare them a second glance. "You should be able to use your quirks now, right?" Naruto's mastery over his adamantine sealing chains was exquisite enough to allow him to control whether he cancelled someone's quirk or not. Izuku tested his conjecture by conjuring his black whip. "Why yeah. Don't panic," said Naruto calmly. "I am here." Izuku's eyes filled with tears anew when he heard that saying. It made him think of All Might, who was now lying on the ground dead, half of his body missing. "Izuku, listen to me," Naruto said in a strong voice to make his mind stay in the present. "All Might is dead. But you are still alive, and All Might wouldn't have wanted to see you follow him to the grave. You have to survive. You have to go back home to your mother, don't you? Don't think about the past. Not now. Focus on the present. Are you with me?" At that moment, Izuku was reminded of just how reliable and supportive Naruto used to be in the past when he had been just a nerdy, quirkless boy. Naruto had taken him under his wing, trained him, and helped him unlock his hysterical strength. Thanks to him, he had managed to enroll at UA High. It was thanks to him that he had taken the first few steps on the path of becoming a pro hero. They had grown apart over the years, but now Izuku was feeling as if they had gone to the past. Naruto's mere presence calmed him. Seeing how cool and collected he was while there were no less than 5 Hien Nomu attacking the chain dome all around them made Izuku feel that they might actually pull through somehow. It gave him hope. Izuku wiped the tears on his cheeks with the back of his sleeve and showed a determined face. "What's the plan? You have a quirk that sort of buffs your attack power, right? Use it. And then prepare the strongest attack that you are capable of. You will count to 5 when you are ready to launch your attack. The moment you say 5, I'll cancel my chains. You know who to aim for, right?" "Yes, I'll aim at Aizawa," said Izuku, his voice filled with determination. He wasn't willing to call him sensei anymore. "You understand that you'll be killing him, right?" Naruto asked for confirmation that Izuku wouldn't pull his punches and hold back. "I've prepared my heart for it," Izuku said grimly. "All Might is dead because of him. I'll never forgive him." "All right. Let's do it," said Naruto, nodding his head, satisfied at the look in Izuku's eyes. "Wait, what about you? What about me? There are 5 Hien Nomu outside. Once your chains are gone, you'll be defenseless. Don't worry about me. I won't let you sacrifice yourself for me," Izuku shouted. Naruto chuckled at him and actually flicked his forehead with his finger as if he were making fun of a dumber little brother. As long as you take care of that traitor, nothing will happen to me. I'm strong, Izuku. Stronger than you imagine. For the first time, I will reveal my full power. So don't worry. Focus on your task. You have to kill Eraserhead, no matter what. You're not saying this just to pacify me, right? I promise I'm not. You know I don't go back on my word. I can't afford to die here. My mom and dad are waiting for me. I was supposed to spend this weekend together with them and my little sister. Also, Rumi would kill me if I died before we got married. That last part would have made Izuku laugh if he hadn't been so heartbroken about All Might's brutal death just moments before. Okay, said Izuku, finally letting go of his worries. The green-haired boy threw one last glance at All Might's mutilated, lifeless body before pinning his eyes on Shota Aizawa, who was glaring at them from the top of the UA barrier. One for all, full cowl, 100%. It was the first time he was going to use the full power of his OFA quirk. He risked injuring himself severely, but he couldn't bring himself to care. He concentrated his entire power into his remaining arm. Fa Gene. As he cocked his fist back several times, a special feeling washed over him. 1. It wasn't just the feeling coming with Fa Jin's activation or full cowl's rush of power. 2. There was something more, it was a sensation that he hadn't experienced in years. 3. It was his hysterical strength. 4. The muscles all over his body bulged, and his heart started beating crazily as adrenaline coursed through his system. 5. The moment he finished counting to 5, the golden dome of light faded away. The ground under Izuku's feet exploded like a bomb, letting out a shockwave that sent both Naruto and the surrounding Nomu flying when he launched himself into the air. His face was dark red, the veins on his forehead were pulsing as if they were about to explode, and his eyes showed a glint of madness as he screamed. One for all. 1,000,000%. Detroit Smash. For a second, it felt as if sounds had ceased to exist in the world. Everyone still present on the battlefield watched petrified with shock how Aizawa-sensei was erased from existence, not leaving even a drop of blood behind. But it wasn't just him. The enormous UA barrier that had tanked numerous punches and hits from Gigantomachia and the high-end Nomus was obliterated too, with Izuku's punch going through it like a hot knife through butter before splitting the skies and releasing a shockwave that traveled for dozens of miles. Chapter 43, Unleashed. Previous chapter. For a second, it felt as if sounds had ceased to exist in the world. Everyone still present on the battlefield watched petrified with shock how Aizawa-sensei was erased from existence, not leaving even a drop of blood behind. But it wasn't just him. The enormous UA barrier that had tanked numerous punches and hits from Gigantomachia and the high-end Nomus was obliterated too, with Izuku's punch going through it like a hot knife through butter before splitting the skies and releasing a shockwave that traveled for dozens of miles. While the rest of the heroes and villains on the battlefield were staring in shock at Izuku's power, the high-end Nomu weren't awestruck. Despite using his fox tails to guard against the fat Nomu's enormous hammer fist, Naruto's whole body was rocked. Right away, female Nomu appeared with a burst of speed and punched him in the gut. Kurama caught her punch, but he could do nothing more when female Nomu's entire arm exploded. The pieces of flesh and bone resulting from the explosions turned into deadly projectiles that skewered his entire torso. Naruto had to grit his teeth to stop himself from screaming in pain. "What are you waiting for, Naruto?" Kurama said urgently. The fat Nomu, elephant Nomu, laser Nomu, female Nomu, and Shigaraki Nomu? 5 high-end Nomu were surrounding him from all sides. Seeing Cementos, Todoroki, and Tokoyami whose dark shadow was carrying an exhausted Gaara coming towards him, Naruto shouted. "Stay back. Don't come any closer. Uzumaki-san, we're here to help," Cementos said. "You're bleeding severely, you can't dash. You won't be of any help. Be realistic," Naruto shouted. "I can't fight all of them if I have to protect you, Uzumaki dash. Listen to me, Tokoyami. They're as fast as hawks but way stronger. You should know what that means. Take Izuku with you and run away. I'll hold them all back," said Naruto before jumping away. A split second later, Shigaraki's air bullet skewered the spot where he had been. Cementos gritted his teeth in frustration at his uselessness. He couldn't accept the fact that he couldn't protect his students. He felt ashamed that he had to leave everything on the shoulders of a boy while he ran away. But he also understood what it meant that the high-end Nomu were as fast as hawks. They were probably capable of breaking the sound barrier. He would only be getting in Naruto's way. "Let's go, everyone," Cementos said. "Tokoyami-san, hand Sabaku-san over to me, I'll carry him. Go after Midoriya." Tokoyami did as told, and Dark Shadow left Gaara in Cementos' arms before flying to Izuku. On the other hand, Todoroki was still rooted in his spot, his hands clenched tightly as he watched how Naruto was fighting all alone against the 5 high-end Nomu. Naruto had never looked at his classmates as competitors, but that wasn't the case for them. Whether it was Izuku, Tokoyami, Gaara, or Todoroki, they all chased after Naruto's shadow. He was their goal. He was their rival, the one they strived to surpass. Looking at Naruto's fight against the high-ends, Todoroki understood that the blonde had never given his all during their combat classes in school. He realized that even after 2 years, despite how much work and effort he had put into developing his half-calf half-hot quirk, the gap between them had not lessened. Todoroki-san. Let's go. Tokoyami said when Dark Shadow returned with Izuku. Momentarily, Shoto looked at Izuku. His right arm was twisted like a pretzel. It was a horrifying injury, one that he was sure that not even Recovery Girl could help with. His right arm would have to be amputated. His left arm didn't look any better either. He could even see some pieces of bone protruding through the flesh. Let's go, Cementos also said in a heavy voice. He is buying time for us all to escape. Let us not waste his sacrifice. Hearing those words, Todoroki couldn't hold it in anymore. What kind of hero would I be if I left now? He shouted. How could I live with myself after this if I ran while letting my classmate sacrifice his life for me? Todoroki. Cementos and Tokoyami shouted as the hot-headed boy left their group and broke into a run towards Naruto. But then, a bestial scream stopped Todoroki in his tracks, as if frozen. Cementos, Todoroki, Izuku, and Gaara watched in shock how merely the force of that roar blew the 5 high-end Nomu away. Despite the fact that Naruto's clothes were made of a fabric resistant to corrosive agents, they began to melt as a crimson-red liquid slowly spread over his body, starting from the stomach. It engulfed his torso and then ran over his arms, legs, and even his fox tails too. Lastly, it spread over his face and hair too, covering him from head to toe. He no longer looked like a human. He looked like a demon. Once he shouted at Tokoyami, Naruto could no longer split his attention to them. As the 5 high-ends threw themselves at him, adrenaline started coursing through his veins. Time seemed to slow down in his perception as he entered a special state. He backflipped out of the range of Elephant Nomu's trunk and used his tails to shield himself from female Nomu's exploding leg before throwing a kunai at the head of Laser Nomu who was preparing to fire his heat vision, forcing it to dodge and lose the chance to shoot. Naruto didn't remain on the back foot the entire time. A sonic boom exploded as he threw himself at Fat Nomu. However, the fact that he was forced to go for the head, for the brain, specifically, made his attacks predictable, and Fat Nomu enlarged his hands to enormous proportions, putting them in front of him like a shield. Just as Naruto was about to tear through them with his fox-like claws, huge mouths with large, metallic teeth grew from them, meeting his claws. Sparks came from his claws' contact with Fat Nomu's metallic teeth. With his charge abruptly stopped, Naruto felt the space start to distort around his left leg, and he cried out in pain. But his adamantine sealing chains quickly grew from his back and coiled around his leg like a snake, canceling Laser Nomu's spatial distortion quirk. In the next moment, Shigaraki Nomu showed a new quirk as he fired a large ball of lightning from his hands. Seemingly recognizing how devastating that attack was going to be, the other 4 Nomu retreated rapidly. Naruto wasn't blind to their behavior and willed his chains to form a dome of golden light around him. The ball of lightning slammed into the golden chain dome and exploded like a lightning storm, scorching and rupturing the ground all around him. You can't go on like this, Naruto, Kyuubi said with a hint of urgency in his voice. It was almost unfair how powerful the adamantine sealing chains were when it came to stopping attacks and canceling quirks. However, they were not invincible either, due to a very simple reason: all quirks consumed people's stamina when used. Quirks were ultimately limited by the human body. In a situation where he was ganged up on by 5 high-end Nomu at once, it would be foolish to think that he could win a battle of attrition against them. You're right, said Naruto while panting for air. Let's do it. He would have preferred to save his demonic transformation for his eventual battle against All for One because it was his ace in the hole. But things don't always go as planned in life. Kurama retreated into Naruto's body. Then, a crimson-red liquid melted his shirt and jacket, starting from the stomach. It spread over the rest of his torso, engulfing his arms, legs, and tails, and ultimately covering his head too. The 5 Nomu didn't patiently wait for him to finish his transformation and charged at him. However, a scream unlike that of a human came from his mouth. That bestial roar generated a shockwave that flung the 5 high-ends away violently. This looks dangerous, Elephant Nomu said. Among the 5 Nomu, Shigaraki was the one who retained the largest amount of memories from when he used to be human, but even he could never recall seeing anything like that before. We need plan, Laser Nomu also said grimly. Crimson-red skin that seemed to corrode and melt anything it touched, sharp-looking claws, 2 white soulless eyes, a mouth full of sharp fangs, and 5 large tails swaying slowly at his back. At that moment, he looked like a demon. Something wrong, why can I see 6 tails? Female Nomu asked. Not good. Shigaraki said, his memories from when he was human coming to the front of his mind. Awakening, Quirk is evolving. Attack. We have to kill. Now. Saying that, Shigaraki raised both his arms and shouted, Air Cannon. However, if Naruto in his human form was already too fast and agile for Shigaraki's air cannon to meet its mark, his speed in his demonic form was on another level. Although he didn't leave sonic booms in his wake like before, he was even faster. Much faster. Laser Nomu was not able to react as an enormous crimson appendage slammed into the back of his head, pulverizing it. The 4 remaining Nomu watched in shock as blood burst like a geyser from Laser Nomu's still standing corpse. He was killed before he even knew it. Naruto was perfectly lucid and in control of his actions, but as he obliterated Laser Nomu's head, he couldn't help letting out a roar of excitement. He may have learned how to suppress the feral instincts of his quirk, but that did not mean he was entirely immune to their influence. Confident in her ability to avoid fatal injury with her liquefying quirk, female Nomu was the first to charge at him in close quarters. Her leg inflated to a grotesque size and appearance as she kicked towards his head. Naruto didn't even attempt to block the hail of sharp projectiles that rained upon him as the female Nomu exploded her leg. Whereas they had badly injured him before, those projectiles didn't leave a scratch on his crimson-red skin now. For golden chains suddenly impaled the female Nomu. She screamed in agony as she tried to activate her liquefying quirk in order to escape, however, nothing happened. Her quirks were all cancelled. Immobilized by the 4 golden chains, she could do nothing but watch as his clawed hand came towards her head. He sliced through her brain like a hot knife through butter, and his golden chains also tore her body apart savagely. It was completely unnecessary, but he took great pleasure in spilling her blood and gore all over the place. A terror like they had never felt in their lives grew inside the high-end Nomu as they watched the demonic fox savagely tear the female Nomu apart and roar in cruel delight. The Nomu were bioengineered creatures with no will of their own. They were designed to obey their creator, even if they were told to self-destruct. However, at that moment, a primal fear overrode their programming. It was a horror that surpassed their sense of reason and short-circuited their brain. They were standing in front of a monster even more terrible than them. Instinctually, they realized that they couldn't be its opponents. They were nothing but prey. And prey ran away at the sight of the apex predator. Naruto was broken out of his state of enjoyment when, unexpectedly, Shigaraki, Fat Nomu, and Elephant Nomu suddenly turned on their heels and ran. What the fuck? For a moment, he was stupefied. Are they running away? Naruto said in disbelief. It had never even crossed his mind that the bioengineered creatures would actually try to escape. I have to kill them before they disappear into the city. The Fat Nomu was the slowest among them. He didn't even make it halfway through the woods before 10 claws sliced through his body from behind, obliterating his brain and turning him into mincemeat. A great gale of wind was stirred as Naruto ran faster than ever before in this lifetime. Sensing his impending death, Elephant Nomu turned his head and threw his large trunk at Naruto as he ran. Nevertheless, it was for naught. His claws tore through Elephant Nomu's trunk, ripping it apart. A moment later, 3 large tails wrapped around his body and suddenly constricted him, squashing him into a paste of blood and gore. He took 1 second to admire his handiwork before throwing himself into Shigaraki's pursuit. By the time he finally caught up from behind, Shigaraki had made it past the woods and into the city. Stop! Shigaraki Nomu threatened as he flew up in the air and aimed with his hands at the city around him. One more step, and I dash. He didn't have time to finish speaking his threat before a golden chain wrapped around his ankle and pulled him down violently. Get over here. Naruto laughed as he pulled the screaming and struggling Shigaraki to the ground. With his quirks cancelled, Shigaraki could only fall to the ground, desperately grabbing onto anything and leaving deep finger marks in the street as he was being dragged away. Cries of panic and terror came from the people nearby as they watched the demonic creature grab a white-haired young man by the face and brutally slam him into the street, making a large and deep crater. Not minding the spectators, Naruto slammed Shigaraki's head into the ground 5 more times, deepening the crater and painting it with his blood. By the time he was done, Shigaraki's head was nothing but a mess of gore and blood. Several hundred kilometers away, in Tokyo, the villain's situation was vastly different. With All for One spearheading their movement, the army of villains walked through the streets boldly, making a beeline towards the headquarters of the Hero Public Safety Commission. Air Cannon. A pressurized gale of wind blew several armed vehicles away and even redirected an RPG, making it fly into a nearby building and blowing it up. Police forces, special forces, and pro-heroes, no one could stop them. A trail of death and destruction was left in their wake, with casualties numbering in the hundreds. Eventually, they reached their destination. AFO didn't have time to hold another speech for his people like he did when they attacked the National Diet Building because, just as the HPSC headquarters appeared in their view, a familiar scream greeted them. Flashfire Fist, Hell Spider. It was the number 2 hero, Endeavor. 10 threads of fire sliced at them from above. AFO easily slapped one thread of fire away with the back of his hand, but that wasn't the case for the rest of the villains behind him. Endeavor's Hell Spider claimed the lives of dozens. Going straight for the kill, Endeavor? AFO said in a mixture of surprise and amazement. Look at him well, everyone. This is the true face of the number 2 hero in Japan. You made a grave mistake coming out of hiding, all for one, came the voice of a middle-aged woman from a loudspeaker. Massacring all the parliamentarians at the National Diet Building and leaving a trail of corpses all over Tokyo, killing hundreds of innocent people. You no longer deserve any human rights. You are a mad animal, and you shall be put down like one. Everyone, listen closely. As the president of the Hero Safety Protection Commission, I am telling all the pro-heroes gathered here today. Do not fight to capture or arrest. This isn't a mere riot. This is a civil war. The villains are trying to overthrow the government. Show them no mercy, for they will show you none to you either. Faces grim with determination, Endeavor and the rest of the pro-heroes didn't object. The Hero Network app and television channels all over the country had already spread the news of the massacre at the National Diet Building, and dozens of pro-heroes and hundreds of policemen and other innocent bystanders were murdered during the villains' march through Tokyo on their way to the HPSC headquarters. Many of them had friends or even families among the victims. Enraged at the villains' cruelty and with the HPSC's president giving them the green light to use lethal force, many of the pro-heroes didn't hesitate as they threw themselves at the villains. A messy and chaotic battle ensued as the Metahuman Liberation Army clashed with the pro-heroes. With most of the civilians having been evacuated ahead of time, the heroes could fully focus on their opponents rather than being afraid for other people's safety. Suddenly, a whirlwind of white sliced through the ranks of the villain army. Running at a speed faster than the naked eye could perceive, a hero that wasn't supposed to be anywhere near Tokyo made their entrance. Tan skin, long white hair, and a pair of white rabbit ears, it was Mirko. Having gotten wind of villains' coordinated attacks all over the country, Rumi was left with two main choices: she could either go to UA High or Tokyo. Due to her great trust and confidence in Naruto's strength, she decided to leave UA High in his hands and go to Tokyo instead. Now, her body appeared like a blur and her legs like a helicopter's rotor blade as she whirled around, sending villains flying left and right by kicking them in the face. Deadly Spear. Fireball. Ice Lance. Bullet Storm. Villains all around her fired all sorts of physical and energy attacks at her, but she was like a ghost. Due to her quirk awakening at the UA training camp 2 years ago, Mirko's perception reached an entirely different level. Due to how their eyes are positioned in their skulls, regular rabbits have nearly 360-degree vision, allowing them to spot predators from all sides and escape. However, Mirko's danger-sensing ability after her rabbit quirk's awakening almost touched the realm of precognition. Her incredible speed and exquisite control over her body, coupled with her inhumanly sharp perception, allowed her to dodge all the attacks they were firing at her as if she could see the future. Luna Rush. Luna Ring. Nearly 20 villains were sent flying in quick succession, all of them knocked out cold and sporting broken limbs or cracked skulls. 8 black tendrils suddenly attacked her from the back, but she dodged them by cartwheeling away and then jumping up, her powerful legs allowing her to instantly put a distance of over 20 meters between herself and her attacker. You're going a bit too wild, Mirko. I can't have you kill all my subordinates now, can I? All for one said as arcs of red lightning flickered over his legs. The street under his feet cracked as he launched himself at Mirko at a speed faster than the naked eye could follow. But the rabbit hero was more than capable of keeping up with his speed, easily evading his charge. That monstrous strength of his is still the same, she thought with a frown when she saw the entire building collapse into a heap of rubble after AFO smashed into it. AFO was in the middle of getting out of the rubble when a scream came from above him. Flashfire Fist, Hell Curtain. AFO chuckled as a blue flame appeared around his hands. Flashfire Fist, Hell Curtain. AFO said and a wave of blue fire erupted from his fist. Blue and red clashed, and Endeavor was shocked to see All for One's blue fire easily overpower his. Endeavor! Mirko shouted when she saw him getting blasted away by AFO's attack and heard him screaming in pain. Not wanting to give AFO time to deliver the finishing blow, Mirko threw herself at AFO with such speed that it appeared as if she had teleported above him. Luna Arc, she yelled and threw an axe kick, her heel landing on AFO's head, right as he raised his arm and aimed at endeavor to kill him. Her axe kick slammed All for One down into the collapsed building again, making him leave a human imprint into the heap of rubble below. Tisk, she clicked her tongue when she saw him stand up from the rubble, completely unharmed. Is that the best you can do, number 3? AFO asked mockingly. A dragon dived from the sky with her talons first, but AFO just aimed his hand at her and said in annoyance, "Don't ruin my fun, small fry." His air cannon quirk blasted the large dragon away like a broken kite, smashing into the nearby building. "Now, where were we?" he said as he turned to face Mirko and Endeavor, who had gotten up to his feet in the meantime. "Ah, yes, entertain me some more." His body stiffened, and his arms were unexpectedly forced to his back as the fabric of his clothes tightened extremely hard around him like a straitjacket, immobilizing his body. Endeavor didn't miss the opportunity that Best Jeanist created for him and shouted, "Vanishing Fist." The flame-encased fist struck All for One so hard that it smashed him through the entire heap of rubble, straight into the sewers below the city. Mirko didn't fall behind either and threw herself down with as much momentum as possible. Luna fall. However, right before her kicks reached him, AFO's air cannon blasted both her and Endeavor away. It was such a simple, but overpowered quirk. Due to the fact that she was in midair, despite her danger-sensing ability warning her of what he was about to do, Mirko was unable to dodge. The air cannon that he had fired with both hands flung her and Endeavor away at a great distance, making them fall from a height of over 100 meters. Despite the powerful attack, Endeavor wasn't knocked out, and he quickly righted himself in the air with a burst of his flames. As for Mirko, she flipped her body in midair so that she fell with her legs first. Due to her powerful legs, falling at terminal velocity was not enough to injure her. Her special move, Luna Fall, was far faster than that. Endeavor frowned when he saw AFO flying out of the sewer. The wounds that his vanishing fist had inflicted on AFO were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Getting ganged up on by number 2, number 3, number 5 and number 10 pro heroes, it seems like I need to get a bit serious as well, All for One said. Despite his words, the tone of his voice was relaxed, showing no worry. Spring-like limbs, strength enhancer, kinetic booster, multiplier, hypertrophy, rivets, spear-like bones, iron skin, hellfire. All for One's entire body started twisting and changing into a grotesque form as he spoke a long list of quirk names. Fuck, we're screwed. Had it been in different circumstances, Best Jeanist would have reprimanded Mirko for her uncouth language. But he couldn't think of any words that described their situation any better at that moment. Despite the cuss words she let out, Rumi was the first one to charge at AFO. "Mirko, don't be reckless." Endeavor shouted in worry. But Mirko didn't hear him. Despite her sharp hearing as a rabbit, she didn't hear anything. Due to her rabbit quirk instinct screaming at her to get away, clashing with her personality and will to fight, Mirko entered a special state of focus. She could count the number of times it happened in the past on the fingers of one hand. This state of extreme focus was triggered in her only when her instincts warned her of mortal peril, but she still decided to stay back and fight. There were few individuals who would be able to induce that feeling in the rabbit hero, but All for One was certainly at the top of the list. A violent wind stirred as AFO punched with his monstrous arm, but Mirko slid under his looping fist. Standing on her hands upside down, she kicked upwards, smashing both her feet into his chin, the force of the impact throwing his head back and wobbling him. Spear-like bones burst from AFO's torso, but Mirko executed a move similar to breakdancing to dodge the bone spikes and throw a sweeping kick at the back of his leg. As AFO dropped to one knee, Endeavor launched himself at him with a scream. Flashfire Fist, Jetburn. However, at the same time, AFO raised his hand and said, "Lightning Spear." Recognizing the mortal peril, Best Jeanist used his threads to quickly pull Endeavor's body away. The enormous spear of lightning missed Endeavor, but it hit the HPSC headquarters building dead center, blowing a huge hole into its midsection and destroying several floors. After AFO extended his right arm to fire his lightning spear, Mirko took the chance to jump up and throw a whirlwind kick at his head. But her attack was unsuccessful. Her tibia ended up smashing into a spike-like bone that had grown from AFO's shoulder. AFO was about to turn around and deliver a devastating blow with the back of his hand, but Best Jeanist controlled the fabric of AFO's suit to delay AFO's movement, allowing Mirko to escape. "I've had enough of your meddling, number 5, AFO said. "Cataclysm Strike," he shouted, and his monstrous arm was engulfed by blue flames as he threw a punch at Best Jeanist. An intense burst of flames propelled Endeavor ahead at great speed as he rushed to get into AFO's way with all his strength. "Vanishing fist," he shouted, and a large fist of fire appeared over his hand before he smashed his fist straight into AFO's monstrous punch. For a split second, their attacks seemed to be evenly matched. But it was only an illusion. Amplified by nearly a dozen quirks, AFO's punch was not something that Endeavor's vanishing fist could contend with. The flame hero's entire right arm exploded in a shower of blood and gore, and his body was flung back violently, smashing through 3 different buildings before finally coming to a stop. "Endeavor!" Best Jeanist shouted, but he didn't receive an answer. "Rivet stab," AFO said as he aimed at Best Jeanist next, but Mirko suddenly kicked him in the elbow from below, making him miss. In the next instant, Best Jeanist used his quirk again to restrain AFO's body, and Mirko landed a flush Luna ring into his face, shattering his industrial mask into pieces and twisting his head to the side, making him take several steps to stabilize his body. She didn't celebrate the small success. As her danger-sensing ability went haywire, Mirko rapidly jumped away and broke into a sprint towards Best Jeanist. The blonde hero didn't even know what happened before he felt as if a car crashed into him when Mirko abruptly grabbed him in her sprint and started running away with him in her arms. And it was just in the nick of time. A second later, All for One fired the most powerful air cannon that Mirko had ever seen him do. It happened in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the entire street and the buildings surrounding it were raised off the surface of the earth. Hero, villains, HPSC personnel, policemen, nothing survived. Everyone and everything that was caught in the range of his air cannon was pulverized. Only 3 people survived: Endeavor, who had been blasted away a few moments before, Mirko, and Best Jeanist, whom she had carried away. Nonetheless, Mirko and Best Jeanist hadn't managed to fully evade the range of the attack either and were slammed violently into a wall, knocking them unconscious too. Using a radar-like quirk to detect life signatures, All for One realized the Mirko, Best Jeanist, and Endeavor were only knocked unconscious, not dead. Therefore, he raised his arms and aimed in their direction in order to deal the finishing blow. Air Cannon. Chapter 44, Bitterness. Previous chapter. Only 3 people survived: Endeavor, who had been blasted away a few moments before, Mirko, and Best Jeanist, whom she had carried away. Nonetheless, Mirko and Best Jeanist hadn't managed to fully evade the range of the attack either and were slammed violently into a wall, knocking them unconscious too. Using a radar-like quirk to detect life signatures, All for One realized the Mirko, Best Jeanist, and Endeavor were only knocked unconscious, not dead. Therefore, he raised his arms and aimed in their direction in order to deal the finishing blow. Air Cannon. The sudden eruption of the civil war in Japan did not go unnoticed by the rest of the world. After news of All for One's massacre at the National Diet Building went out, television channels from all over the world started showing scenes and footage from the army of villains march through the boulevards of Tokyo as they headed towards the Hero Safety Public Commission's headquarters. Across the ocean, in the United States of America, the Uzumaki family was watching the news with bated breath as well. The news channel wasn't showing anything from the UA High. After all, the attack was too sudden, and the villains had launched coordinated attacks on hero agencies all over the country. The news channel was focused on Tokyo and All for One. The moment that the rabbit hero, Mirko, appeared on the screen, they all became tense. Little Eri didn't fully understand how terrifying All for One was, but Minato and Kushina did. Kushina and the side of her family had hidden in fear of All for One for 3 generations, and Minato used to be the ace of HPSC's Black Ops organization, Root. He was privy to information about AFO that even Kushina didn't know. That being said, the 2 of them, especially Kushina, were biting their nails as they watched Mirko, Endeavor, Ryuku, and Best Jeanist engage All for One in battle. Minato. Kushina called out his name as she grabbed him by the forearm in worry. "You know I can't do that, dear. Rumi-san would never forgive me if I popped over and took her away." But Kushina didn't continue what she was about to say. After all, over the past 2 years, the 2 of them have become very close to Usajiyama Rumi. She was their son's girlfriend and their future daughter-in-law. They were practically family at this point. They knew that Mirko would never back away from a fight. The family of 3 cheered whenever the heroes managed to land a good hit on AFO and gasped when AFO blasted them away. They were on the edge of their seats the entire time. Eventually, the scene of All for One destroying the entire street with an overpowered air cannon blast came up too, and Minato was quick to cover Eri's eyes and hug her head to his chest, preventing her from seeing the death and destruction AFO caused. When the camera showed Mirko and Best Jeanist unconscious bodies lying among the ruined buildings and All for One raising his hand to cast another attack at them, Minato knew what he had to do. Air Cannon. Just as AFO raised his hand and said those words, a blonde-haired man appeared out of thin air between the number 3 and number 5 heroes and whisked them away. All three of them disappeared with a yellow flash. Minato teleported back to Tokyo, trying to save Endeavor as well. However, the powerful air cannon blast that AFO fired after he left further destroyed the already ruined city block, making a large depression appear in the ground. The unconscious number 2 hero perished in that attack too. I've never seen or heard about someone like you before. Who are you? All for One asked. In his rush, Minato didn't have time to grab his root mask, so AFO could see his face. The only saving grace was that the helicopters filming the scene were too far away for the public at large to get a good look at this face. Well, no matter. But that's quite the quirk you have there. I want it. All for One said in an avaricious tone and laughed as 10 rivet tendrils grew from his fingers to strike at Minato. But Minato didn't entertain him with an answer. First of all, he was not there to stop All for One. He only came there to rescue his soon-to-be daughter-in-law. Secondly, he had never had any sort of special loyalty to Japan. He had only ever been loyal to one person, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the previous leader of Root and the person who had brought him into the organization. But Mr. Sarutobi had long since passed away. Nowadays, Minato was living exclusively for the sake of his family. The government could fall and the whole country could burn, none of that mattered to him as long as his family was safe. Lastly, Minato was not the type to fight head-on against someone. He had been raised and trained to become an assassin, not a brawler. Therefore, when AFO fired his rivet stab at him, Minato didn't remain to fight. He teleported away. AFO's rivet stab hit nothing but air as the blonde man disappeared in a yellow flash. He looked around, curious to see where he would pop up from the next time. However, 30 seconds passed but the teleporter had yet to come back. AFO waited another 30 seconds. I guess he isn't coming back. What a pity. He hadn't even finished saying those words when his radar quirk picked up a life signature appearing not even 1 meter behind his back. He turned around rapidly, just in time to see Minato pull the pin of a hand grenade before calmly putting it down in a box. If AFO had eyes, they would have widened at the sight of it, a wooden crate, roughly 80 centimeters long, 40 centimeters wide, and 20 centimeters deep. It was a storage unit containing 50 hand grenades. I hope you'll enjoy my gift, Minato said before taking his hand off the grenade's lever and teleporting away. A powerful explosion boomed. The Lord of Crime, All for One, had bid his time and grown his forces for many years. When he finally struck, his attack was swift and decisive. It took only 1 day for the Japanese government to fall. The entire parliament had been massacred, hundreds of pro-heroes across the country had been killed by villains, and even the number 1, number 2, and number 10 pro-heroes in the country lost their lives too. The fact that All Might was killed shook not only Japan but the Western world too. Back in his prime, All Might had been an internationally recognized hero due to his overwhelming strength and just character. He had left his mark in the USA and he had single-handedly installed an era of peace and prosperity in Japan. But now, that titan, that incredible individual, was dead, killed by a bioengineered creature controlled by the villains. Many hero agencies were burned and vandalized by the Liberation Army, and the regular police forces that tried to stop them were killed mercilessly. The losses on the side of the villains were equally heavy, with the Liberation Army having lost thousands, but All for One had never cared about them, proof of that being that he had annihilated everyone in his assault on the HPSC headquarters, foes and allies alike. The only thing that mattered to him was that All Might was dead and that he had finally won. The remains of the Japanese government and the surviving members of the Hero Public Safety Commission appealed to the USA and the United Nations, asking for international help, but the response they received was lukewarm at best. Words of sympathy were all that they had gotten. The main reason for that was that All for One did not step out in the open to publicly lead the government or declare himself the emperor. Instead, after the government's fall, Kobu Hanabata stepped in front of the public and took on the role of becoming the new government's figurehead. Kobu Hanabata, together with Redestro and the rest of the politicians who had been bought by the AFO and the Liberation Army, had not been at the National Diet Building when the massacre occurred. By making use of his insight quirk and working in tandem with Tomoyasu Chikazoku, also known as Skeptic, who brought to light all of HPSC and Root's classified documents and exposed their dirty laundry, they controlled the mass media to demonize the previous government and paint the Liberation Army and their coup d'état in a better light, showing it as something that was necessary to happen in order to cut off the cancer in the Japanese society. 2 days passed since the fall of the Japanese government, and that was still everything that most media outlets around the globe talked about. Even in the USA, the criminal organizations and the villains' level of activity spiked, with hero agencies and the FBI having to work overtime to keep up with them. The government of Japan's fall was a huge reason for concern for the world at large. Japan was a country with over 130 million people and a strong hero presence, with nearly 15,000 active pro-heroes. More importantly, it was the country where the legendary All Might lived and operated. If such a country could fall into the hands of the villains, how many other countries could boldly claim something like that would never happen to them? As he read an article named Todoroki Family Secrets, Naruto let out a sigh. Endeavor died in battle against All for One, but it looked like the villains were still not done with him. It was the same not only for Hero Public Safety Commission and Endeavor but for many other heroes and public figures in Japan too. Skeptic and other members of the Liberation Army were digging out all sorts of secrets from their past and publicizing them, showing the entire world the hidden, ugly side of the previous society for the sake of justifying their coup d'état. His sensitive hearing picking up a change in Mirko's breathing pattern, Naruto put down his tablet and looked up. The rabbit girl seemed to have woken up. Naruto? Where am I? She tried sitting up, but a sudden jolt of pain made her wince and dissuaded her from doing so. What happened? Momentarily, she couldn't remember how she had gotten hurt. Naruto stood up from his couch and came to sit on the edge of her bed. Hey, he smiled, happy to see her awake. You fought against All for One. You were injured? A look of realization flashed on her face as her memories all came back to her, the villain's attack, the National Diet Building massacre, AFO's assault on the HPSC HQ, and her battle against AFO. How am I still alive? Did you save me? She asked. No, my dad did. What about Best Jeanist and Endeavor? He rescued Best Jeanist too when he came after you, he's in the hospital now. But he was too late to save Endeavor. Mirko winced as she tried to sit up again. Taking pity on her, he helped her do it by lifting her from her armpits and placing a pillow behind her back. What hospital? I don't know if it's safe. I wouldn't put it past those damn villains to launch an attack on hospitals too. Relax, he is safe. You're safe too. We're not in Japan anymore, Naruto said, taking her hand in his and squeezing it to comfort her. Not in Japan, you mean dash? We're at my parents' place, in the USA. Currently, we're in a suburb of Jacksonville, Florida. It's the home that your mom prepared for us. Best Jeanist is at a hospital here in Jacksonville too. As she started calming down, Rumi noticed that Naruto's entire torso and arms were bandaged too under the orange t-shirt he wearing. You're injured too? Yes. The villains attacked UA High too. At her worried look, he continued, most of the students managed to evacuate unharmed. The principal's escape measures were very thorough, and the professors and some of the strongest students bought time for the rest to evacuate. I was one of the few who stayed until the end. I see. How long was I out? What's the situation like in Japan? Rumi asked. It's not good, Naruto said, and he sighed again. All Might is dead. He was killed by a high-end Nomu. It was a Nomu similar to the one the two of us fought at USJ 2 years ago, but stronger. If that's not bad enough, the government was overthrown too. I suspect that the few politicians who were not present at the National Diet Building 2 days ago were either bought by All for One or coerced into working for him. The mass media in Japan isn't saying anything about the atrocities that the villains committed. They're only talking about the many crimes that HPSC's Black Ops committed in the dark, trying to make it look like a revolution was needed. Naruto and Rumi didn't say anything for some time. What now? Is there any resistance? What are the rest of the heroes doing? She asked after a while, but he shrugged his shoulders. I don't know much. But Dad teleported to Japan a few times over the past 2 days. He told me there wasn't any resistance. The population is too terrified by the hundreds of villains marching the streets in every city. The police forces who tried to resist were decimated by the villains, and it's estimated that nearly half of the pro-heroes were killed on the first day of the attacks. That guy, Kobu Hanabata, the mouthpiece of the new government, even went as far as to put a hit on the pro-heroes, calling for them to turn themselves into the police for the sake of being re-evaluated. It's over. Hey, don't talk like that, it's not like you to give up that easily, Naruto, Mirko said. But he shook his head and said in a somber voice. I may have won the battle at UA High, but the heroes lost the war, Rumi-chan. All for One's forces were too much. Experts say he had an army of over 100,000 villains on his side when he attacked. All Might is dead, half of the pro-heroes lost their lives, and the rest went into hiding. The government was massacred, and the HPSC was annihilated too. On top of all that, somehow, we don't even have public opinion on our side. All for One's men keep digging out and publicizing the dark secrets of the HPSC and its Black Ops route, and there are even articles about Endeavor and the terrible things he did to his family. It's not about giving up, it's about accepting reality. I don't know what we could possibly do now. What can the two of us alone do against 100,000 villains and AFO? As a master manipulator, All for One didn't neglect the importance of the actions that he had to take in the aftermath of the Civil War. The campaign he started for the sake of smearing the good name of the pro-heroes and the HPSC was proof that he had thoroughly thought out his plans before taking action. He had had years to prepare for his return. Hearing him say those words, Rumi realized that the situation was even worse than she had thought at first. She decided to hold her tongue until she saw what happened with her own eyes and got a better understanding of what had transpired. "Can you help me stand? I need to use the bathroom." "Forget about walking on your own, I'll carry you there," Naruto said as he took off the blanket covering her. "Aren't you injured too?" "It's just some minor stab wounds." "Don't worry," he said, picking her up in a princess carry. "Come to think of it, why didn't you ask Eri-chan to fix you up?" Rumi asked curiously as she rested her head on his shoulder. "Eri-chan's quirk takes a long time to store power, so I'd rather not make her use it on me for some superficial wounds. I want her to use her quirk on Izuku. He got injured so badly that I don't think doctors can salvage his right arm anymore. I'm worried about him. Dad tried to find him when he went back to Japan, but Izuku wasn't in Mizudafu's hospitals, and his mother wasn't at their home either. Principal Nizu must have taken them both and hidden them away." Once Mirko called for Naruto to take her out of the bathroom, he carried her into the living room. At the sight of her brother carrying the rabbit girl in his arms, Eri was the first to yell out in glee. "Rumi-ne-chan." Despite the gloom she was feeling due to what happened in her country and to her friends and fellow heroes, at that moment, Rumi couldn't help smiling at the bubbly little girl's happiness at seeing her. Hearing Eri's shout, Kushina also came in from the balcony. "Rumi-chan. I'm so glad you're okay," she said, throwing her arms around Naruto's and Rumi's necks and kissing them both on the cheek. "It's good to see you too, mother," Rumi said, flushing a bit at Kushina's overly affectionate mothering. Kushina laughed happily at the way Mirko referred to her. "Come, let us all go outside, in the garden." Eri had been watching a cartoon on the TV in the living room when Naruto came in carrying Rumi, but she forgot all about it when she saw them and followed them out of the house. Rumi squinted her eyes when they went outside, and she was faced with the strong light from the sun. Due to the AC running inside the house, she hadn't realized how hot it was outside. The Uzumaki family's new home didn't have a huge yard, but the garden was well kept and tastefully arranged, and the wooden patio with its square table and plush chairs looked homely and lovely. "Rumi-san, you're up and walking again." Minato put down the shovel he was working with and came to talk to them. "Not exactly walking," she chuckled. "But it's great to see you too." "Thank you for saving me, father." Minato laughed and rubbed the back of his head in slight embarrassment, with Kushina grinning all the while at him. "Of course. We're family. But even if we weren't, how could I not come for you after how many times you saved my son's arse," he said, making everyone chuckle. A genuine expression of happiness appeared on Rumi's face. She was still having trouble getting used to how affectionate and loving Naruto's parents were. She had never felt anything like that growing up in the orphanage, and by the time she and her mother got in touch again, Mirko was a teenager. It was during her rebellious Gyuru phase when she didn't want to have anything to do with the mother who didn't raise her. Her despise for Usajiyama Yua's promiscuous behavior didn't help matters either, so, to this day, Rumi and her mother have never had a strong relationship. It wasn't comparable to how close Naruto and his parents were. Nevertheless, at that moment, Rumi was forced to reconsider her feelings for her mother. She realized that the fact that Naruto's family was safe and living in a nice home in the United States of America was all thanks to her mother. Despite her flaws and irresponsible behavior at times, Usajiyama Yua did love her daughter in her own way. She loved her so much that her affection extended even to her boyfriend and his family. The evacuation system that Principal Nizu had created had cost him his entire life savings and more. Although Cementos and the excavation hero, Higuri Maijima, had played a crucial role in shortening the construction time and lowering the costs of the project, even with Nizu's genius-level intellect, it hadn't been easy to acquire such an immense sum of money. That being said, the colossal project had paid off spectacularly. Due to his foresight, all the students and professors at UA High managed to evacuate safely. All except for the ones who had stayed behind to hold off the villains and buy them time to escape. Initially, UA High, Shiketsu High School, and several other hero schools were connected through an underground evacuation system. It was so that if one of the hero schools was attacked, they could evacuate to another. However, with all the hero schools having been targeted by the Liberation Army simultaneously, Principal Nizu couldn't go to any of them. He had to opt for Plan B, going to a special underground facility that nobody except for a few people close to him knew about. 2 days after the villains' attack on the UA High, all the students and professors who had evacuated were still in that secret facility. "There is enough food, water, and power for us to survive here for at least 2 months," Principal Nizu thought. Recovery Girl was taking care of any injured students and professors, with Eraserhead and Midoriya Izuku having priority due to how grave their injuries were. Lunch Rush was responsible for preparing everyone's meals, while Midnight, Present Mike, Vlad King, and the others were keeping the order among students. However, we can't do that. I can't keep all these students here for so long. Not only that the children have already started to become restless and anxious due to being separated from their families, but the main problem is that there is a traitor in our midst. A traitor that we still haven't smoked out. That means that All for One will find out about this facility soon too, if he hasn't found out about it already. The suspicion that there was a traitor among students or professors became a certainty once Cementos brought back the fatally injured Shota Aizawa, who told them what had transpired after he regained consciousness thanks to Recovery Girl's care and treatment. Someone impersonated Snipe to backstab Eraserhead, and then, from what Cementos and the boys from Class 3A said, that someone also copied Eraserhead's quirk and cancelled All Might's quirk, causing his death. There are two options. Either Snipe helped that villain sneak into the school, betraying us, or Snipe is innocent, probably even dead, and that villain infiltrated the school with someone else's help. While Nizu was deep in thought, Present Mic's voice brought him back into the present. Principal? A student from the 3A class wants to speak with you. Apparently, it's urgent. Who is it? What happened? Asked Nizu. He wouldn't say. He insisted on talking to you and only to you. It's Yuga Aoyama from Class 3A. The principal interlocked his fingers and rested his chin on his hands in thought. He knew who Yuga Aoyama was. He knew all the hero course students in his school by name, and not only. Yuga Aoyama was ordinary from every point of view. His grades were average to low, his quirk strength and versatility were average to low too, and his parents were normal people too. The only thing that was slightly special about him was that he came from a wealthier family than average. Let him in, Nizu said. But I would like you to keep a watch on us without his notice. Present Mike showed a surprised face as understanding dawned on him. Principal, are you saying that he might be a dash? I don't know, Nizu said, shaking his head. I hope it is not what I'm afraid of. But I can't take any risks in our current situation. Too many things are at stake. Better safe than sorry. I understand, Present Mike said, and went out to bring the boy into Nizu's room. Nizu's level of alertness rose the moment Yuga Aoyama stepped into the room, and he got to see his distraught facial expression and anxious body language. Once he saw the boy taking a seat on the chair in front of Principal Nizu's desk, Present Mike left the room, seemingly oblivious to the mood. Hello, Aoyama-san, Nizu said in a tired, but kind voice. What is it that you wish to talk to me about? Aoyama was wrenching his fingers and biting his lower lip nervously, all the while looking down at the desk, unable to meet his eyes. Aoyama-san. As he raised his head and finally looked the principal in the eyes, Aoyama burst into tears. I'm sorry, sensei. I'm sorry. Aoyama-san? What's wrong? What happened? Nizu asked, standing up from his seat. It was me. I'm sorry. I didn't want to do it, but I didn't have a choice. I'm so sorry. His heart-wrenching crying and his loud voice could be heard perfectly from outside the room, and Present Mike burst through the door in a hurry, thinking that those were Aoyama's last words before he was going to attack the principal. However, after getting inside, he saw that the boy showed no signs of aggression whatsoever. He was just crying bitterly, desperately. Chapter 45, Rewind. He has my parents? I have to do what he says, but I can't. I can't doom so many lives. What should I do? I don't know what to do. A loud screeching sound was heard as Principal Nizu suddenly jumped up from his seat and the chair dragged against the floor. What's going on? Aoyama shouted when he was hit with a prickling sensation all over his body, and he saw several cracks appearing on his hands. Present Mike, who had come into Nizu's office earlier, rushed at the principal. A bad feeling crept into his heart at the sight of the cracks that started appearing on the boy's face, neck, and arms. Principal. Present Mike shouted as he grabbed Nizu by the arm and threw himself together with him through the open door, out of the office. What's happening to me? Aoyama cried out in terror. At that moment, a deep, malevolent voice rang in his head. Aoyama Yuga. You have betrayed me. Eyes widening in realization, the boy started shouting in desperation. No. Please no. I thought that holding your parents hostage would be enough to keep you obedient. You have disappointed me. Don't do it. Please don't do it, the boy begged. But I know better than anyone how fickle the human heart is. I knew you couldn't be fully trusted. Nobody can. That's why I made preparations in case you decided to betray me. As All for One's telepathic message ended, the cracks extended over Yuga's entire body, and a second later, the office was rocked by a powerful explosion. Luckily, Present Mike and Nizu managed to escape in time, but the blast wrecked the room completely. Alerted by the unexpected explosion, Midnight and Vlad King were quick to arrive at the scene, and many other curious students came to find out what happened too. "This is bad." "No, this is terrible," was the first thing that Nizu said when he stood up. "Principal, what's going on? What happened here?" asked Professor Vlad as he stepped inside the office and saw Yuga Aoyama's charred, lifeless body. He was an agent of All for One, the leader of the League of Villains and the Meta Liberation Army. "Goodness gracious? We've been compromised." Present Mike himself had watched it all happen with his own eyes, but he was no less confused than the other two teachers either. He tried to come out clean and betray All for One, but it appears that AFO has a way of monitoring his subordinates. If that's the case, then it means that he knows about our escape method and about this bunker too. At Nizu's explanation, a grave look appeared on the three pro-heroes' faces. "We have to move out. And we have to do it fast." Although only 2 days had passed since her battle with All for One in Tokyo, Rumi was already up and able to walk by herself. Currently, she and Naruto were walking hand in hand on Jacksonville's Long Beach, admiring the sight of the red and orange rays of the sun reflecting in the clear, blue ocean. The weather was warm, and a pleasant breeze was blowing. The two lovebirds couldn't take their eyes off each other as they walked, chatting and laughing together. Seeing as it was at sunset, there were not as many people on the beach as earlier in the day, but nonetheless, Naruto's 6 golden fox tails were so eye-catching that many of the passing people turned their heads after him. Mirko was no less eye-catching either, with her long white rabbit ears and her provocative outfit, a pair of white sneakers, blue jeans hotpants, which left her strong and long legs bare, and a loose crop-top pink t-shirt that somehow made her breasts look even bigger than they were already and gave people a peek at her sexy and ripped midriff. She was drop-dead gorgeous. Then again, they were on the beach. Many other men and women were wearing even less than her. "They're talking about you. You're famous even in the United States now," Mirko said, elbowing him teasingly in the ribs. Somehow, Japan's mass media had gotten hold of a video showing him in the form of a 6-tailed fox demon grabbing Shigaraki Nomu with his golden chains and repeatedly chokeslamming him into the ground until there was nothing but blood and gore left of his head. It was a short clip, but that savage display of brutality had been enough for the villain-controlled mass media to jump at the chance of showing Uzumaki Naruto in a bad light, trying to paint him as some sort of unstable and violent killer who was prone to start a massacre at the drop of a hat. Unfortunately for the villains, considering that the whole world was now having its eyes pinned on Japan after the villains' coup d'état, most people knew that the Japanese media outlets could not be trusted. Therefore, their poor attempts at vilifying and demonizing him had backfired. Naruto had already achieved some level of notoriety overseas after the USJ incident 2 years ago, when the world found out about the existence of a Japanese boy whose Fox Quirk awakened twice in quick succession. This new footage of him being transformed into a 6-tailed demon fox and killing a Nomu creature had reminded people of his name and raised his fame even more than before, to the point where even random people in the USA could recognize him on the street now. "I can hear them too," said Naruto. The way his fluffy fox ears twitched as he caught all sorts of quiet talk and distant chatter from the passers-by was so cute that Rumi found herself cooing at the sight. Throwing one arm around his neck, she raised herself on her tippy toes and pulled him down to press a wet and loud kiss on his cheek. "What was that for?" he asked in surprise, but his left arm was quick to circle her waist. "You're adorable. I just couldn't help myself," she said, grinning. Before he could protest at being called adorable, after all, he was a buff, strong-looking boy in his late teens and way taller than her now. Mirko hopped into his arms like a rabbit and wrapped both her arms around his neck, covering his lips with hers and muffling his words with her mouth. "What are you doing?" he asked after breaking the kiss, torn between feeling embarrassed and scandalized as he tried to push her away. "Everyone is looking at us." He had grown up in Japan, where it was heavily frowned upon to display one's affection in public. Even walking with his hand around Rumi's waist in public would have been enough for people to give them dirty looks, let alone if they were to be seen actually kissing and embracing each other. When Rumi wrapped her legs around his waist too, prying her off him became an impossible endeavor. "We're not in Japan anymore. The USA has no rules against PDA, I can kiss you in public all I want now," Mirko said and stole another kiss. "I'm pretty freaking sure that jumping on someone in public like that isn't allowed even in the USA. Get off me, you horny rabbit," he shot back as he tried pushing her face away from him with his hand. "No, I won't," she said, keeping her arms and legs locked around him like a monkey, holding on with her entire strength. "Come here. I want one more kiss," she laughed in glee. "Rumi. Don't make me do it," he said threateningly. Her answer was to squeeze his waist with her thighs even harder than before. "Let go, or I'll really do it." Her eyes widened when Naruto's hand came to her lower back and wrapped around her fluffy bunny tail. This time, her legs tightened so hard around his waist that it was physically painful. "Naruto, don't you dare," she said, having a hard time believing that he would really do something like that to her. He smirked at her panicked look. When his fingers clenched around her tail, it was as if all strength had left her body, and she became slack in his arms. Her cheeks turned red, and her breathing quickened. It was as if a switch had been flipped. Still holding the rabbit girl in his arms, Naruto quickly bolted away with her before the people watching them from the side could figure out what was going on, not wanting to make a scene. Shit, maybe I shouldn't have done that, he thought when Rumi started kissing and biting his neck teasingly while running her hands up and down his back, groping his back muscles. Arriving in a more remote spot next to some palm trees, Naruto put Mirko down. The rabbit girl didn't resist like before, but she was still clinging closely, looking up to him with what appeared to be a mixture between a glare and a needy look on her face. Rumi headbutted his chest lightly, burying her face into his t-shirt so that Naruto would not see her embarrassed countenance anymore. He laughed quietly at her behavior, but her rabbit ears weren't just for show, so she heard him. "Yeah. Laugh it out," she said in annoyance as she poked him in the ribs, making him flinch from the ticklish feeling. "You know how I feel about you and how hard it is for me to hold back, but you always keep teasing me. You're just too cute," he cooed at her and blew softly into one of her rabbit ears, clearly getting back at her for how she had called him earlier. She pinched him in retaliation, but she still didn't look up, not wanting to give him the satisfaction of seeing how red her face was. "HMPF. Just you wait. We'll see who laughs best when I get my hands on you." Their flirting and teasing moment was interrupted when Naruto's new cell phone rang. Swiping his thumb on the touchscreen, he brought the phone to his ear and answered. "Yes, Dad." "Hey, Naruto. Is Rumi-chan with you?" "Yep, we're together. We went out for a walk on the beach. I'm sorry to cut your date short, but something urgent has just come up. It's about the situation in Japan. Can you get back home quickly?" Exchanging a look with Rumi and seeing her nod at him, he replied. "Sure, we'll be there in 2 minutes," he said, terminating the call. Once he put his phone back in his pocket, Rumi was quick to jump on his back, making him give her a piggyback. While she may have recovered enough to walk, she was still not healthy enough to run at great speeds. He smiled softly as he felt the rabbit girl's weight on his back and her long tresses of white hair tickling his face. Her large breasts squished against him, the fresh smell of her hair, and the feeling of intimacy that came with having her cheek close to his, her arms wrapped around his neck, and her long and strong legs around his waist made it one of his favorite ways of spending time with Rumi. He had carried the rabbit girl on his back so many times over the years that it had unknowingly become a special thing for both of them, as a couple. The fact that he could freely run his hands over her thick and strong thighs was another big plus in his books. Despite her state, Mirko pushed down her needs and feelings and didn't bother or tease Naruto as he started running home. She only gave him a caste kiss on his cheek. She didn't go any further because she could discern from the tone of Minato's voice that something must have happened. True to his words, Naruto arrived home no more than 2 minutes later. A few beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead from having sprinted on his way back, but Minato didn't comment on it as he watched him place Mirko on the sofa on his left and then take a seat on his right. "Principal Nizu?" Naruto said, surprised when he saw the rat man's face on the screen of the laptop in his father's lap. They were in the middle of a video call. "Hello, Uzumaki-san. I suspect that the villains have found out the location of our bunker." The principal cut straight to the subject. "There was a traitor in our midst. One of your classmates, Aoyama Yuga, was a mole of all for one. He tried to come clean and tell me the truth, but AFO must have had a way of monitoring him because he exploded him." "Exploded him? Do you mean?" Mirko asked. "Exactly what I said. His body exploded from within. It's probably one of all for one's many quirks. The poor boy died on the spot." Naruto was reeling from the revelation. Aoyama had always given him a strange vibe, and he did seem like a loner amongst the rest of his classmates, but he had never suspected him to actually be a spy for AFO. The League of Villains attack on USJ, Mineta's death, the attack on the training camp, and that poor kid's death, were these all because of Aoyama? His right hand clenched into a fist. But he pushed down his anger and focused his attention back on Nizu, who continued speaking. "If AFO had a way of monitoring Aoyama-san, chances are that he would have found out about our shelter too. 2 days have already passed. I'm afraid that we have been compromised. We need to get away as fast as possible." "I see, but I'm not sure how we are supposed to help," Naruto said. "I'm in the United States now, and I don't have a passport or any legal way of traveling back to Japan. Mirko is also dash." "Naruto, he already knows about my quirk," Minato interrupted him. "Huh? Or how?" Naruto asked. Considering that you were spotted in the United States so quickly after the villain's revolution, it wouldn't take a genius to deduce the fact that there is some sort of relationship between you and the mysterious teleporter who saved Mirko and Best Jeanist from Tokyo, and Principal Nizu is a super genius with an IQ of 245, Minato explained before turning his eyes to Nizu and asking, "Am I right?" "That is correct," Nizu confirmed. Naruto was quiet for a moment. "What exactly do you need us to do?" "The underground system of tunnels that I have created is spread all over the country for hundreds of kilometers. We could pop out from anywhere, but I don't know if Aoyama-san was the only spy that All for One has planted in our midst or if there is another one who can take on the appearance of other people. Wait, what do you mean by that?" asked Naruto, a vague suspicion rising in his mind. You probably didn't know. All Might's quirk wasn't cancelled by your homeroom teacher, Eraserhead, but by a villain who could transform into other people and copy their quirks. Eraserhead was stabbed in the back and left to die. He is innocent? It was someone like Monoma from Class 3B, but they could also steal others' appearance? Damn. Naruto cussed, forgetting that he was having a conversation with a teacher. Good thing that he's dead. Indeed. But we cannot rule out the possibility that they might not be the only ones. Therefore, I have a favor to ask of you. As ashamed as I am to depend on a student when we, the teachers, should be the ones protecting you, I cannot let my pride get in the way of keeping the rest of the children safe. Of course we're going to help. Mirko said right away. Naruto took a few seconds before saying, "What exactly do we have to do?" "Your father has already agreed to help take the students to safety with his teleportation quirk. Unfortunately, there are hundreds of students, and he cannot teleport them all at once. It will take some time to get them all out. I need your help to protect everyone until all students are evacuated. Your adamantine sealing chains are the strongest quirk I know when it comes to defense." "Naruto?" Rumi asked, turning towards him as if to ask what was taking him so long to decide. For her, it was a no-brainer. "I will help. But you can't come with us," he answered. "What?" she exploded. "You're injured. You can't even run. Even with how I am now, I can still kick any random villain's ass. Rumi," Naruto called her name out seriously. "It's not the regular villains that teachers are worried about. It's All for One. That's why the principal contacted us. What would you do in your current condition if AFO showed up?" "But I have to side with Uzumaki-san on this one," Nizu told Mirko. "Focus on recovering for now. We will surely need your strength in the days to come." Nizu taking Naruto's side made Mirko scowl and cross her arms to her chest, but she stopped insisting. "Where should we meet?" asked Minato now that everything else had been decided. "If you don't mind me asking, what are the limits of your teleportation quirk?" Minato showed a hesitating look before letting out a sigh. "My teleportation has 3 limits. First, I can only teleport to places I've been to or places of which I have a good mental image. Second, I can teleport a maximum of 9 other people at a time. Third, the number of teleportations I can perform varies from one day to another. It depends on how well rested I am, it depends on my stamina. That said, I think it's too tall in order to expect me to teleport several hundred students today. How many of them are there in total?" "Roughly 700 people if you count the teachers as well," said the principal. "But if a lack of stamina is what limits your quirk, we may have a solution to that. Lunch Rush specializes in creating highly nutritious food. With his quirk and his expertise, I believe we can get everyone out to safety." "I see. I assume seeing a place in a video is good enough to let you teleport there?" Nizu asked, remembering that Minato had teleported to Tokyo from America just by watching the news. "Indeed. I could teleport straight to your office if you give me a good view of it with your camera." "Splendid. I shall start organizing the students into groups of 10, based on the region they're from. They will need to be teleported as close as possible to their homes. I will give you a call again when we're ready for you to come over." "Understood." 1 hour later, in spite of being unhappy and grumpy at being left behind, Mirko still hugged Naruto goodbye when it was time for him to go. "You better come back safe, you hear me?" she said while pouting. "MHM? Don't MHM me," she raised her voice at him in annoyance. "You better come back safe and unharmed, or I'll kill you with my own 2 hands if you had made me wait 2 years for nothing." "I get it, sheesh, calm down," he said, chuckling at how quickly she lost her temper. But she suddenly pulled him down by the collar of his shirt and smashed her lips to his. Truthfully, Mirko was old enough for some people to call her that slur used for unmarried women in their mid and late 20s, a discount Christmas cake. It was an insult that implied that they were unwanted and worthless and that nobody would marry them anymore at that age. However, what society thought of Mirko never mattered to Naruto. He cupped her face with his hands and caressed her cheeks gently, kissing her tenderly as if to convey his feelings for her. It was only after his father cleared his throat loudly that he broke the kiss. I told Izuku too, I ain't dying till I marry you. You better stay alive far longer than that, she muttered. Definitely. I promised we'd make a whole football team, didn't I, he said with a teasing grin on his face. Fool. What are you saying? When Minato started laughing at the two of them, Mirko's face turned bright red. Just go already, both of you. Mirko shouted at the father-son duo, who were snickering at her expense. Naruto just threw her one last teasing grin before Minato took him away, disappearing with a yellow flash. Unlike what Principal Nizu had feared, All for One and the rest of the villains didn't attack the bunker. In all fairness, even if they were to assume that All for One knew everything that Yuga Aoyama did, Aoyama himself should have had no idea whatsoever where exactly Nizu's secret shelter was located. After all, throughout the entire evacuation process, the students and the rest of the staff saw nothing but the interior of the room which transported them through the tunnels. As Minato had predicted, he ran out of energy after teleporting away less than 200 students. Fortunately, thanks to lunch rush's special food and a short moment of rest, he was able to replenish his energy and continue evacuating the students from the shelter. 10 by 10, Minato teleported the students all over the territory of Japan, sending everyone to the prefectures where they lived, close to their parents' homes. Eventually, he teleported the teachers out too, leaving only his son, Midoriya Izuku and his mother, Inko, whom Nizu had taken to the shelter as well, fearing that All for One might target her. The overweight woman looked like she was on the verge of crying every time she glanced down at her wheelchair-bound son. Even with Recovery Girl's top-notch treatment, Izuku was bandaged from head to toe. He was so injured that he couldn't even walk on his own 2 feet. Mrs. Midoriya was pushing his wheelchair around. In addition, his left arm was in a cast, while his right arm had been amputated from above the elbow, leaving only a stump behind. As chance made it, Izuku's father, who had been working overseas for years, happened to be in the United States, so Minato was going to take Izuku and his mom together with him on his way back home. Thank you so much for your help. I'm so sorry to trouble you. As Izuku's mother started repeatedly apologizing and excusing herself, Kushina took her outside, in the garden, hoping that the relaxing mood of the night and serving a cup of chamomile tea would calm her down. Don't worry, Inko-san, and stop apologizing. We've known each other for years, haven't we? We have a guest room for you, and Naruto can share his bedroom with Izuku-kun for some time too. I'm sure he wouldn't mind it. They're best friends after all. It's just for a few days until my husband finds a larger place to rent and takes us to him. Inko continued to excuse herself. Left alone with Izuku, Naruto took him to the balcony so he could have a private talk with him. Florida man came to Florida. Naruto started off with a light joke, making Izuku smile weakly at his attempt to lighten the mood. Had it been any other time, Izuku's answer would have been to flip him off or shout at him because he absolutely hated it when people called him that. His hero name was Vanguard, not Florida man. However, at that moment, Izuku looked dispirited, almost lifeless. The fire of ambition in his eyes was gone. His usually cheerful mood and optimistic nature seemed to have vanished. It still doesn't feel real, Izuku said, glancing up at the night sky vacantly. Although the sky was clear, with no clouds in sight, very few stars could be seen due to the city's light pollution. Naruto remained quiet, letting him vent his bottled-up emotions. I can't believe that All Might is dead. I thought he would be next to me forever. I thought he was invincible. He was my hero and my role model? I wanted to be like him, but now I'll never be able to do that. Even if I wasn't like this, Izuku said and moved the stump that remained of his right arm, I could never be like All Might anymore. I killed someone. Naruto didn't berate him or shout at him. Mentally, he was older and more mature, so he understood that what his friend needed at that moment wasn't criticism but encouragement. A hero doesn't only save people. That is just a preconception you must have gotten from the old Western comics. Sometimes, killing one person can save the lives of hundreds, thousands, or more, said the blonde. As for All Might not killing anyone, that's what the mass media let us, the public, know. You can see it now too how they're trying to spin the narrative and portray us all in a bad light. The government has always secretly controlled the media. It's always been like this. All Might was a pro-hero for decades. Do you think that, with his enormous strength, there was never even one accident? Or what about his fight with All for One? How do you think that AFO became blind and disfigured? It's because All Might had tried his hardest to kill him. Izuku perked up at his words, but his mood was uplifted for a very short while before gloom took over again. Be that as it may, my right arm was amputated, and I don't know if I'll ever be able to use my left arm properly again. I don't know what else I can do with both my arms missing. Yes, I could still defeat many villains with my legs, but I can't rescue anyone without arms. Naruto smiled. That's why I asked Dad to bring you here instead of sending you to some hotel. What do you mean? Izuku asked. There is a way for you to get your arm back. To be healthy again? What? Don't joke around with this kind of thing, man, Izuku said with a shake of his head. There's nothing in this world that there is. But, Naruto cut him off in a loud voice, I need you to promise me that you'll never reveal to anyone the secret. Izuku looked at him searchingly, as if to gauge if Naruto was serious or if he was pulling his leg. I need to hear you say it, man, Naruto insisted. You really have a way to give me back my arms? Izuku asked hopefully, but at the same time, he was afraid that this was all just a sick joke. I do. But I won't say anything else until you give me your word. The green-haired boy didn't need any further convincing, he quickly swore that he would keep everything a secret. Once he heard Izuku's promise, Naruto said, seemingly speaking to the walls. Rumi? You can bring Eri out now. Despite being on the other side of the house, with several rooms separating them, Mirko heard his voice and took Eri with her to the balcony. It was already dark outside when Naruto and Minato teleported to Japan to help the students of UA High. By the time they returned home, it was well past midnight. Now, it was close to 1 a.m., and little Eri was exhausted. However, the little girl had forced herself to stay awake at his request. All these years, Naruto had never asked anything of her, despite that he had saved her life and even given her a home and a family. Now that her big brother finally needed her help, Eri was resolved to do everything in her power to help him. Going to sleep much later than she was used to was nothing major for her. You know Eri-chan, right? Naruto asked. Yes. Hello, Eri-san, Izuku said, smiling at the young girl. Eri has a quirk named Rewind. She can rewind the time of any living being? Do you understand why I need your word to keep it a secret? Are you saying she can turn back time? Izuku asked in disbelief. You mean my arms would be as good as they were 2 days ago? That's right. All your injuries will disappear as if they had never existed. Izuku became quiet for a few seconds, seemingly thinking about something. Then, say, would your little sister's quirk work on All Might too? Could she rewind the time for him and bring him back to life? Mirko lightly squeezed Eri's shoulder to prevent her from saying a thing, letting Naruto handle it. That's some crazy talk, Naruto said with a laugh. She is not God. She can't bring someone who has already died back to life. It was a lie. Naruto had seen with his own eyes how Eri brought Overhaul back to life after he killed him with his adamantine sealing chains. Furthermore, Eri didn't just bring him back to life, she also de-aged him until he became a toddler, ultimately erasing him from existence. Eri's rewind quirk was almost like the power of God. At best, she can only fix his body, but what would be the use of that? Naruto decided to cut off that avenue from the start, not leaving Izuku any room for interpretation and speculation about Rewind's ability. Other than his parents, he didn't trust anyone except for Rumi with Eri's secrets. No amount of security and vigilance would be enough to protect his little sister if the world at large found out that there was a quirk who could resurrect the dead. Let alone criminals, entire countries would even be willing to start a war for the sake of getting her. As important as All Might was for Izuku, Naruto wouldn't risk Eri's safety for their sake. I see, Izuku said. Despite his dashed hopes and expectations regarding All Might, Izuku quickly regained his spirit, and his eyes were filled with enthusiasm when he saw the cute horn on Eri's forehead starting to glow with a yellow light. Midoriya-san, are you ready? Eri asked as she walked in front of his wheelchair and prepared herself to activate her quirk. Yes, I'm ready, he confirmed. It wasn't only Izuku who was shocked to watch his stump transform into a healthy right arm. Mirko was just as amazed too. She had known about Eri's ability, and she had even seen her use it on bugs before, but it was the first time she saw Rewind's effects on such a large scale. In a matter of seconds, Izuku's right arm was regrown, the shattered bones and ripped muscles and tendons in his left arm were restored, and all his bruises and tiredness vanished like a miracle. I can't believe it. Izuku said in awe as he looked at his right arm. He broke the cast encasing his left arm with his great physical strength and started moving and rolling his wrist in fascination. If it hadn't happened to him, he would have never believed it. Remember, Izuku, you need to keep Eri's involvement an absolute secret, Naruto reminded him in a serious voice. If anyone asks how you're back to full health, feed them a different story. Tell them it's one of the quirks of the previous wielders of One for All. I don't know, you work it out. But nobody has to know anything about her. Standing up from his wheelchair, Izuku fell to his knees and gave the little girl a big hug. Thank you, Eri-chan. Thank you so much. Despite how tall and muscular Izuku had become now that he was nearly 18 years old, he was crying like a little child. But Eri didn't push him away and just patted him on the back, all the while smiling as she looked at Rumi and Naruto on the side. Eventually, Izuku let go of her and wiped his face with the back of his sleeve. Look at you. You're almost an adult now and packed with muscles all over, but you're still crying like a little kid, Naruto laughed teasingly. But Izuku was so happy that he couldn't even find it in himself to shoot back any retorts. He had thought that his career as a hero was pretty much over after the Nomu destroyed his right arm and after he sacrificed his left to deal with the one who caused All Might's death. But now, he was healthy again. Hare performed a miracle and gave him his dream and his purpose for living back. Attracted by the loud bawling of her son, Inko came inside the house and went to the balcony in a rush. At the sight of Izuku standing on his own 2 feet and with both of his arms whole and uninjured, Inko covered her mouth with her hands, and her eyes started swimming with tears instantly. It was clear from whom Izuku got his emotional side. Izuku. She came to him and touched his arms and his body all over, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Yes, we're not dreaming. I'm all good now, Izuku said, his eyes filling with tears anew at seeing his mother crying. I'm healed and whole again. Mother and son started bawling on each other's shoulders as they embraced each other. Kushina found herself tearing up too at the emotional scene. What? I just got some pollen in my eyes, Rumi said defensively, quickly turning her head away when Naruto looked at her with a grin. But the rabbit girl's beautiful eyelashes were very long and dense, there was no way for pollen to have gotten into her eyes. Sure, he said, snickering. Rumi trying to put up a tough front always would never not be fun in his eyes. Once Izuku and Inko regained their composure, Naruto felt the need to add one more lie in order to protect his little sister. You may have gotten your arms back this time, but don't make the mistake of thinking that Aries' quirk is all-powerful. Rewind is a stockpiling quirk, so it takes a long time for her quirk to recharge after use. That's why you can see I'm still bandaged from my stab wounds. I told her to save her rewind quirk for you. It takes nearly 2 months for her horn to grow back. Last but not least, her rewind can only go as far as 5 days. If you get severely injured or maimed and her quirk happens to be on cooldown, she won't be able to fix you. If 5 days pass since you got those injuries, you will remain with them forever. The fewer people knew the true power of Aries' quirk, the smaller the chance for the secret to be leaked. He couldn't risk Aries' safety by letting Izuku and his mother know the truth. For him, nothing was as important as his family. Chapter 46, The Mantis Stalks the Cicada. A bit over 2 months passed since the villain's coup d'état in Japan. Now, it was summer. It was a particularly hot day in June that had Naruto sweating buckets as he patrolled the outskirts of the city. Hey, Ron, how long time left? Naruto asked in a broken English. Ron was his partner, a pro-hero in his early 20s. Tall, dark-skinned, well-built, rather handsome, sporting a stylish fade haircut, and having a simple strength-enhancing quirk, Ron was one of the most popular young heroes in Florida. We're here. We just have to find the kids. Maybe try using your enhanced sense of hearing? According to our reports, they're causing a big ruckus. Sorry, more simple words, please. Ron laughed and used his phone to translate his words into Japanese. Naruto started living in the United States about 2 months ago. Although he was doing his best to learn English, it was a work in progress. He was still far from fluent. Nevertheless, the pro-hero agencies in Florida, and not only, were more than eager to get Naruto into their ranks. Once Mirko's mother helped him get settled as a war refugee, just like his parents, and he became a legal resident, many recruiters from agencies all over the country started fighting for him. Although his notoriety wasn't as high in the USA as it used to be in Japan, Naruto was becoming increasingly popular with every passing week here too, due to the fact that Japan had become the center of the entire world's attention after the villains overthrew the Japanese government. He could have landed a spot at a hero agency in Los Angeles or New York, but he turned down those offers and chose to work at a relatively low-profile hero agency in Jacksonville, the one that was the closest to his home. He didn't want to be apart from his family again. Soon, thanks to his sensitive hearing, Naruto managed to find the location of the group of kids. About 10 kids, none older than 15, were gathered in a circle, laughing and making all sorts of noises. Jimmy, make sure not to let him go. No worries, homie, I got you. Alright, who goes first? Emily or Mitchell? One kid was holding an adult alligator tied down with his quirk, which conjured leather straps, while 2 other kids who looked like they had some sort of body-hardening quirks were standing in front of the reptile with their arms extended. What the fuck? Hearing Naruto swear like that in English was funny as shit, but Ron couldn't bring himself to laugh given the crazy situation. Are you, kids, out of your minds? Ron screamed and quickly broke their circle. TSK party poopers are here again. One of the kids clicked his tongue. Nobody was getting hurt, another one said. They have body-hardening quirks. We are just training and having fun. What's wrong with that? First off, an adult alligator has one of the strongest bites in the world. It could rip off your entire arm. Second, you're not allowed to use your quirks in public without a license. Third, this is animal abuse. Fourth, while his colleague was arguing with the kids and scolding them for the crazy thing they had been about to do, Naruto took out his golden chains and wrapped them around the alligator before grabbing the 200-pound heavy animal and taking him away from the kid's grasp. Who the hell would let an alligator chomp off his arm? I swear to gods, kids weren't as crazy back in Japan, Naruto muttered to himself as he walked away from the kids to release the gator back into the swamp. The longer he lived there, the more he realized that there was more than a grain of truth to the Florida man meme circulating on the internet. People there were just built different. It was early in the evening when Naruto finally arrived home. As was always the case, Eri was the first to jump into his arms when he opened the door. The little girl knew his work schedule better than he did. "How is my favorite little sister doing today?" he laughed as he grabbed her and put her on his shoulders. "I'm your only sister, silly," Eri retorted, pulling on his fox ears playfully. "But you're still my favorite." "Naruto, you're back earlier than I expected." Kushina also greeted him as she climbed down the stairs. It was a slow day today. No activity other than a group of dumb kids tempting death by teasing an alligator. Looking at his father, who was also coming down the stairs after Kushina, Naruto said in surprise, "You both look amazing. Is there a special occasion?" Kushina was wearing a long and elegant red dress that left her shoulders and her back bare, and her long crimson hair was falling down her back in ringlets. As for Minato, his spiky blonde hair was slicked back and he was wearing a tuxedo and a bow tie. "Nothing special. We just decided to go on a date," Minato said simply and kissed his wife lovingly on the cheek. "You." Eri made a sound and looked away, making her parents burst into laughter. "We've been through a lot lately, you were attacked so often by villains, then we had to go into hiding, and then the Civil War happened. We've just been surviving from one day to another. But life shouldn't be like that. We should enjoy every day and appreciate the love that we have for each other," Kushina said, taking Minato's hand into hers. Despite the fact that they had been married for nearly 2 decades, Minato and Kushina loved each other dearly, and their passion for each other had yet to fade away. "We're going to Paris tonight," Kushina said. "I'm so excited." "Me too, dear. From now on, we'll go every weekend somewhere," Minato said, smiling at her exuberance. "How enviable," Naruto muttered. Kushina put her hand on his head, patting him between his fox ears. "Don't worry, dear. I'm sure it will all work out between you and Rumi-chan too." "All right. We're off now. Could you keep an eye on Eri tonight?" Minato asked. "Sure, I don't mind," Naruto said, but when Eri playfully pulled on his ears, he quickly added, "I'm more than happy to." Half an hour later, a girl's twinkling laughter made many people raise their heads and look above. Holding Eri strapped to his back with his adamantine sealing chains to make sure she would not fall off, Naruto was running at a great speed atop the rooftops of Jacksonville City. Eri let out a particularly loud shout as Naruto let himself fall off a building and didn't do a thing until he was only 10 meters above the ground. She laughed and screamed in both panic and excitement when he finally wrapped a chain around an emergency staircase and slung himself back into the air. Riding a roller coaster did not come even close to evoking the same thrill in her as when he gave her a piggyback. Maybe it was Naruto's fault for getting her used to something like that, or maybe Eri was naturally an adrenaline junkie because not a day passed without Eri bugging her brother to take her out for a run. 1 hour later, Naruto and Eri could be seen on a tall building's rooftop, sitting with their feet dangling off the edge and eating ice cream. If Minato and Kushina knew what they were up to whenever they weren't around, Naruto would never hear the end of it. But he wasn't reckless. One of his chains was wrapped around Eri's waist at all times, ensuring her safety. "So, how is your English coming along, Eri-sensei?" he asked jokingly. "Daddy says I'm getting better. I should be able to speak English perfectly by the time school starts." Eri stopped licking her cone of ice cream to answer him. "You're going to school, huh?" "Yes, I'm so excited." Naruto ruffled her hair playfully, but she didn't mind it. She just grinned happily at his affectionate gesture. "Be careful what kind of friends you're going to make, okay?" "What do you mean?" she asked. "Kids here, well, they aren't like in Japan." Eri tilted her head in confusion. "But how are they in Japan?" Her question nearly broke his heart. He had almost forgotten how bad Eri used to have it before he and his parents took her in. "Don't worry about it," Naruto said, caressing her head gently. "Make as many friends as you can and have as much fun as possible." At that moment, his cell phone rang. "Rumi," he said in surprise when he took out his phone and saw the caller's ID. "Hello. Hi." After that, neither said anything for a few seconds. "It's been a while," he finally said. "Yeah, how are you doing?" she asked. I'm okay. I'm out with Eri-chan, spending some time with her now. Should I hang up? I could call later. It's fine he said, but when he looked at Eri's pouting face, he changed his mind. I'll call you in 1 hour. Having finished spending time with Eri and after putting on a cartoon for her to watch, Naruto went to the balcony outside his bedroom and dialed Rumi's number. It was as if the rabbit girl had been waiting for his call because she answered in seconds. Hey. Sorry for earlier. Eri wouldn't let me hear the end of it if I spoke on the phone instead of spending time with her as I promised. No, it's okay. No worries. I called out of the blue. Awkwardness could be felt between the two of them. Naruto and Mirko had not talked to each other in over 2 months, and the last time they did, they argued. Are you okay over there? He asked. I'm okay, not so much for the ordinary population though, she said and blew out a long sigh. How about you? How is life in the USA treating you? It's been great. I found a part-time job at a hero agency and I get to see my parents and my sister every day. I'm happy for you, Rumi said. I miss you, Naruto. A note appeared in his neck. I miss you too. Silence was instilled between the two of them once again for some time. I'm sorry. I was stubborn and No, I was stubborn too. I'm the one who is sorry, Rum cut him off. I think you were right, it's all in vain. All my sweat, blood, and effort are for nothing. I've been working my ass trying to keep people safe, but they don't care. They don't appreciate it. And it's never ending. It just doesn't get better. What happened, Rumi? He asked in worry. He could hear how frustrated she was from the tone of her voice. Have you not seen the news? I kind of stopped paying attention to whatever was going on in Japan. It was so that he would stop thinking about Mirko every day. Although they had a bad argument, he still loved her. No, he loved her even more than before, now that he was in danger of losing her. The villains dug out more dirt on the Hero Safety Protection Commission. It's a video from the Roots headquarters, from the night they captured you. Oh, damn, Naruto said when he remembered what had transpired back then. Now the whole country knows that the leader of Root, Danzo, kidnapped you to turn you into a lab rat, all for the sake of making his agents awaken their quirks and take over the world. So many things happened lately that it felt as if several years had passed since that moment, but now that Mirko was talking about it, it was all coming back to him. Danzo's speech to him before the doctors induced an artificial coma in him rang clearly into his ears. Now there are protests in all big cities, demanding for the government to completely abolish the hero system. The people of Japan don't want heroes anymore. This is crazy talk. Who is going to protect the weak when the villains act up? The police can't do anything about them. Tell that to them. They've gone mad. They're just lashing out in anger and frustration, turning against the very people who protect them. You were right? I shouldn't have returned. Naruto and Rumi's argument and consequent separation stemmed from their differing views on what course of action they wanted to take next. Whereas Naruto had wanted to have nothing more to do with Japan and to stay in the USA together with his parents and with little Eri, Mirko wanted to go back to her country and continue doing her job as a hero, to protect the innocent. No, you were right too, Naruto said. Between the two of us, you are the real hero, not me. I've only ever seen being a hero as a job. It is a way for me to use my quirk to get money and live in this society. It was never about becoming the symbol of peace and hope for the weak. I've always been in it just for myself and for my family. And I still feel the same. But you are different. You, Izuku, Best Jeanist, and many others, you all went back to Japan for the sake of protecting the innocent, even if you aren't getting paid for it now. You're much better people than I am. Naruto had been a hero for his village and for his country in his past life. But in his current life, he has made a resolution to live for his family first and foremost. He would help other people too, if possible, but their needs would never come before his or those of his family. In this life, Naruto wasn't a hero. Not like All Might. Not like Izuku. Not like Mirko. It's hard to determine who was right and who was wrong, Mirko said. But I do know that I don't want to stay in Japan anymore. It's not just the government and the villains who are against me anymore. The regular people are against the heroes too now. I'm sure the opinions of a few protesters aren't the thoughts of all people. They're just louder. I'm afraid most people are on the same page. It's complete chaos over here. People have banded together in neighborhood gangs and look out for each other or fight against other gangs. The police are helpless. And although me and the rest of the heroes who are still here are arresting villains and gang members every day, they get released shortly after. They don't get prosecuted for their crimes. Now, even those who we're protecting are protesting against us. We've been fighting in vain. It's hopeless. Then come back, Rumi-chan. Come here, Naruto said. You aren't mad at me? I stopped being mad the second day after you left, he said, chuckling a bit. The two of them were both very stubborn, and Rumi also had a short fuse. Their disagreement 2 months ago had quickly turned into a loud argument which ended with Mirko asking Minato to teleport her back to Japan. And they had not talked to each other ever since. "So, are we still a thing?" she asked in a small voice. "Whenever someone asked me out in these 2 months, I told them that I was taken," Naruto answered. "Good. It would have hurt me to have to break your legs when I come over if you cheated on me," she said half seriously, half jokingly. Despite the worrisome threat she had just made, he could tell from the upbeat tone of her voice that it was as if a weight had been lifted off her heart. He swallowed his saliva in nervousness before saying, "Even when you were away, I never stopped thinking about you. I love you, Rumi." When she didn't say anything, he asked, "Rumi? Are you okay?" His sensitive hearing picked up a very small sound of sniffing. Although the Rumi covered the phone's mic with her hand, it wasn't enough to prevent Naruto from hearing it. "I'm fine," she said. "Can you tell your dad to come pick me up? He's not at home now. He and Mom went on a date to Paris. Knowing the two of them, you'd probably need to wait until tomorrow before he becomes available." "I see. What a bummer. But we can still talk. How about we start a video call?" No, it's all good. We could just talk on the phone," she said quickly. Naruto chuckled softly to himself. Considering what kind of person Mirko was, he could tell that she didn't want him to know that she had been crying. After the villains annihilated the HPSC and overthrew the Japanese government, the entire country descended into chaos. Rumi was not the only hero who decided to stay in Japan and fight against crime in the aftermath of the Civil War. Izuku, Eraserhead, Best Jeanist, and many others continued to fight on after their injuries were healed. However, the pro-heroes began losing hope when they realized that the new regime was not going to prosecute the villains for their deeds. From one of the safest and most civilized countries on Earth, Japan became no better those third-world countries which were ruled by warlords. The last straw that broke the camel's back came when the government released to the public the footage from Root's headquarters, showing Danzo's speech and the way that Naruto had been strapped to a table and forced into a coma. Now, the population went out in the streets, protesting against pro-heroes and the previous regime. But most of the people weren't even sure what they were protesting for. They were going out there just for the sake of violence, to release their pent-up anger and frustration at their powerlessness. Nevertheless, that action led to most heroes becoming disheartened, just like Mirko. What point was there in fighting to protect the people when even the people they were rescuing hated them? Furthermore, with the government not taking any action against villains, they had no way of putting the villains away for good, unless they killed them. But heroes rarely killed anyone. It wasn't in their nature, it was not what they had been taught in school to do. In addition, killing people would just give the government a pretext to start hunting the heroes down. From that moment on, most of the pro-heroes who had still been active after the coup d'état went into hiding. They stopped fighting for the people who hated them. Mirko lost her motivation too. All for One's ambition had become a reality once again. There was no leadership in Japan. There was no order. The entire country was now part of his empire of crime. There was only one rule in Japan now, the rule of the fist. AFO was the one with the biggest and strongest fist of them all. Now, everyone bowed to him. 3 months later, time passed, and soon it was autumn. "Ni-san, Nii-san. How do I look?" Eri burst into Naruto's room without even knocking and asked before making a twirl to show off her new uniform. Luckily, he was decent. He was in the middle of writing a report for his boss at the Hero Agency. He turned around to see his little sister. She was wearing a red plaid skirt, a white button-up shirt, and a black blazer on top. "Look at you. You're the cutest girl I've ever seen," Naruto said, making a show out of expressing how impressed he was. Eri laughed happily. "Cuter than Rumi-chan too?" Eri asked mischievously when she saw that Rumi was on the balcony, knowing that the rabbit girl could hear what they were talking about perfectly. "Oh, you naughty little squirrel. Don't let me get my hands on you." Naruto shouted playfully and stood up, pretending to chase after her. Eri ran out of his bedroom, squealing and laughing. And she would have returned to continue teasing Naruto if not for Kushina, who stopped her and reminded her that she needed to get ready for tomorrow. "I wish I was ever as excited about starting school as she is," Rumi said with a chuckle as she came into the bedroom. Can you blame her? She's never had friends of her age before. Mirko came and sat on one of his knees. "Still not done with your report?" "I would be done by now if not for a certain someone who decided to use a car's roof as a springboard to launch herself in the air. Oh, give me a break. If I hadn't done that, that wasp dude would have gotten away. Flying types are always annoying to catch." After returning from Japan, Mirko started living together with the Uzumaki family, in their guest room. Now, she also worked together with Naruto at the same hero agency. They were even partners. She turned around in his lap and straddled his thighs. "Not now, Rumi. I really need to finish this, he whined. I'm not doing anything. I just want to hug you, she said as she embraced him and rested her chin on his shoulder. He let out a sigh and tried not to think of any impure thoughts. He was finding it increasingly difficult to keep it together when the rabbit girl was getting more affectionate and clingy with every passing day. A knock was heard on the door. Naruto? Rumi-san? Are you decent? Minato asked from beyond the door. Yes, come in. Minato smirked a little in amusement when he saw how Naruto was trying to work while the rabbit girl was in his lap, straddling him and embracing him. Suffering from success? He asked with a grin. Naruto chuckled at his father's verbal jab. I'm not complaining, not much. You need my help with anything? I just got a call from Principal Nizu. He wants to talk to both of you. When they arrived in the living room, they saw that the large screen of the TV was split into nearly 30 squares. It was a video call conference. He recognized Izuku's green hair right away. Then, one by one, he also noticed that most of the teachers from UA High were present, together with several other pro heroes such as Hawks and Best Jeanist. Welcome. It's good to see you again, Uzumaki-san, Nizu greeted him. Hello. What is this about, Principal? He asked in return. You may want to take a seat first. Don't be so suspicious, Minato said when he saw Naruto hesitating. We have a good plan of action now. I call this operation the Mantis Stalks the Cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. What do you think? Naruto groaned, and he could see that half of the people on the screen were face-palming too. Who let my dad name things? Naruto said, getting second-hand embarrassment because of his father. It reminded him of how Minato used to name techniques in his past life. Hey, I'm hurt. What's wrong with the name I chose? Minato said, crossing his arms to his chest. Let's first hear what they have to say, Mirko said, patting the seat next to her for Naruto to sit down on the sofa too. Leaving aside Uzumaki Sr.'s questionable naming sense dash. Hey, we are planning on striking back at All for One, Nizu said, not acknowledging Minato's shout of protest. What is this plan exactly? I hope it's something better than simply waltzing into AFO's hideout to kill him. You think so little of us, Naruto-kun? Said Izuku. The plan is to lure All for One out of hiding and strike when he least expects it, Vlad King said. The truth is that we cannot leave things as they are anymore, Best Jeanist said. The situation in Japan is as bad as it used to be before All Might's reign as the symbol of peace. It's complete anarchy now. So how are we going to lure AFO out? Asked Mirko. Naruto and I are one of the keys to this plan, said Izuku. It's best only for one of us to talk, said Aizawa. Principal Nizu, if you will? Yes, thank you, Eraserhead. As Midoriya-san pointed it out, the two of you will be one of the keys, Nizu told Naruto. According to what we know, AFO has always had a strong interest in obtaining your quirks. We don't expect him to come out the very instant you are spotted in Japan. But if you and Vanguard were to act together in your capacity as heroes to fight crime, and if the two of you were to destroy an important asset such as Redestro and his company, for example, I am certain that word of your arrival will reach his ears. The name your father came up with for this operation, although a mouthful, isn't exactly wrong, Nizu continued. You will be the cicada, and All for One will be the mantis who will move on to hunt you, unaware of the fact that he is being hunted himself by the Oriole behind him, us, the rest of the pro-heroes. Mirko scrunched her eyebrows and thought. Not to be rude, but how exactly are you planning on beating All for One? Best Jeanist, you were there with me when AFO kicked our SS, obliterated the HPSC, and killed Ryuku and Endeavor. You know how powerful he is. The two of us barely escaped alive thanks to Minato-san. Mirko wasn't afraid of fighting, but she wasn't a fan of throwing her life away in vain either. There was a thin limit between courage and stupidity, and this plan of theirs was clearly not on the side of courage. I said that Naruto-san and Midoriya-san will be one of the keys, Nizu explained. The other key is Eraserhead. His quirk, Erasure, can cancel other people's quirks as long as he looks at them. We have a rather short window of time to defeat AFO, but even he will not be able to survive the combined attack of so many of us at the same time. I remember that half a year ago, when you called Dad to teleport everyone out of the shelter, you were worried about a mole in your midst. Have you managed to find it? Naruto asked. If there's a spy in our ranks, AFO will also find out about our operation too. That's where I come in. Yahalo, said a young woman in an energetic voice and waved at the camera. Finally, my time to speak. Finally, my time to shine. Who are you? Asked Naruto. He had never seen her before. He would have certainly remembered a woman as eye-catching as her if she had been a pro-hero in Japan. The woman took off her stylish shades and winked at him. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Makoto Tsukachi, and I am a hero manager. But it makes sense that you wouldn't know me since I'm not operating in Japan but in the US. Does the Playboy hero ring a bell? What do you have to do with that piece of shit? Naruto asked with a deadpan. Of course that he recognized the name. The Playboy hero was one of the top 10 pro heroes in the United States and easily one of the top 5 most controversial celebrities in the country. Naruto, it's not polite to talk like that. Minato admonished him, but he didn't put his heart into it because his thoughts were the same. I'm not a student anymore, so it's fine. Besides, it's a fact that he is scum. I'm his manager, the woman said happily as if she hadn't even heard the way Naruto was talking about her client. But I've got to say you have guts. And the looks. Oh my, you look even more handsome than in the pictures and videos I've seen of you. That tan is gorgeous. And that golden fur dash? Can we please get back to talking about the matter at hand? Mirko cut her off in annoyance. Tsukachi-san, please, Nizu said. Fiyin, way to suck all the fun out of it. She threw her hands up in exasperation before saying in a serious voice, my quirk is polygraph. I can tell if someone is lying or if they're speaking the truth. I have tested it on everyone except for Mirko, you, and your family. I am certain that everyone in this video conference is clean. There are no traitors among us. And you can trust me because I'm Detective Tsukachi's sister. He was All Might's best friend. Me being part of this operation is only thanks to my brother asking me to do him a favor. With that out of the way, what do you say? Are you in? Will you work together with us to take out All for One and restore order to Japan? Nizu asked. Naruto mulled over their words for a few seconds before saying, I am in. But there is one thing that you need to know and one thing that all of you need to agree with before we do anything. If you cannot agree with this one thing, I won't participate. Let us hear it. First of all, you have to know that even if Aizawa-sensei can't stop All for One's quirk, I am strong enough to take on All for One by myself. When the pro heroes on the other side of the screen started talking at the same time, clearly unconvinced by his words, thinking he was boasting, Naruto said bluntly. Age and seniority mean nothing. It doesn't matter if you've been a pro hero for 10, 20, or 30 years. Only strength matters now. I am strong. And Izuku is just as strong, or maybe even stronger than me at this point. He had long since surpassed All Might. So take that, you're a student who needs protecting thought out of your minds. Second, the thing that you all need to agree with is that I am going to kill All for One with my own 2 hands. If the pro heroes murmured in disagreement the first time, they have outright started shouting now. I agree with Naruto, Mirko said over their shouts. So do I, Minato also spoke in favor. I do too, Nizu said, unknowingly making the arguing pro heroes quiet down. Taking advantage of their silence, Minato said. All for One has been chasing my wife and her side of the family for 3 generations already, all for the sake of stealing their quirk and killing them. She's had to live in fear her entire life, and we, as a family, had to go into hiding for years, out of fear for our lives. But you won't have to worry about any of that once he gets imprisoned in Tartarus. Why would you agree with letting your own child stain his hands with blood? Asked Midnight. There's no guarantee that Tartarus will be able to hold AFO, Minato countered. Someone like him is too dangerous to be left alive. And you still seem to not understand what kind of person my son is. Naruto will stop at nothing to keep us, his family, safe. As long as AFO draws breath, he will always be a threat to us. Why are we even debating over such a thing? Mirko said with a frown on her face, losing her patience. Look at what this villain has done to Japan. Look at how many hundreds of people perished at his hands. He deserves to die 10 times over for all the crimes he's committed. That is a dangerous line of thought. It's not our job to decide who gets to live and who gets to die, Ectoplasm said. You sound no different than the villains now. We are heroes, not juries, judges, and executioners. All for One has the government in his pocket. Do you seriously think he'd get a fair trial? Or that he'd get a trial at all? He'd be released right away. I agree with Naruto. Unless we all agree that AFO needs to die, I won't have any part in this operation either, Minato said. Naruto let out a sigh. Let me make 2 things clear. First, I'm not asking any of you to kill him. I will do it. And second, I'm not doing this for the country of Japan or for the people living there. I'm doing this for myself, for my mother, and for Izuku. All for One needs to die. If you agree with that, I'll use my full power to support your plan. If you don't agree, then there is nothing for us to talk about. Make a decision now.